Void. the west to the east, and then, of course, right back to the Sunshine State, where the VSCA Sports Car Championship continues to march steady on into their year-long season. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Green Flag TV. My name is Ola Brempo, currently joined by Ryan Walker, bringing you all the action from the 12 hours of Sebring. Lorenz Bonner and Austin Edstrom will be in the booth with us later on tonight, but so far, it is going to be the two of us bringing you all the action for these first 4 hours of racing competition. Now, Ryan, it is the Sebring International Raceway, right? It is a track that has long held a lot of racing history behind it, a long-time runner in not just IMSA, but also the WEC as well, with the 1,000 miles of Sebring. One of the only races where you can actually see a lap counter in an endurance race. But today, it's going to be 12 hours of straight-fire action from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and first of all, thanks for having me again, and looking forward to this race. Sebring is a fantastic track, one of my favourites, and it's steeped in tradition. There's been so many winners around this place. That you've from Audi to Peugeot, from Cadillac to Acura. Pretty much manufacturers, you name them, they've pretty much raced here and they've won here. And not only endurance racing known, but it's also ran a series like the SCCA, and also basically Trans Am, the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Loads of series I've raced here in the past, and today I will be host to the VSCA 12 Hours of Sebring.
We look to the championship standings entering tonight's race, and currently in GTP, it is AJC Racing that has managed to pull ahead. Consistency has so far been the name to beat in the GTP category. Your Daytona 24 winners, Mayor Simspeed Performance, sit down in the number 2 spot, over 100 points out in the battle for the GTP class lead. Right now in LMP2, though, Gowan Racing trying to go for the hat trick. They've won 2 races so far in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Gowan have been pretty much the team on form in LMP2 at the moment, and they've got kind of a comfortable margin in LMP2, but with 12 hours of racing around Sebring coming up, anything can happen, and that gap could come down dramatically. As you see, you've got VRG Sport in second place, and in GT Pro, you've got Fisher Motorsport currently leading the championship, but not too far behind them, you've got Kinetic Racing and behind them in second, and then DS Racing Esports in third. So, and also you've got RPN Racing, so it's still really close in the GT Pro standings there, on, and with that, the strength of competition in that class, it's going to be hard to predict a winner.
Right now, it is effectively a heads-up grudge match for the top 4 in your GT Pro standings. It is by far the closest class out of any of the 4 that we have entering tonight's race. That takes us, of course, to the GTM race standings, and it is, again, over 100 points clear for Screeching Goose Motorsports, who, just like Gowan Racing and LMP2, have won both the Daytona 24 and the MV Skin Lab Grand Prix of Long Beach. They are also trying to go for a hat trick here today in the 12 hours of Sebring. Firestorm Motorsport trails in a distant second place, and even further back is Digital Chicane with just 792 points. So there's a lot of work for a lot of teams to do if they want to keep themselves in a title fight here, even this early into a championship.
Absolutely, and also with the racing at Sebring, as you know, Nolan, recently the new weather system for iRacing has been released, and today, as we were talking about, I think this is the first race that VSCA are using the weather system. So at the moment, there's no chance of rain as it stands, but as the race goes on, that could change, and that could throw a spanner in the works and shake the race up in each class.
Oh, it absolutely could, and I think that's one of the big stories entering this race, right, is the fact that there is the possibility of rain. I know in the iRacing officials, you're currently looking at a pretty much waterlogged racetrack. Not the case so far. The sun beats down in the Sunshine State upon the Sebring International Raceway, but it is something that could very much change throughout the race as it goes along. We've been tracking the weather very, very closely. Now, we entered this race with 52% chance of rain entering this thing. That changed pretty quickly to 0%, at least initially, but we were noting right now, sitting at about 951, 952 in sim. By the time it gets to 1 p.m., we're going to have some serious cloud cover rolling across the racetrack, and that chance of rain has shown signs that it's going to start to steadily tick further and further upwards. I think we could very well get some scattered showers before the end of this race.
and that brings another thing into question as well. Like I was talking about before we went live there on, what do you do with regards to the setup? Do you set the car up for the wet and maybe hope it rains at some point, or do you start in a dry setup and take that risk of starting in the dry, and then basically if it rains, you're stuck on a dry setup and you can't really change anything? So it's another thing for these teams to think about when it comes to the strategy. What do you do? You're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation.
We'll get to all of the nuances and more in just a little while, but qualifying is wrapping itself up. We have just crossed the barrier to the so real quick, here are some of the grid shakeups that are entering this race today. Car number 16, the Dangler Performance Crew, is going to find themselves with a pit road start because they failed to meet the 25% minimum drive time requirements from Long Beach. They were initially supposed to be demoted to the reserve list, but VSCA administration did give them a waiver for that one because of strenuous circumstances, with Dangler Performance, of course, crashing out very, very early in Long Beach and was quite literally incapable of meeting the requirements, not for lack of trying. So that's why they have been given a waiver. They just have to start for this race from pit road, as well as that the 777 car for Majors Garage Fusion Sim Sport. They failed to set a warm-up, a mandatory lap during the 20-minute warm-up session today. As such, they have been disqualified for racing action this afternoon. So those are some of the bigger grid shakeups that we're going to be expected to see throughout the course of the afternoon. So it'll be, if all goes to plan, it will be a 50-car start here this afternoon. Of course, right now, the only driver that has not put down a qualifying time is that number 16 GTM Mercedes of Dangler Performance. They are, again, started from pit road. No point putting down a qualifying lap if it's going to be invalidated anyway. So they're going to be down and out. The digital chicane, number 93 Ferrari, is currently on pole in GTM provisionally with 30 seconds left to go on the clock in qualifying. But they are breaking up the GT Pro field. They are better than 6th place right now in GT Pro. And it was talked about in the driver's meeting about all the nuances that could go in with wet weather and how it could really look to shake up this race. So who knows how this race could pan out. When you get the different classes that could be faster than others, especially in the GT Pro and GTM categories, it's going to be a lot more down to the driver as opposed to the actual car as to who's going to be the quicker ones. And we'll really start to see who is best in all forms of conditions when/if that rain starts coming down. Checker flag officially flies in qualifying. So here is your starting grid from the 12 hours of Sebring at the Sebring International Raceway. Started on the pole in GT Pro, you will have Christophe Demey for HAC Racing with Patrick Wolf, Fisher Motorsports, beside him on the front row. Stop and Go Racing is down in third with Mayor Sims Performance back on row 2. Row 3 holds Composite Performance and World of Sim Racing team. Training Paints Racing and DS Racing Esports team start row 4. Row 5 with Bravo Snow Shatton and Team Hardcore. DS Racing Esports team and Grizzly Motorsports bring up a 12-car GTP field then. Here, Ryan.
Yep, absolutely. And the LMP2, it's Tri-State Racing on pole position with Bart Maggia starting the race for them, with FRS Sim Sports in second on the front row, and then third place you've got GSE Esports Racing VSCA LMP in third, and then fourth you've got SCO WRS GT 048 in fourth, and then fifth you've got Gowan Racing, and then sixth you've got Vice Motorsport, and then Texas Speed Sim Racing White in seventh. Eighth you've got Fisher Motorsport Delara 14. Ninth you've got Rising Panda Racing. 10th you've got Tri-State Racing, and then 11th you've got VRG Sport. And then rounding out the grid in LMP2 you've got Majors Garage Fusion LMP2 rounding out the grid in LMP2.
And of course, that 777 car will not be making the start this afternoon because of that disqualification for failing to set the mandatory practice lap. So we roll to GT Pro. Fisher Motorsports' number 84 entry starts on the pole with DS Racing Esports team beside them on the front row, headed up by Vitor Miranda. Andres Quintana will bring it up for World of Sim Racing team. Back on row number 2 with Race for Cat Motorsport, driven by Alex Rorera down in the number 4 spot. North Sim Racing's Jacopo Rampazzo, apologies if I've completely butchered that name, I'm not best with Italian pronunciation, starting in 5th. Fisher Motorsports' number 44 entry, driven by Jay Van Mapellen, started in 6th. Vincent Olivier will be starting in 7th for Kinetic Race with RPM Racing's Mark DeBoer starting back in 8th. Continuing down through the GT Pro field, Patrick Dower for GSC Racing Esports will start 9th. Fort Freak Racing's Neil Middleton in 10th, with Texas Speed Sim Racing's number 32 car of Daniel McConnell starting in 11th.
Yep, and in the GTR, you've got Digital Chicane 93 starting in pole position with the number 80 car of Digital Chicane rounding out the front row to make it a 1-2. Then you've got Screech and Miss Motorsports, who have had a terrific start to the season, starting in 3rd with Off in the S's Racing in 4th. Then you've got Vulture Motorsports 5th, 6th is Real Pixel Motorsport, 9 and 7th you've got MMT Racing, Firestorm Motorsport 29 and 8th. 9th you've got Majors Garage Fusion GTD. At 9th and 10th you've got Vulture Motorsports Plus. 11th you've got Trading Paints Racing Red, Full Send Racing in 12th, MSP 33 in 13th, MSP 34 14th, QC Racing in 15th, and Dangler Performance rounded out the grid in the GTM class. As no, it looks like we're off on our formation lap.
We're off on our one and only formation lap before we will go to Green Flag Racing action here from the 12 Hours of Sebring. And honestly, I don't really have anything in the way of favorites to win this race. I mean, there's so many variables that are going to be shaking up racing action this afternoon. And if there's anything that we've been taught from these first few races, it's that it is the wrong decision to try to pick a driver to win, because you're going to get some kind of an upset down the line.
Absolutely, and they also trying to pick a winning team. It's so, at each class anyway, it's so difficult because a team could be out there dominating, and as you know, from what we saw at Daytona and also at Long Beach, cautions can bunch the field back up. So picking a winner, I think, is going to be an absolutely tough task.
Well, while we get the chance, we're going to be waiting, of course, for us to make our way around through the final sector of the racetrack. So while we are doing that, we are going to give a quick shout out here, of course, to the folks that will help to keep the lights on here for the VSCA Sports Car Championship. Your racing action tonight is brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment, located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Quality that convinces. So working through the final couple of corners here, Ryan, what do you think? Your final thoughts here before we go to Green Flag Racing for 12 hours straight?
Yeah, before we get Green Flag Racing, it wouldn't surprise me if you see some teams trying to gain trap positions in the early stage of the race. Obviously, before the first set of pit stops, you want that trap position because you want a chance of trying to maybe gain positions in the pit stops. Maybe some teams, depending on the track conditions, some teams might try and double stint the tyres, maybe to save time in the pit stops. But I think, I'm interested to see what sort of strategies some of these teams, especially in GTP, go with when the race gets underway. But as we're coming up to the final corner into Sunset Bend, I'm starting to get excited, Nolan. I'm not sure about you, but I always get excited before the start of a long race, especially at a track such as Sebring.
We're happy that you're joining us here on an absolutely beautiful Saturday morning as the pace car pulls down and into pit road, leaving it in the hands of Christophe Demay for HAC Racing. He'll drop the hammer. Green flags out. We are racing for 12 hours from the Sebring International Raceway. It's a good getaway from Demay as he fires it into turn number 1, this time by, and Fisher Motorsports trying to close up behind, and looking like we'll make it all the way through turns 1 and 2 clean for both GTV and LMP2 fields, and they've got a bit of 3 wide stacking up at the back of the LMP2 field. But then, Ryan, you've got the GT start.
Yep, the GT cars are coming up to the start-finish line, and look at them all bunching up now, and the Fisher Motorsport car on pole position, and they gets a good start off the line and jumps right away into the lead and heading into turn 1. You see everyone trying to jockey for position into turn 1 as you look at the World of Sim Racing BMW going a little bit wide there, and I don't know if someone spun around in turn 1.
That's the Screechy Moose Motorsports. Your double race winner from early in the season has been turned around at the opening corner in GTM. He's going to fall all the way to the back of the field, but it's a long race. You have a lot of time to make that ground up. So the GT Pro and GTM fields, other than that lap 1 calamity, they're going to get themselves sorted and back up into the field. Philip Forster looking like he may have also had, sorry, that was Philip Forster that just spun around for your GTM double race winner. We'll take a look back and show you what happened to Forrester. This is coming into turn number 1. He's alongside the GC Racing Esports Audi for a GT Pro car and tucked up right behind the 911 as well, and looking like he just got into the back of the Porsche in front of him. That's a fine job from the field, though, not to make that any worse than a single car spin.
Yeah, that was so lucky not to be collected, because I don't know if he went to go into turn 1 and just got caught out by the car in front braking slightly more than expected, but it looks like as soon as he hit the brakes, he just spun the car around. But a great job by everyone from behind him, doing a good job to avoid him, because that could have ended up being a bigger disaster for him.
From the air, yeah, he just rear-ended the 911, was caught offside by the braking point, and everyone scrambles to avoid. I'm impressed. I have never seen an incident like that has not ended up in a multi-car pileup, so absolutely fantastic job. HAC Racing leads in GTP, Scours SS Racing leads in LMP2, and then Fisher Motorsports and Digital Chicane lead in GT Pro and GTM respectively. So far, not a lot in the way of changes for the overall class leads. It's looking so far nice and tidy from Sebring. Everybody making sure that they're going to be there to fight it out for these spots in the end.
Yeah, that was a clean start, and sometimes at Sebring, just because everyone's bunched up, you do get a bit of a concertina effect, and some people end up having an incident or getting caught up in an incident. But the first couple of laps now on, it's been really clean, and as I look back at the GTP field, it's the top 4 slowly starting to break away, with Demey in the lead, and Raw in second, and Sorensen third, and it looks like Fogel in fourth. So yeah, the top 4 breaking away in GTP, but still a long way to go on, and anything can happen. I think when it comes up to lapping the GT traffic, that's when you'll see maybe the GTP field starting to maybe get bunched up again.
And it's never going to be too far away before you get to action like that. As trouble Verado grows, and that is the Real Pixel Motorsport Lamborghini that's been spun. That is down at the hairpin that car has found itself going around, and causing a few drivers to have to go evasive as a result. We'll take a look back and show you what happened to Gross as this is approaching the hairpin. He's got a GT Pro BMW behind and lunging for the inside. Oh, he tips the back of the Fusion SimSport Ferrari and spins that Lamborghini around. Again, though, a good job for the field and a lot of heads-up driving to make sure that as few cars got tangled up in that as possible.
Yeah, it just looks like he's carried too much corner speed into the hairpin and missed his braking point. But again, a good job by everyone, the oncoming traffic, to avoid hitting him. That was a good heads-up driving. But as you look at the battle for 4th place in LMP2, with Galvin Racing currently leading that battle, with Vice Motorsport, GSE Racing Esports, and Rising Panda Racing. And Galvin Racing have been a team that's really impressed me this season so far. They've had a good consistent start, and again, doing well, running 4th place at the moment, and but obviously still only in probably the first couple of minutes into his race. So I think some teams as well, Nolan, I think they'll have a plan in place, maybe not to get caught up in any incidents, just do their thing, and maybe use this first stint to do a bit of fuel saving as well.
GC Racing Esports, Delar PG17 trying to look to find a way around Vice Motorsport just in front. This is Luca Harmony trying to get around Anthony Dring, and that's a shot to the shorts there, right into the gearbox as they fire their way up towards Le Mans and down the Ullman Straight. So far, Dring hanging tough, and I think Harmony realized his error there as he quickly backed out before he would spin out the 91 car directly in front of him. And they're going to go down the longest straight of the racetrack, but no move for position made into Sunset Bend. So Harmony will remain stuck in that 6th position for now. And then you got this GTM Digital Chicane class leader here, driven by Ryan Kaprowski, that's really checking up Jacopo Rampazzo. Again, apologies if I'm butchering that name. and backing that the North Sim Racing machine up into kinetic racing just behind.
And indeed, and the GT field at the moment is still really close, and yeah, I think once you get some of the quicker drivers in as well as the race goes on, I think you'll probably see. It's not meant in a disrespect way to any of the slower drivers, but I think when the quicker drivers get put in later on, that's when you'll really see the field start to get a lot closer. I think, and the pace being a lot closer. But as you see the line of GT cars coming down the back straight heading into Sunset Bend. Sunset Bend are such a difficult corner because you're braking and turning at the same time, and also in the middle of the corner is really bumpy, so your arms get a bit of a workout, and on a direct drive wheel it probably feels like you're being given a battering.
I could not imagine having to do that in the rain. I mean, it would be an absolute madhouse trying to make that happen. Got a battle on for 6th in LMP2 as GSC Racing Esports tries to fend off Rising Panda Racing. And the number 46 car just barely able to get their mandatory lap in at the buzzer, trying to lunge this one in around, and the caution flag is out. Now remember, safety cars are randomly deployed in VSCA, and well, this is random safety car number 1. Only 10 minutes in, the leaders hadn't even caught up to the...
Yeah, I'm surprised that
they weren't far though.
I was going to say the GTPs are not that far away from the GT cars, so as you see right there on the exit of turn 1 are the GTPs, so yeah, they're not far away, and right now it wouldn't surprise me if some of these teams and drivers are just pretty much went into fuel save mode. And also another thing that these GTP drivers can do under the caution and on is recharge that battery. It gives them a chance to recharge that, so at the restart they can pretty much say they have plenty of battery to use at the restart if they want to try and pull away from the car behind.
I am anticipating this to be a very, very quick yellow, because usually the way it works, right, is you have your first run of wave buys, which is to get everybody kind of more or less on the same lap as each other, so you don't have back markers about to be lapped by their class leader just because of where they were positioned. Then they open pit road, then they do another round of wave vibes before they get everything again. Everybody is still on the lead lap. There's not a single car that is a lap down. So we bypass both wave by steps, and we're less than 10 minutes into the race. I don't see anybody coming into pit road either. So I think this is going to be a quick yellow flag. I would be shocked if we didn't get back to racing within like 3 laps here.
Yeah, if it's a short course, then I would probably say we'll be back green flag racing within maybe the next 2 or 3 minutes. But that's a good question, actually, regarding if you put or not under this caution known. If you're a team like Screech and Moose, for example, that spun around in turn 1, is it maybe worth taking a risk and diving into the pits and just topping up on fuel?
Well, that's the big question, right? Now, Screechy Moose Motorsports, they did qualify really far up the field in GTM, and obviously they had that lap on spin, but look at where they are right now. They're running in 9th in a 16-car field. That is, of course, counting the one car that already came down that had that pit road start. But right now, Philip Forrester's already worked his way up, another 6-7 spots just since he spun out on lap number 1? That car's been making some moves here.
Absolutely, and I was about to say, I did notice they were starting to make progress back through the field, and yeah, Screech and Moose in 9th position, like you mentioned, Nolan, and I think after the restart, it wouldn't surprise me if they try and gain more positions as well, just try and get back up through the field as quickly as possible without taking any risks, and then basically, I think, they won't waste any time if they see an opportunity, that's for sure. But obviously, we've still got a long way to go. I think there's no point taking that many risks. It's better just to be, if they can't get by the cars in front of them, do a bit of fuel saving and just try not be in the pits too long.
If anything, I think it would be more beneficial for them to stay out. That way, you don't lose all the progress you've already made, and you're right back up there with the rest of the leaders that were driving away from you because you spun out of that opening lap. I say stay out and make the most of what you got. So we'll see how this is going to pan out. GT Pro has been relatively unchanged. I mean, this is GT Pro the last 2 races has been one of the most competitive fields we've seen. Of course, we saw the chaos that happened at the end of the 24 Hours of Daytona. But right now, the only change of position has been for that 6th spot between the 67 and the 44 cars. That is with Kinetic Racing and the number 44 Fisher Motorsports entry. Other than that, everyone in GT Pro is still where they qualified in class. That is, I think, even more impressive to me, considering how much position swapping always takes place in the early runnings of these races.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's a credit to everyone as well. Obviously, Sebring, it can throw up a bit of mayhem in the early stage of the race, but credit to all the drivers. They've been really sensible. There's not been any silly moves being made. Maybe we've had the odds, a couple of spins, but it looks like something's happened on.
Yeah, the number 84 car of Nicholas Soul for the Fisher Motorsports number 84 entry, dropping through the field and having some major technical problems. That car is your GT Pro leader. Looks like it has been stabilized now, but dropped all the way back to 9th once, and then to 7th the second time. So that's one thing to keep an eye on for this number 84 entry. It hasn't been Fisher Motorsports this season so far. They, of course, had that really strange crash in the bus stop chicane at Daytona. And they made much bigger bounds at Long Beach. I think it had a much better race, but still with a lot of progress to be made. A technical failure only less than 15 minutes into a 12-hour race would not be ideal for them.
Yeah, I think for some motorsport, they're always one of those teams that I always keep an eye on. They've always been quick, but like you say, at Daytona, they had that incident in the bus stop and. But on their day when everything goes right, they're probably one of the quickest teams and one of the best teams out there to watch. But at the moment, they're doing a good job up there. GTP currently running in second, I believe. So it's been a decent start up in the GTP class for them. And as you see at the bottom of the screen there, safety car is in this lap. So we're not too far away from getting back to green flag racing though.
I'm not surprised by that, right? I mean, again, everybody's on the lead lap. Nobody came into pit road. There was no reason to hold that for any longer than they had to. So they extinguished the lights this lap, and we will be getting back to green flag racing. Now, for reference, it took about 8 minutes there for Christophe Demay to catch up to the back of the pacing line. That was when they were double file, though, with class separation. I say we're going to be seeing lap traffic with about 10 minutes from now.
Yep, absolutely. I'll probably say judging by the pace at the moment, I think it'll not be too far away before we start lapping GT Pro and GTM cars. But as we're just about to get racing, it looks like Demey's eager to get back underway as he's right behind the safety car. But I think don't be surprised if he tries to back the field up slightly just to try and get a good jump on the rest of the GTP field as we're just about to come round Sunset Bend.
Got to be careful with that. You're not allowed to hang back too much, or you will incur the wrath of the stewards. So we'll see how this restart will pan out as Demey works to the front straightaway out of Sunset Bend. And we are back to green flag racing as Demey hightails it down towards turn number 1. You see the LME2 field fanning out behind as they all try to get a big leg up on each other. And you saw right behind, there goes Trading Paints Racing, takes it to the inside of MSP. Oh, look out, the Acura! Big crash with Bravo Snow Shaft. He's going to spin it and slam into the barriers, so the Acura down and out. And he's going to have to fall all the way through the field to let the whole GT pack through.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, though, he can't back up because he's got rear end damage, and I don't know if that's maybe damaged he's lost his rear wing, obviously, but I don't know if it's maybe damaged something like a dry shaft or suspension parts. But it looks like, he's took a tow to the pits.
That is unfortunate. That was Eduardo Tualdo that got spun off the racetrack, and he had a help too from the Trading Paints car, and that's a hard hit right into the barriers. And he was lucky that car didn't rebound back onto the circuit. That could have been a monstrous impact. That's a big shame for the Acura. They had a lot of problems at Daytona too, right? They could not keep that car out of trouble, but try as they may, they didn't give up. They fought their way back from 9 laps down with the safety car. They ended up finishing only 1 down at the end of the race, ended up several positions. Hopefully they won't give up and they can make a similar comeback drive here today. That's the one thing, right? If you want a wreck to happen, you want it to happen as early as possible so you have the most amount of time to fix, because you get those waiver rounds to get a lap back under caution.
Absolutely, and we saw that at Daytona as well, though. And I can't remember what team it was. I think it was in GTP. I think a team was several laps down, and they used the cautions to their advantage and managed to get back on the lead lap.
That was Bravo
And I believe, yeah, it was. Ended up coming back and finishing on the podium, I believe. We've got action going on in Sunset Bend. Some positions being changed, and some drivers trying to make positions. And Sunset Bend as well, no. And it's a track, not a track, a corner that you can use different lines in. You can go wide on the entry, and they take a tight exit. There's got a battle going on in LMP2 as well. It looks like we might have a change of position, as it looks like Galwin Racing trying to make a position up.
Gowan Racing tried to go for the over-under on FRS Sim Sports, didn't make it work through turn number 1, nor did he make it through 2. So they'll remain packed up line to stern. And now, because he put himself off the line, Josh Gowan falling back to Luca Harmony for GC Racing Esports, and we could see a fight for 4th here, picking up in your LMP2 field before too long. And all the while, a lot of those GT cars are also still packed up line to stern. Look at Daniel Avery and Philip Forster going side by side for Firestorm and Screeching Moose Motorsports. And looking like Philip Forster will hang on against Daniel Avery.
So, yep, Forrester up into 8th position in GT AB now. So, yep, Screeching Moose Motorsport definitely making progress back through the field after that spin in turn 1. And their next car in front of them is, it looks like Kyle Bernie for Mayor Simspeed. So, I think if Bernie gets caught by Forrester, I think he probably won't put up too much of a fight.
So he is going to keep on keeping on over there. Up in the LMP2 field, Anthony Dring and Heberly Telemak for Texas Speed Sim Racing packed up line of stern. This is for 7th place in your LMP2 field. But even closer, the battle for 3rd through Sunset Bend as Patrick Vogel takes the composite performance machine onto the podium, overtaking Thomas Sorensen for Stop and Go Racing in the final corner.
Absolutely, that was a great move by him and into Sunset Bend, and managed to get the move done. And managed to slow the car down, get the move done cleanly, and up into 3rd place now. Next car in front of him is Roll in 2nd place, and yeah, it was a good move by him. As further back in the LMP2 class, we've got a move or a battle going on in turn 1. They're going side by side, and this is going to be nip and tuck. It looks like will we have a change of position? No, we won't. But yeah, fantastic racing after the restart. No, on the day there's plenty of battles going on for sure.
He's going to manage to get that car sorted. Manuel Meyer has taken a tow to pit road for the Fisher Motorsports number 84 entry. And it looks like the technical problems finally bit them big time. Remember how the 84 car was blinking a lot during that safety car? Well, there you see the 84 emerging back out onto the racetrack, and now a lap down because the driver dropped from the session. So Manuel Meyer is now into the car, but a lap down with a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate for the 84 car. They had a great start to the race. They were leading the class, and unfortunately they've had technical issues. But it brings me back to your point, Noah, and it's always better to have technical issues in the early stages of a 12-hour race rather than towards the end of a 12-hour race, because towards the end of a 12-hour race that would probably feel like a kick in the gut.
You got time to make it up now. You won't have time to make it up later, as Patrick Rawle trying to hang on against Patrick Fogel. So the battle of the Patricks starting to pick up here. And they're both trying to gang up on Christophe Demey up the road. But here goes Composite looking for the right, and that's going to switch back to the left as they approach turn 1. No move being made. It looks like it's rather difficult to try to get a good drafting run going through some of these corners at the moment. I mean, we saw the draft play such a huge role in tracks like Daytona. Obviously, Long Beach, not so much, but you'd think it would be a little bit more prevalent here along parts like the Ullman Straight.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well with these GTP cars, that each chassis or car has a different strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, the Cadillac's a very quick car in a straight line. The Porsche is a very stable car in the corners, and the Acura as well. It's got. I've not really done that many laps with the Acura, but on the exit of some corners, slow speed corners especially, it does seem to have a bit of lag on the corner. It feels a bit sluggish, if that makes sense. But all these GTP cars, different manufacturers have different strengths and weaknesses, and it looks like the Porsche could be could be the car to have at the moment, because I'm just watching that car with Raw in second place. It looks so stable. We've had contact.
That's a big crash between Ryan Steinhoff and Jeremy Littleton, and that is right on the exit of Sunset Bend at the pit entry line. As well as that, we saw Anthony Dring have a problem. So we'll look at Dring first. This is an LMP2 from the 91 machine, all by himself for the Vice Motorsports machine, and this has dropped them all the way back to 10th as they go in hard into the hairpin and just lock up and go in way too deep. And then Steinhoff and Littleton having this coming together. As the Ferrari looks at the inside of the Mercedes, no room, and hits him once and then hits him twice and spins him around and collects both MSP cars at one go. There was about 5 cars that go.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that was so unfortunate. I think it looked like the Ferrari tried to nudged him the first time, and then basically, I don't know what. That's a tough one to call. I don't know what. That's a tough one to call, though, and I don't know who I would put a blame for that if I was in charge of race control. I think it's just maybe just an unfortunate racing incident.
There's nowhere you can go in an incident like that either, right? I mean, you're just kind of stuck with where you're at. This is on board with Kyle Burney and what he saw throughout all of this. Is he right on board? Just nowhere to go. I mean, the C's part, there's just a car facing sideways. You can do nothing in that instance.
Yeah, Birdie was just an unfortunate victim, and he was just minding his own business coming around through turn 17, and basically just minded his own business, and all of a sudden there's a Ferrari just right in front of him, no time to react, and unfortunate for both MSP cars being caught up in that incident. That's not the start that they wanted, but at the moment, just watching the GT field, the Pro and Am field, it's starting to just split up ever so slightly. But we're looking at one of the cars that was in contention for the GT Pro win at Daytona, though, and this car was in a bit of in the thick of the action for the win.
Sure was, and it was the 992 car that ended up taking the win at Daytona as well, when the 911 car slid across his nose and spun themselves out in the International Horseshoe. But so right now, Vito Miranda hanging on to the lead, but 11 and a half hours to go. I'd say that's way too early to declare them as being a favorite to win for now. They haven't managed to break away from Andre Quintana just behind. So the World of Sim Racing Team BMW has really been keeping them honest so far all night long. And we could very well be seeing that machine in the background start to reel this gap in the more this race goes along. We'll see how that Porsche maintains the long run. The long run pace. It is 7:30 for my bad English here.
Yeah, I think World Sim Racing, a team that I'm real familiar with, they race in various iRacing leagues, and a team that's really quick, but when they have to be, they can be really aggressive, and they're not afraid to make any moves. And I think if they do get a run on this 992 car in front of them, I think they'll try and take the lead. But if they can't make the move, it's not always a bad thing to stay behind in that slipstream and do a bit of fuel saving as well.
I think that might be what a good chunk of this field is doing right now, because there's not a whole lot in the way of battles looking to go side by side. This is the closest actual pairing on the racetrack is DS Racing Esports and Trading Paints Racing, working through the Le Mans curve and on to the Ullman Straight. But even then, right, I mean, we haven't been seeing anything terribly aggressive. It hasn't been like Long Beach or Daytona where we see a lot of the action early on. This has been one of the tamest opening salvo of laps to a race I think I've ever seen from this league so far. I mean, the Roar was a madhouse, Daytona was a madhouse, Long Beach was Long Beach, and Sebring so far has been a really tame race. They have caught lap traffic, but even then, still no dramas.
Indeed, indeed.
Well, I say that.
We'll say that. It looks like we might have. I thought I was going to be a send into turn one. I had to hold my breath when I watched that. And look who's right behind this battle as well. You've got the MSP GTP car of Pedersen joining this battle as well. And Pedersen was one of the drivers that won at Daytona as well. Was part of the winning lineup. So yeah, he's a quick driver as Pedersen, and he's not afraid to make any moves either. But again, if you can't get by, you might just be staying behind and doing a bit of lifting and coasting to save a bit of fuel, and also recharge that battery hybrid as well.
So a duo of Porsches, and then they got a Cadillac that is heading them up. I'm seeing a trend start in the forum here where you got a Cadillac that's holding up a bit of a train of Porsches, and it does make you wonder if the Cadillac is able to get that torque for the top-end speed down the Ulman Straight. But where the Porsches are better at the corners, it's not really a good passing zone, so they haven't been able to do anything to get around them. That may be why the battle for the lead has been as close as it has been all night long. And holy cow, whoa, look out! That's the battle for 9th and GT Pro that comes together right in front of your GTP race leaders.
And this is what I was talking about, Nolan. GT traffic is starting to bunch the GTP field up again. So, yeah, look at it looks like we might have a move heading down to Sunset Bend. I think Raw was trying to make a move into Sunset Bend there, but was just not close enough, and also the GT traffic as well. And this is the thing with GT traffic as well. You can use it to your advantage, but you've got to be very, very careful not to take any silly risks as Raw is flashing the lights trying to get by his teammate in the GT car.
Oh boy, 3 wide and nearly running each other over. This is the battle for 7th back as MSP of Hardcore, and Pedersen makes his way up to 7th place. Hardcore going to drop down another spot as they get caught, as they catch the MMTQ Ferrari. So put the DS Racing Esports team Cadillac up into 8th, and well, just when we say this race is calming down, well, lap traffic decides to rear its head, and once again, now we're getting back to the VSC racing that we're used to seeing on a Saturday afternoon.
Absolutely, as you see the GT car traffic and GTP traffic, pretty much in one shot there, and this is the thing as well. It's so I thought it was going to be an incident there. I had to hold my breath when I watched that there, kind of. But this is the thing with the GT traffic as well. You've got to count. Oh, it looks like someone's in the wall.
That's third. That's Fogel.
That's Fogel in the wall, and he's lost his rear wing.
Oh dear. Big troubles for Patrick Fogel, and the 3rd place runner for Composite Performance is down and out. He's going to have to limp his car back to the pits. Let's take a look. Oh, 3 wide is never going to work, and he just got hooked by the Kinetic Racing GT Pro, but I have to say, I don't know where that GT car was supposed to go.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think the Kinetic car done anything wrong. The Kinetic car was on its line, and they couldn't really do anything, couldn't go anywhere, so yeah, I think trying to go 3 wide there, especially for that corner, is never a good idea. And unfortunately, Fogel was the unfortunate victim, and he got tagged around into the wall.
So the one silver lining I see here for Patrick Fogel, that was not a hard hit, right? It knocked the rear wing off, but the rear wing is a notoriously fragile part of the vehicle. I doubt that would give him suspension damage, though. So come back in, get a rear wing on the car, and then get back out there on the racetrack. I don't think he should be in the pits for more than a couple minutes here. He'll lose a lap or 2 maybe, but this is not a race ender. He can still get up and get back in this fight.
Absolutely, and also as well, you've got the safety cars as well, and also the wave around. So it's not all lost. If they can get back out and they're only 2 laps behind, they're technically still in this race. So look at a replay of one of the GTP cars being fortunately tagged into turn 17.
You saw them slow as Composite was coming to pit road, and that is why the Team Hardcore machine got punted around by one of the GTM cars. Well, looks like things are starting to settle for now. Here's the battle for 9th place in GT Pro, still side by side with LMP2. Trav trying to fight his way through. Contact again and twice, 3 wide, and that is not going to go down well. Daniel McConnell fights his way through in the Texas Speed Sim Racing BMW. Neil Middleton not taking that one, lying down. He's trying to fight him back for 9th place. He's not happy either. Yeah,
he's not happy either. I was about to say he's flashing the lights. I thought it was just BMW drivers that flashed the lights, but that's a story for another time. But not happy about being shoved off the track.
There's a couple of other cars having their own little battles. The LMP2 field is broken apart for the most part. This is DS Racing Esports and Grizzly Motorsports, 7th place in your GTP field. And is looking a bit closer now as Alex Penn trying to close up to Rui Souza. See if he can make a run on the 88 car here down to turn number 1. Not going to get it into 1, but could he get him here further on in the lap? He's right on the back gearbox, so possibility is there.
Indeed, yeah. Even though the GTP field is slightly split up, it's still great racing going on at the moment, and I have to say though, and it's been, we've had some incidents, but apart from that, it's been relatively clean racing throughout the field, and even with the traffic, basically GT traffic being lapped and GTP traffic coming through, it's been relatively clean. Apart from some incidents, as you still look at this battle cup at the moment going on, and yeah, I think if you're some of these drivers have been caught up in incidents, knowing it's probably frustrating, but it's better to have the issues at the start of the race rather than at the end, as it looks like we've got a battle going on in LMP2 with GSE Racing Esports and Rising Panda Racing.
This is for the 5th position, so final spot inside the top 5 as Rising Panda's Christian Comprager trying to get around Luca Harmony for GSE Racing Esports, and going to try to open up the door to the inside of Cunningham Corner. Not going to get it done. Maybe into Tower. Possibility is always there, especially with GT Pro traffic now up the row, but looking like the Pro traffic will break up this battle. So now the fight, starting to close back in as Harmony couldn't get on the loud pedal as much as he might have wanted. So here comes Comprager trying to make his way around, and again, thought about a lunge into the final sector, opts against it, and they again are catching up to GTN traffic the worst possible time. Look at Comprager taking a very wide over-under, trying to go for the momentum run, but he took too much, and that only costed him time instead of gained him any.
Yep, and it looks like we've got a move going on, and I was going to say as far as a move in GTM going on as well, but it's two different class cars changing places, but LMP2 at the moment still really close, and it looks like we might have a position change coming up as well, heading into turn 1 between FRS Simsports and Gowan Racing. Heading into turn 1, Gowan tried to do the switchback, and I've no idea how Gowan never clipped the rear of the FRS car. That was so close to ending up being up in contact.
A close call indeed, but FRS Simsports remains in fine standing right now. Josh Gowan was not able to make a look, but boy, did he ever have a look for it. So Josh Gowan could be again one of those drivers to watch later on in this race as he continues to try to scrap it out with the FRS Simsports machine just up the road. This is now one of the only battles you have left in your LMP2 field. You do have 9th and 10th just down the row, but they are separated by a good 9/10 of a second. Right now in the GT field, the only battles are between different classes, nothing within, there is one battle within the same class, and it's for GTM for 3rd. Vulture Motorsports starting to lose a bit of time to off in the SS Racing.
Indeed, and just looking at this battle at the moment, the Vulture Motorsport, and still really close in our GT classes at the moment. I think, as you see there, just in front of them, I think they're coming up to try and lap one of the Fisher Motorsport cars, I believe. So, unfortunately for that 84 car, they had a great start, and then technical issues struck, but they're still out there going, and it's not all lost. Obviously, with the Corsins and also the waiver rounds, they could possibly get back into it.
And while this is all going on for GT Pro, the battle for 2nd opening up as there goes World of Sim Racing team into North Sim Racing. Rampazzo is going to fire down the inside and bump Quintana down to the number 3 spot. Now can WOSR try to come back at North Sim Racing? They're going to try for it down to turn 1, makes the look, decides not to commit. And the 69 car has got 2nd away in GT Pro.
Absolutely, riding on board as we head down into turn 2, and that was a good move through Sunset Bend, and managed to get the position, and I think maybe wanting to try and gain some track position and gain some positions as well before the first round of pit stops. But as we look back at LMP2, LMP2 heading through the GT traffic as well, and as you see there, they're flashing the lights trying to get by, so not wanting to lose too much time, but that's the thing as well, Nolan. GT cars do not have to move off the line. They are entitled to stay on the line. It's the faster class responsibility to get by safely.
That was a point that was brought up in the drivers' meeting. The VSCA heads are really working to hammer it in every single chance they get, right? No class has any more entitlement to a line than another. It is equal rights for all the classes. It is up to both to try and facilitate a clean pass. For example, yes, the GT car is allowed to still run their lines, but at the same time, if an LMP car is alongside, it's probably not worth trying to fight them through the middle of a corner, like we see the MSP car doing here. He's just going to back out and let both of them take that spot. That is exactly what they mean by both classes of equal rights. See, they respected the MSP car's line by making that little look to the inside, but not committing until it was clear that that car was going to give them room to make it work.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's better as a GT car if you see two prototypes coming up behind you. If they're going to go for the move, it's always better to not move offline as such, but leave them just a little bit of room so you don't end up having an incident. But I'm just looking at the Vice Motorsport LP2 car. I'm sure I saw the front end of their cars, a slight bit of damage. But we've got a move going on in GTP with the DS Racing, and it looks like that was a bit close for comfort.
Yeah, it looked like one car got caught up on the curb there. That may have been Selena Ward that dropped down a spot. Let's take a look back, and oh yeah, look at that. Selena Ward got crossed up there. Well, let's ride on board. Ward locked up, getting into the corner, and she went right into the side of the DS Racing Esports GTP.
Yeah, I wonder if the Ward just braked slightly too hard, and they just locked the car up slightly, and they lost the rear. But still going, and no damage, still going as well. Not too far off this battle in front of them with Pedersen and Mora in front. So still in touch, and I think maybe she was just pushing a little bit too hard as well, just braking too hard and locked the rears and just lost it. Maybe just slightly too much brake bias on the rear, so maybe a slight adjustment of that, put some brake bias on the front. But she's managing to catch back up to Pedersen in front of her, so still in this battle for fourth place.
Or ninth, and LMP2 is still tight. And you are correct, that back end of the front end of the Vice Motorsports car, right on the right front, it is bent up a little bit. Look right there, you saw just how that car was positioned, and looking like, in fact, Tri-State Racing is going to let VRG Sport through, or sorry, other way around, VRG is going to let Tri-State through. I wonder if potentially he got a slowdown from running a bit too wide. He did take a lot of curbing out of that middle sector there.
Yeah, it's quite possible. I mean, some places it is easy to get a slowdown around this track. Some people probably think it doesn't. You probably don't get a slowdown around here, but some parts of the track you do. Especially that sector, that twisty sector before the back straight. But as we look back at our GT class at the moment, GT Pro, I should say, with the Kinetic Energy and the Race for Cat Motorsport and RPM Racing and First Motorsport in this battle as well. So plenty going on at the moment.
This is the battle for fourth as Race for Cat trying to keep Kinetic at bay. Kinetic looking for the left side, dodging inside of turn 3, and just makes the move stick. That was a beautiful overtake as Vincent Lherbier gets to the inside of Alex Herrera and put that number 67 car up to the fourth position. Next stop, World of Sim Racing, who is a good 4 seconds or so up the road, but they'll have to drive away from Race for Cat behind. And Race for Cat wants to try to make a look, but they might be caught off guard as here comes RPM Racing diving to the inside. And Race for Cat going to be losing 2 positions in the span of 1 corner. They make a little bit of contact, and the 911 RPM car really looking to go for the squeeze. Contact again. The GT Pro field, they're not afraid to make door-to-door contact in these races, are they?
Yeah, I was about to say, is it just me, or are they getting a bit, considering it's a 12-hour race, we're still pretty much coming up to, well, we're still in the early stages anyway. Most of these drivers are not afraid to do a bit of door banging, and I think it's pretty much similar to a real-life race, and was it GTD Pro, where the drivers are not afraid to basically bang doors.
Pretty much, right? I mean, it's it's getting up there in terms of the car contact. And again, while all this is going on, the battle for second is picking up as well as Fisher Motorsports starting to lose more time to stop and go. And they're going to be caught out by their own sister team. Oh, look out as stop and go, I think, got into the Fisher Motorsports Porsche there. You saw a flash of the headlights, and I don't think the 84 car was terribly happy with that. And that will facilitate a pass just behind for MSP, getting by DS Racing Esports team for fourth as they make that drag race all the way down the long Omen Straight. And while just behind, again, another battle picking up between the Porsche and the Cadillac. This one for sixth.
Indeed, as they head through Sunset Bend, and they're coming up to GT traffic yet again. And Pedersen is up into fourth place in GTP now with the MSP car as they come across the line. In this battle right here, we may have a change of position heading into turn one, but traffic coming up ahead, and I thought it was going to be contact there, but the action's starting to spice up yet again. And there's a bit of contact. No. Oh, can he keep up the wall? Oh, great avoidance. Barely. Oh, that was fantastic avoidance. How he kept out of the wall is I'm gobsmacked.
And then, as well as that, now you've got the fight on for fifth place, as well as GSC Esports trying to keep Rise Band behind, and they're in fact going to come to pit road. So we got pit stops underway here in this one. First green flag stops, the first pit stops overall from the 12 hours of Sebring. And we'll look back what happened to Eduardo Tualdo here, as this is the Bravo Stowe Shatton car. This is a completely separate incident down at Sunset Bend. Just got out on the racetrack as well, and losing the back end, and that's going to be a big hit. That's a much more fiercer impact into the wall, and will that be a day over, or are they going to try to get it back rolling again?
I think, just judging by the smoke coming from the engine, I think that could be day done. Or if they can get going again, that'll be a long pit stop. That wouldn't surprise me if that was something like maybe 30 or 40 minutes.
Three different LMP2 cars are into the pits. Scours as Racing making their way out of pit road. GC Racing Esports and Tri-State Racing are both in as well. Battles on for fifth as Selena Ward trying to fend off Rui Souza, looking for the outside, going three wide with lap traffic. The Cadillac blitzing past with the top end charge and just manages to make the pass at the Sunset Bend, but only just. Now the question is, can they run down the MSP car of Nicholas Peterson just up the road?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because Peterson's managed to pull away with both of them scrapping behind, and as they come through turn one now, I think every time Ward keeps getting close, she just can't make a move. And I thought it was going to be a bit of contact there. That was a bit of a tight squeeze by Souza on the GT car, but Ward, every time she keeps getting close and getting a run, that Cadillac just seems to have that better punch, better straight line speed going.
Sure does. It's an interesting sight to see indeed, as we continue to see these drivers lunge up and around. More and more LMP2 traffic's into pit road as Tri-State, FRS, Gowan, Rising Panda, and DS Racing are all into pit road. One of the GTPs in as well. Texas Speed Sim is in. So the top half of your LMP2 field is in for his pit stops, and I think we could expect to see the rest of the guys in before too long as well. Here's the battle for the GT Pro Race lead. It's getting tight as Vitor Miranda trying to make a run for the lead. North Sim Racing looking to gun it as well down the inside at Tower Turn. Oh, and more contact again.
Yeah, more door-to-door contact, and the Digital Spirit car not really happy about that, and that was a bit of a forceful move, but thankfully both of them managed to get away with it. But just GT Pro Class battle, no one in the early stages is still, considering it's still the early stages, these drivers are not afraid to have a bit of contact, and they're not afraid, if it comes to it, they'll lose a door mirror.
Most of the LMP2 field working their way out of pit road. Looking like Bart Machicha, a new driver in for Tri-State Racing, the 123, will be your race leader currently in LMP2 after first round of pit stops is complete. The second place runner, Patrick Rawl for Fisher Motorsports, just went off the track. You saw him rejoining down at turn 3, now going around through Big Bend and setting himself up for the hairpin here. Looking like that hasn't costed him too much, down to 0.3 of a second, but will be able to hang on into the next braking zone.
Indeed, and Raw under pressure from Sorensen, and it looks like I was going to say it looked like Pedersen caught up to us for the this battle as well. But it looks like at the moment it's a GTP's not it's split up slightly, but not completely. But there's still plenty of close races going on at the moment, and I've been keeping an eye on the GTM as well. The battle for eighth and ninth place at the moment is still really close. And as you see there, basically 3 cars in the same picture for the 8th and ninth place battle. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the Screech and Moose Motorsports car of Forrester. He's up into 5th place now, so that's an amazing recovery by that team, considering they were basically sideways in turn 1.
It's been an incredible drive, recovery drive from Screeching Moose Motorsports. They have, again, fought their way up to the number 5 position, and they are now only 2 seconds off of the podium as well, and only about 0.6 of a second, now half a second off of Ultra Motorsports just in front of them for 4th. I told you, I mean, this SMM car, if they could get back into the rhythm, they could very easily find themselves back up into big contention, and I expect big things for them for the end of this race. Battle's on for 5th in LMP2. Rising Panda trying to fend off GC Racing Esports. GSC round the outside of turn 1. Into the car, looking to take it into the top 5.
Yeah, it looks like you might get the move done. Managed to get the move done on the outside, so a fantastic move there. Managed to hold. You probably think you can't hold it on the outside, but if you can get a good run and keep it on the outside, keep it side by side, and they pick up some grip, you can get a good run on the outside there. And yeah, he managed to get the move done. It looks like the MSP GTP car trying to come through there to lap them. But looking at the battle for 4th place between Vulture Motorsports and Streets and Moose Motorsports, Forrester again is absolutely on a charge, so he is wasting no time in getting back through this GTM field. And yeah, this team's had a great start to the season, and I think at the moment they're showing why they've had a great start to the season and why they've been on such a great run of form.
They didn't have a good start to this race, but they have already bounced back less than an hour after being turned on the first lap in the very first corner. Right now, Philip Forrester is absolutely hightailing it away from this field. He is going to Ultra Motorsports crew for the number 4 spot. Now 2 seconds up the road to off of the SS Racing, and we're going to be seeing Forrester back onto a podium.
Indeed. You're just about to come up on lap. The Fisher Motorsport car had technical issues in the early stages, so that 84 car for them, if I was one of the drivers, I'd feel really frustrated. But it looks like the sister car in GTP with Raw at the wheel is into the pits to make their first pit stop of the race.
GTP pit stops are coming on up, and that of course means that pit stops for the GT classes are not going to be too far away either as we check in on the battle for 5th. This is between, really for 6th. It's between RPM Racing, Fisher Motorsports, and GC Racing Esports. Race for Cat is in 5th place, but is right now 1.2 seconds up the road. But the battle for 6th is certainly on as RPM, Fisher, and GSC all packed up, line astern, in a big train down the Ullman Straight.
Indeed, as you see that shot there coming down the back straight into Sunset Bend, and this is the thing as well, no. And I was going to bring on to a question with regards to the pit stops for the GT cars. If you're stuck in a battle such as this, for example, in GTM, with if you're this team, Fisher Motorsport, for example, is it maybe worth pitting maybe 1 or 2 laps early to try and get an undercut?
I don't even know, right? I mean, it's early to be trying to make a big pit call like that. What I would honestly recommend doing, and what I'd probably be doing, I'd just run the tank empty and see where it goes. Maybe you find some extra long run pace late in the game, and then you can try to fight it back later on down the line. But right now, I don't think it is entirely worth it for these drivers to try to make such a critical call so early into a race. We're less than an hour in. There's plenty of time for pit strategy down the line.
Absolutely. More GTP cars coming into the pits for the pit stop. I think I have to agree with you, Don. I think it's maybe a bit early it's probably early at this stage of the race to make a call with regards to trying an undercut. If it was maybe under a safety car, if we were under a safety car before the first set of GT pit stops, maybe I would have said it's maybe worth trying it. But if it's under green flag running, I think if you did try that, you're just going to lose some time by doing that. But I think if this first stint anyway, I think it's worth just running the tank dry, go as long as possible, and just basically see where you end up. But as we look at the battle in GTR at the moment, or GT Pro, sorry, going on between the DS Racing esports team and World of Sim Racing at the moment, and I think just behind this battle as well, not too far away, you've got the leader of GTM coming up as well, and the Fussa Motorsport GTP car coming up to lap the GT traffic as well.
Vito Miranda trying to keep Andres Quintana behind as they continue to scrap it out for second and third on the racetrack. A quarter of a second sit between the two of them. And Fisher Motorsport's going to blitz through, and WSR making room in the BMW, but that does mean they sacrifice quite a bit of straight line speed in that car. Will not get the drive that it needed to make a pass down into turn one, and no room into turn two either. You got another Cadillac coming up on you as well. This is the difficult part when you're in this GT traffic. How much time are you willing to give up in a battle for position when you know you're probably the quicker car?
Yeah, absolutely. They've got some GTP traffic coming through as well, and yeah, as we've got about pretty much 8 minutes left before we hit the first hour of the race, and I have to say, it's absolutely flew by, and it's been fantastic race in each class as well, and obviously we've still got a long way to go, but especially in GT Pro, there's been plenty of action, and drivers not afraid to get their elbows out. As if we've got another GTP pit stop happening as we speak, and a couple of GTP cars behind coming in.
Yeah, a few GTP cars coming in fact. So we've got Sorensen, Ward, Penn, and then Robert Kunis coming in as well. So the top 4 in GTP are all into pit road. That will put the WSR Cadillac of Alvaro Martinez out into the overall race lead. Of course, he will look to cycle through before too long. And looking like a driver change there. Christoph Koeniger jumping into the machine for Team Hardcore.
Yeah, I'm surprised we've seen a driver change already, but obviously you never know. Some teams might be running just 2 drivers. So I think if you're running 2 drivers, it does make sense to make a driver change to maybe stick a fresh driver in, basically. But also it could be a comfort thing as well. Maybe some drivers are not comfortable with doing a double stint. Maybe they want to just do a single stint and kind of just maybe pace themselves, basically just make sure they're fresh for, or maybe also as well, we've not factored into it. Someone's had an issue in turn 1.
One car apparently off at turn 1, trying to get a beat on who that may have been. Not able to see who it was. What do you got for me, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm not sure who it was. I just kind of caught a glimpse of it when I was watching the battle. It looked like I think it was just in the pit exit, maybe cold tires. But I was talking about some teams maybe just single stinting drivers at this early stage of the race, and also with this, if you've got just 2 drivers, you've got to factor in the maximum drive time.
Found who it was, and good old video loop back on YouTube doing me a favor here. Selena Ward spinning it right out of pit road. What a save for the number 19.
She done a great job not to get collected as well, but I fear Nolan that could end up being a drive-through, because she did spin on it before the pit exit line.
We'll see what will happen to Selena Ward as we check in on the battle for 7th and 8th. And going back to our driver discussion and why we could see a driver swap so early, we saw this at Daytona as well. And Austin and I were, theorizing with the point that perhaps what a lot of teams like to do, they like to get a driver that's much more comfortable in really heavy traffic early on to fight them through the first hour or so, that until the field spreads out around the whole racetrack. Then they get their pace setter into the car, the driver that is really good at just turning lap after laps really, really consistently. And that is what allows for these drivers and these teams to be able to build up these huge gaps that we can sometimes see in endurance races.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was like with the 44 Fisher Motorsport car, GT Pros diving into the pits for their pit stop. So yeah, that's a good point as well. I completely forgot about that. some teams might want to get their quick driver in as quickly as possible, or basically as soon as possible, and then basically kind of just keep up the pace and try and maybe get back to the front in class or gain positions in class. But yeah, it's always interests me in these sort of races, knowing that what sort of strategies that some of these teams will use.
It's always fascinating to watch the various strategies pan out over such a long race, especially when you start to look into just how extensive this race can be further on into the game, right? And I mean, for races that don't have a safety car, it tends to be very run-of-the-mill half the time. It's very just, you pick your strategy and you just commit to that all race long. These safety cars that we have, though, in these races, they can really throw wrenches into the works, and that's part of why I like these VSCA races so much. It makes it far more compelling. Let's be real. If you didn't have safety cars to break up the action at Daytona, that race would not have been nearly as thrilling as it was.
Yeah, indeed. It looks like another GTP into the pits to make the pit stop. It looks like it's the World of Sim Racing car. But as we look at the Grizzly Motorsports and Trending Paints Racing, close together on the track, headed through Sunset Bend, and Grizzly Motorsports, another name that I recognise from other leagues as well. They currently having a good run in GTP, up into 6th place. You know, it's like we've got more action going on heading into the hairpin. In LMP2, it looks like one of the LMP2 runners spins around in the hairpin, and I get up another two of them spin at the same time. So a bit of synchronized spinning there.
Yeah, just a little bit. That's an interesting one. As Luca Harmony was the first driver to spin it around up the road, they both just dropped it on the brakes, and that GTM Mercedes had a bit of a awkward moment. It was like, oh, hi, you're here now.
Yep, I've done that mistake many times in the hairpin as well during races. I've seen the cars spin in front of me, and I've spun in reaction. But GTP, we've still got this battle going on between Penn and Ward at the moment. So yeah, plenty of action going on as well. But after the pit stops on, it's spread out. It seems to have spread out a lot more now. So it's one of those things in the first stint that it probably takes the whole of the first stint to get into it, and everyone after that just seems to settle down.
Most of the field has broken apart. We've only got 2 real battles on the racetrack, and one of them is this fight for 6th and 7th, and the other one is for 9th and 10th, both in GTP. Everyone else is broken apart by just about a second overall from the entire duration of this field, which makes it a race now that is all down to strategy. Seeing who can capitalize on those strategies the most. Right now, we're still waiting on a good chunk, though, of your GT Pro and Am traffic to come down into pit road. About 22nd through 35th overall is yet to stop, so 13 more cars were road. Here's Composite Performance trying to get around World of Sim Racing team. It's Patrick Vogel with that earlier crash has fought his way back up into 9th.
So this team's still in it at the moment, but as the World of Sim Racing GTP team tries to fight back as well, so but can't get the move done. So yeah, it's been a good recovery so far by Fogel, considering he had that issue with losing the rear wing. But surprisingly, well, not surprisingly really, but they're still on the lead lap considering that issue. So a good recovery from Fogel and that composite team at the moment, as the GT pit stops are starting to take place.
About half the GT Pro / Anfield has already come down into pit road. This is everyone else, mostly GT Pros, and then a few GTM stragglers as well that are all coming down and into the lanes. Ryan Kaprowski for Digital Chicane remains in the race lead for now, as a driver swap there for Race for Cat Motorsports. Juan Guerrero got a 23 Porsche 911, so we'll see what Guerrero can do with exactly 11 hours left on the clock. We are 1 hour down at 1/12 of the way through what is going to be a very long endurance race.
Indeed, and this battle between Penn and Ward is still close heading up to Sunset Bend. Can Ward try and get the move done heading into Sunset Bend? She's not close enough, but we know how stable that Porsche can be on corner exits. It looks like they've got one of the Fisher Motorsport Porsches right in front of them, just getting held up ever so slightly, but Penn manages to get by without any issues, and I thought Ward would have took that as an opportunity to try and make a move, as they've got another GT car heading back onto the track, and again Ward just gets held up slightly, so she's not having the best of luck in traffic.
And the battle for second in LMP2 has started to pick up as Scours Hesses Racing has been losing quite a bit of time to FRS Simsports as well. So Christoph Gergely-Bakos going to be really trying to pressure Jory Mason now down towards the final corner, and almost thought they'd come together there as FRS taking a really shallow line there on corner entry. Look at how much that costs them on corner exit, right? I mean, they gained a lot on entry, but I don't think that was worth it considering how much they lost immediately after on the exit.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, they're still close as they head through turn 1. So, yeah, it looks like they've managed to pull away from the rest of the LMP2 pack as the other GT Pro cars and other GTM cars dive into the pits.
I think the 992 car there of Vito Miranda may have just struck the pit wall trying to get into the box. Now, Bruno Carrera will be jumping in. I want to get right on board, though, with Vitor Miranda here and see, did she actually hit this wall? This is on board with the door. Oh, she did, just a little bit.
That was just a slight graze by the looks of it, but
yeah.
might have just got away with that.
Just barely. Not enough to knock the mirror off, so I guess that's a good sign. Got to be careful for that, though. Those walls can catch you. So the pack's starting to work its way back out onto the racetrack. As we will keep on keeping on. By the way, that incident with Selena Ward, looks like there was no penalty awarded for that. I haven't seen her come back down to pit road yet, so I guess she did make it out in time as Patrick Vogel picks Soft Koeniger for 8th, so Composite Performance back to the number 8 spot. Just off the road, Grizzly Motorsports trying to keep Trading Paints at bay. And they've caught one of the MSP Mercedes as well. And how about that? Selena Ward using the Mercedes AMG as a pick and is able to battle through. What an absolutely fantastic lunge there. Tell you what, that was a good overtake there from Selena Ward. That's how you use lap traffic to your advantage.
I was going to say that was good opportunistic driving by Ward there. She took the opportunity, or she saw the opportunity, she took it, and they gained the position up into 6th place now. So great driving by her, and she slowly put away from a Penn behind her. So yep, it looks like she's got the pace at the moment, and maybe basically just trying to push as much as possible and try and build a bit of a gap. But back up at the front in the GTP, we've still got the battle for the lead between the DeMay and the Hall and the number 4 Fisher Motorsport GTP car. So yeah, the top 2 at GTP have closed away from pretty much the rest of the GTP field at the moment.
Still nice and tight together, though, as Patrick Rall has been keeping DeMay honest, has not let him get away in the slightest. So DeMay could very well find himself in a bit of trouble here further down the line if this keeps up the way I think it may very well might, as we look back to Van Mepellen and De Boer scrapping for 5th in your GT Pro category. It's a battle that's been steadily closing in over the last several laps, and now back to within a third of a second.
Indeed, and this GT Pro battle heading into turn 17, and the 44 Fisher Motorsport car are currently 5th with RPM Racing behind in 6th and Kinetic Racing in 7th, all in the same shot there as they come across the line. And it looks like it's just a matter of time before this RPM Racing Porsche gets by. But as we head down to turn 17, we've got 3 wide into the final corner. That was a bit of a scary moment, but yeah, still side by side, and still side by side on the exit, and the SCO WRSS's racing keeps a hold of 2nd place for the moment, but I don't think it's too long before this position will change.
That was a little bit hairy coming through the Le Mans corner and down onto the straightaway. You take a ride on board, and they did make contact down the straight as they caught the VRG Sport Machine. You saw them just get into each other.
Yeah, we just thought it was the GT Pro cars that were starting to do a bit of door banging, but the LMP2 cars as well. They're a bit more. They're not as forgiving known. So if you if you do a bit of door banging with the LMP2 cars and get it slightly wrong, you can get major damage.
A tight run there for a few of these drivers as the battle for second will continue on in your LMP2 field. Less than 11 hours on the clock, and still no signs of rain just yet, although you can see, right, those dark clouds on the horizon starting to get ever closer. It's more or less fine here, but I mean, all those dark clouds now, they can actually hold rain in them, so it's always going to be a concern when you see a bit of a darker spew on the horizon. Like right there, look at it, all that gray right over the horizon. You wonder how much of those clouds could bring rain deeper in the race. The wind is expected to change in this race as well, and increase as well. It was looking at about 6 miles an hour to the northwest. Within about 3-4 hours here, it'll be up by about 4 miles an hour and blowing off to the east as well. So a lot of these clouds that we see on the horizon could be blown right over the circuit.
And that's a thing that most of these teams will be keeping an eye on as well. But especially people that are spotted as well. They'll be keeping an eye on the weather and updating the drivers with regards to the rain, and also the rain as well. At the moment, it looks like there's a good chance it might not rain for any of the race, but they never say never. And they also wind direction as well as a big influence. So if those skies start getting darker and darker, the chances of rain will start increasing.
No kidding. I mean, going back to an anecdote from when I was doing marshalling at the local track, I've had cases where it'll be completely sunny. All of a sudden, the cloud will roll over, open up, and we'll lose the whole track within about a minute. Weather is absolutely crazy, and it is the one thing that there's no defense against, and it is the one thing that you should never underestimate, because it will find a way to catch you out.
Indeed, as the battle for fifth place in GT Pro is still close at the moment as well. First in Motorsport and RPM and Kinetic with as well. I've closed right up onto the back of this battle as well, and right behind this battle for fifth place as well, you've got a door in the 21 car as well, closer onto this battle. So a 4-car battle just about to happen, I think, as the LMP2 traffic is coming through as well, and heading onto the back straight, and it might break it up slightly.
Still watching this battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th in your GT Pro field as Patrick Doer tried to have the inside of Vincent Olivier there through Sunset Bend, and again, just faltered a little bit more, was not decisive enough on getting on the brakes for the final corner. Do you think the Audi there is saving a bit of fuel behind the Porsche? Because, I mean, with the looks we've been making, you'd think he was going for a position, but he hasn't been making a lot of the moves where you'd think he would have the opportunity to make them. Well, I guess that's that goes down the inside.
I was going to say, I think I was just waiting.
Oh!
And I flashed the lights from a Herbier. Not happy with that. Yeah, not happy with that move there. And I was about to say that Audi looked like he was waiting behind to save a bit of fuel, but that was a bit. I thought I was going to end up in a bit of a bigger contact.
I mean, he just didn't leave any room. I mean, he just turned in like he wasn't even there. Surely didn't think he was clear, right? A spotter would have called that.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he never left more room, because obviously you've got, depending on what spotter you use, you've got the iRace and the iRace spotter, but also you've got the Blue Chief as well. So yeah, that was a bit. Even if he did have a spotter, that's a bit of a naughty. Say it again. A bit of a naughty move.
The battle for the LMP2 second place is starting to pick up as well. We saw them already come to blows once, and now Mason trying to make a lunge here to try to see if he can keep Backos behind. FRS was to the inside, and the fight's on for second. And that's a fierce move, punches him out to the left. Scours S Racing maintaining their momentum down on the left side of the racetrack. FRS to the right. They're going to lap one of the MSP Mercedes and then jam it on the brakes. Mason hangs on.
Yeah, fantastic driving by Mason to hold on to that there. That was he wasn't taking no for an answer, that's for sure. As they try and get back. Oh, I thought I was going to be contacted with the GT car there. That was that was a bit risky there, trying to go for a move in that corner.
Yeah, no kidding. There's been a lot of risky moves being made over this last green flag run since we went green about an hour ago. And I can tell you right now, it's not going to get any less intense as the race goes along, right? I mean, these guys have shown before, they don't know the meaning of the word settle down. So I am fully expecting for us to get a lot more action before this race is over yet.
Indeed, is heading up to the hairpin. We've got the butt. Not sure where you're going, mate.
That was Paul Romaninski for Dangler Performance. This is the car that had to start from pit road. Oh, side swipe by an LMP2. Good job to keep it out of the wall. That was some fine driving.
Yeah, I was going to say that wall was coming up towards him very, very fast, and yeah, I'm not. I think that's a bit. I think I would. I don't know who I would put the blame on for that one, but I think Paul was just tracking out there ever so slightly and just maybe just never realised that the LMP2 car was coming through there.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, the Tri-State Racing car wasn't battling with anybody. He could have lifted and tried to wait until the open straight. He didn't choose to, so I put that one on the LMP2, but no harm, no foul. The car kept it out of the wall. We'll look back up to a huge gaggle of lap traffic, and this has got the GSE Audi and RPM Racing in the mix with LMP2 and GTP traffic and GTM traffic. All four classes on screen at one point. And looking like this time GSC gets through.
Yep, I was like, up the inside and got the move done. And they've got more GTP traffic. One of the MSP cars coming through, the GTP car with the Peterson at the wheel. And still plenty of fantastic racing going on as well, especially in GT Pro. And it looks like the GT Pro cars are trying to get by a GTM car.
Indeed he is, as Vincent Libby are trying to look to the inside, and he will overtake the digital chicane machine of Kyle Lowe. Now Lowe right there in that machine, this is his series debut in that number 93 car, filling in for the 12 hours of Sebring, and currently leading the race as well in GTM as well. So this 93 car showing that it still has the paces to make some good battles up throughout the course of this race. And here we go again, now for third in LMP2 is Gowan Racing trying to battle onto a podium for the first time all day long and really pinching in FRS mid-corner.
Yep, and I think Gowan Racing have got to be careful here because obviously they're leading the championship in LMP2 and they've got to think of that as well. They've got to think of the long game as well.
It's very, very enticing, right, to be able to try to go for the hat trick, but at the same time, like you said, you're leading the championship in LMP2 by over 100 points. I would want to preserve that lead. If preserving that lead means finishing in third, I'll take that any day of the week, right? You're still hanging on to a monumental points lead. You might lose a little bit, but you're going to lose a lot less than if you end up crashing out of the race trying to battle your way to a third straight win. But again, still early. 10 hours, 45 minutes to go. That Gowan Racing car could very well find itself on the top step before this night is over.
Absolutely, and I think, I agree with you. I would definitely take third place or a top three finish anyway, and I'd rather take the points rather than do something risky and ruining the team's race.
So the battle for LMP2 for the third position starting to slip back a bit more. Here you see Vulture Motorsports trying to keep Texas Speed Sim Racing behind. Now that is a GTM and a GT Pro, but they are battling for overall position. So that is 5th and 9th in GTM and Pro respectively, but they are on track fighting for 35th overall. So that's a bit of an interesting little fight to see starting to develop between two different classes, I guess you could say. Meanwhile, Fisher Motorsports trying to keep GSC Racing Esports behind. So the Porsche once again going up against the Audi. Right now, I think that Audi has got a lot of hidden speed that we haven't really seen in these first two races.
Yeah, I was going to say I've noticed that the Audi's not really been up there that much. Well, from what I've seen anyway, in the iRacing and special events, it's not really been up there. But it's good to see that. Good to see it up here in the GT Pro class and the VSCA 12 hours of Sebring at the moment. And yeah, this team's been having a quiet race, but they're slowly getting through the field, and they're right behind the 44 Fisher Motorsport Porsche and as well, just kind of just going about their business.
Of course, this is the lone Audi in the field as well, only one, and it is the number 21 car that has been making some paces over the last little while. Rui Souza has had an incident somewhere on the racetrack. Take a look back, and this is approaching Sunset Bend for the DS Racing Esports Team Cadillac. Into hot, clips a Ferrari, and he's going to spin around. Trading paints goes evasive. And Selena Ward just barely able to make up that ground. We'll ride on board with Ward.
Indeed, riding on board with Ward headed into turn 17, and she's going to come round the final corner and probably see a car right sideways. Oh, good avoidance there by her, and she's done a great job avoiding that.
Fantastic job for Selena Ward to get around that wreck. Will allow us to jump back up to this battle here for 5th in your GT Pro field, which is still within 0.3 of a second. And another battle where tracking is for 2nd in GTM, as Screechy Moose Motorsports' Philip Forster has caught Matthew Orvech just up the road in the digital chicane number 80. So right now, digital chicane running 1-2, but Screechy Moose Motorsports looking to disrupt the run. He tries to send one in to Tower Turn. Collier, sorry.
Indeed, as it look at the battle with the GTM as well, 2nd place as well. Screechy Moose Motorsports, they've done a great job to get back up into the top 3, and yeah, I think it's a question as well though on getting back into the top 3. What do you do now? Do you play a conservative game, just be sensible, or do you try and gain more positions and try and get back up to the front as possible, if possible?
I would say be a bit more conservative. You have a long way to go. You know you have the pace to be at the front. Take your time. You'll get there in the end. This isn't a sprint. It is very much a marathon right now. So Screechy Moose Motorsports, they have the luxury of time on their side. They can buy that time. They know they are almost certainly going to get another safety car yet before this race comes to a close. The odds just dictate there will be at least one more. So they will get that opportunity to catch up to Lowe. And even then, they're not that far behind, right? We're talking 2.5 seconds off of the race leaders. That is an easily surmountable gap.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I would rather be. I think at this point you play a conservative game, and you do some fuel saving, and just, if you can, try and do fuel saving, and maybe try and stretch out that stint maybe 1 or 2 laps longer. As it looks like we've got one of LMP2 runners into the pits. Masson coming into the pits from 4th place. So it looks like I'm not sure, Nolan. I think this is a bit early.
Well, remember the LMP2 cars, even at Daytona, they were pitting quite a few laps ahead of everybody else. The fuel tanks are just inherently small in these cars. Kyle Granger hops into the car for Scours SS Racing. A lot of these cars pitted on laps 21 to 22. GTPs pitted on 25 to 27. The GT cars didn't stop from lap 28 all the way until somewhat as far as lap 33. So these cars are expected to be pitting quite a little bit earlier. I think this is a scheduled pit stop, and we'll see in just a few minutes' time if other drivers come into the pit road. Well, speaking of the devil, Composite Performance just hit the lane as well.
Absolutely. So I think I would not be surprised if this team makes a driver change, because obviously Fogel's done a double stint, but it wouldn't surprise me if they try and maybe do a double, not a double, do a triple stint. But we'll wait and see what happens. If the car disappears, that'll be a driver change, and it looks like at the moment it might just be fuel and tyre. Yep, it's a driver change as I thought. So a double stint for Fogel, and Parker takes over.
Andrew Parker hops into the race car as he will be up and in. So Parker will continue on his merry way. We'll check back in on the battle for second as Orvech still close to the back bumper. Well, trying to drive away from the front bumper of Screeching Moose Motorsports. And Daniel Avery. Oh, that's a bad place to be stopped right in Sunset Bend as kind of has to Austin Powers that car around. That is about as good as that could have gone, though, making sure that he was fully out of the way. This is on board in the run to Sunset Bend. No one behind him, loses it on his own.
And it's such an easy mistake to make in that corner, because as he nudges the wall for good measure, but it's such an easy mistake to make because on the edge of the corner, when you're braking and turning at the same time, there's a bump in the middle of the corner, and that can unsettle the car.
A few more cars in the pit road. Among them is Kyle Burney for the Mayor Simspeed Performance Mercedes-AMG GT3 for GTM, and he will be coming out of the car. Will Robertson, the Canadian, will be jumping in to that machine. So a driver change for the 33, and we're seeing a lot of these teams now starting to go for the driver changes, particularly everybody that double stinted that first run. We're going to be seeing an almost all new roster for the first time all race long.
Indeed, there's more and more teams making driver swaps as well. So I wonder if any teams, Nolan and GTP or LMP2 at least, I wonder if any teams might try and triple stint one of their drivers, maybe try and save time on the basically save time on doing driver changes as well. But I think it basically comes down to also maybe the possibility of rain. Maybe some drivers in the team might feel comfortable driving in the rain. Maybe other drivers in a team might not feel as comfortable. So maybe they've got a strategy and plan, or a driver stint plan in mind for that as well.
You never know. It could go either way. More LMP2 traffic is into pit road, and Thomas Marcelino is going to be hopping into the car for Tri-State Racing. So the change for the LMP2 class leader. Bacos, will he go for a driver change as well, or will Pure Stockton? I think Stockton was already new into the car. Kyle Harkima will jump into the FRS Sim Sports machine. Pure Stockton will also switch out for Christian Kemprager again. So Kemprager back into the car. They've just switched to one driver every stint now. Herberly Telemark is going to be into the car as well for Texas Speed Sim Racing just behind. So the number 30 car getting a new driver into their machine as well. And all the while, you've still got drivers like Matthew Orvech trying to hang on against Philip Forrester with Screech Boost Motorsports. And Ryan Kaprowski has been waiting quite patiently to speak to us for a little while now. We've been so busy with all the action on the racetrack. So, I mean, you know what? We've got the battle up on screen, so we may as well get in touch with the driver that helps to drive that car, trying to keep Philip Forrester at bay. Ryan, it's been a race so far. It kind of walks through the strategy so far. Did that safety car less than 10 minutes in impact things at all?
Well, first off, thank you guys for having me. I definitely thought it was a little bit strange that had a safety car in 5 minutes, but ayo, you know, it is what it is. It's what they're going to do what they're going to do. I don't think it affected us too bad. Honestly, I think if it did anything, it just allowed us to extend our first stint a little bit, which, you know, might end up being a difference in the long run. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and find out.
So far, Digital Chicane has been running 1-2 for a good chunk. Hasn't been looking to change anytime soon. Is this going to be one of those tracks where we see that Ferrari come to life?
I mean, I'd certainly like to think so, but I mean, you can't discount the Mercedes at all. You know, as you can see, the battle with that Matt's having with Philip at the moment. I think honestly the cars are pretty balanced at the moment, but it'll be down to the drivers to see what they can do over the 12 hours for sure.
And of course, the big subject that was coming up into this race was, of course, weather. We see a bit of cloud cover starting to roll in before this race went up. I saw a 1% chance of rain around 1 p.m. in sim. Has that changed at all since then?
I honestly haven't looked at it in a little minute, but I don't think, you know, we've all done pretty extensive practice in the rain. So even if we do get a little bit of wet weather action, I don't think we'll be affected too bad. But then again, you know, since it is a new feature to iRacing, you know, there's always that little bit of uncertainty as to, oh, what's it actually going to be like? Because it's, you know, it's not like any other sim where it's just like a copy paste of, you know, oh, the track's just slippery here.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us up here, Ryan, and giving us these insights. Best of luck, as we'll see if you can keep up that 1-2 for Digital Chicane.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Ryan Kaprowski for the Digital Chicane crew currently, his machine that he is driving for currently leads the way, while his teammate trying to fend off these drivers just behind. Tell you what, it's an interesting race to see how this is all going to pan out. We did have a couple of incidents, by the way, while we were speaking to Kaprowski, and one of those being Paul Romaninski, all by himself, taking too much curb, and that sends the Mercedes off, and did a fine job, kept it out of the barriers, so good show for him. And then Mark DeBoer had this problem, colliding with the HAC class leader and spun off at turn 3. So we'll cut back to live pictures as the battle for second continues on. And the battle for the lead has picked up as well overall. HAC race. Oh, they're going to get turned.
Oh.
DeMay around, and that's going to let Patrick roll through. Fisher Motorsports is around, and DeMay hooked by a lap traffic. And that was the Ferrari, I think one of the Fusion Sim Sports Ferraris that just dumped DeMay out of the lead. And he goes from 0 to 0, now 9 seconds back and running third.
Yeah, so look at the replay, and it looks like they might have just, I don't know if they missed his braking point, or yeah, that was
Maybe
yeah,
both.
just that was a bit of yeah, missing your braking point, but carrying too much speed as well, and just being a bit too over optimistic with a move trying to lap a GT car. So Patrick Roll was pretty much just sitting there laughing, and he drove through to take the lead.
That was not an ideal moment to have happen, as FRS and Scours will remain in their battle for third now, in the LMP2 field. Check back in on GT Pro. J-Van Mapella for Fisher Motorsports and GAC Race Esports as Patrick Dover have been having a pretty good run of fit as things go along. So right now the battle for fifth still pretty tight in your GT Pro field. That Audi has not been letting Fisher Motorsports breathe at all.
Indeed, and they've not really been making any moves. They've just been sitting there happy to wait and sit behind and do a bit of fuel saving. So I think yeah, the 44 car, not the 44 car, the 21 car might have clipped the wall in the exit of turn 17 slightly.
Yeah, just had a little bit of a moment, but is able to get himself back sorted as you see Garrett Spence for the Tri-State Racing Group go off the circuit just for a brief moment at the tail of the shot. While everyone else remains packed up line astern, and the battle again closing as well for the GT AM class lead as Orvech has been running down his teammate Kyle Lowe, and he's taking Philip Forrester with him, so Digital Chicane's going to have to make a choice here sooner or later. Do they go for a position swap?
I was going to bring that into a question as well. What do you do if you're in charge of both cars? Do you ask both drivers or both teams to switch position and allow the quicker car to go through, and use this 93 car as use the slower car as a bit of a bottleneck to keep the pack behind while the other car pulls away?
it's a bit of a challenging situation, right? Because you've also got Philip Forrester for Screeching Moose Motorsports that's right behind him too. So you can't really go for position swap that would then involve that driver immediately losing second place. So if they do want to go for that position swap, they have got to be really confident that Orovich can drive away from Forrester. I haven't seen enough though to be convinced that he can get the job done and do that.
And that's the thing as well. If they're actually decided to just stay where they are and maintain position, this 80 car could be at an advantage because they're in that slipstream of the sister car and they're still saving fuel.
Hour and a half. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that it's one of those things. I think at the moment you stay where you are, stay in the position that you are. But I think it's a tough call. It's not a call that I would like to make as a team manager.
It's not a call that you like to make, but it might be a call that you have to make. So we'll see how this is going to all pan out as Lowe continues his strong run with the class lead at the moment. Orovich runs second, Forrester in third. Further up the road, Van Mapellen has again lost time to Doer, but the Audi has not been making any sort of moves, and I have to think that at this point that the Audi saving fuel behind Van Mapellen. That's the only thing that I can think of that would cause that car to be still situated behind the Porsche, considering how evenly he's been keeping up pace with the back bumper of him.
Indeed, and I think that just watching the body language as well, the Door doesn't seem too eager to make a move as well. But obviously, with the kinetic racing, the Porsche are not too far behind. I think at some point Door has to try and make a move.
Patrick Rawl will take the number 84 car into pit road for GTP. So your overall race leader is in just over an hour and a half deep into racing action from the VSCA Sports Car Championships. 12 hours of Sebring. He's going to make that duck into pit road. Are those purple headlights I see on that car?
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Is it just me or the headlights look purple?
If they actually are purple on the racetrack, that's going to be a really unique sight to see when the... Oh, okay, well, another driver hops in, and the headlights are white again, so it may have been a spec map issue that went a bit awry there.
But yep, they roll out of the car, and it looks like they've made a driver change. So it looks like this team, Thomas Martin has jumped in as well. So this team must be at the moment, I'm guessing, doing double stints with their drivers.
Sounds about right to me. That's what most other teams have been doing so far all race long. And they're going to continue to remain situated there for just a few more seconds. And now we will see Martin drive the car to the pit. So Martin onto the racetrack for the first time all night long. The driver out of Australia/New Zealand will take it to the track. He will drop down to 8th as a result. But again, most of the GTP field has yet to stop as well. Right now, Martin is ahead of all the other cars that have made a stop within the last 20 laps.
As the two digital chicane cars come up to the chicane now, come up to the hairpin.
Sort of.
My bad. But this is the thing now, Nolan. I think at some point you do have to make a change between these two team cars, but at the same time you don't want to lose too much time. And it looks like Screech and Moose are about to take that position possibly, because it looks like they've got a run. They're side by side, and it looks like Forrester might. It's not too long before Forrester takes a position.
Forrester trying to hang this one around the outside of Tower Turn. He had the inside for Collier. Oh, he's going to get into the 93. And they both are. They're both off. The second and third place runners in GTM come together. Forrester did that to himself, and he took Orovich with him. Well, that's giving Kyle Lowe all the breathing room he needs up the road. What a shame.
Yeah, I think Forrester was just being a bit too. I don't know. I need to see a replay from above as I say that. It's just a slight tag from Forrester. It maybe just unsettled the second team car, and it's just unfortunately caused the 80 car to get sideways, and Forrester was just trying to go by and mind his own business, and they just got tagged.
That's a big shame. They were having a very good race too, as far as things were going. And you take another look back, and just that little bit of a tip to the back end is all it takes, and then spins the 5-car around. That's the second incident they've gotten involved in, and that could hurt them later on in this race as well. Remember, because while they're down to 5th, that digital chicane car had to come into the pits. You saw just how. Like that front bumper was hanging on by maybe 1 or 2 connectors there. Oh, we got a big crash. One of the, I just saw one of the LMP2s pull into the pits. He had a lot of damage to the car. That was Guerrero. But it was Scours SS Racing that's had a big moment, and that was Kyle Granger. So something has happened. There's been a lot that's happened. All right, hold on. We'll look to Guerrero first. This is in Sunset Bend.
Yep, so it looks like Guerrero comes into Sunset Bend, and again he just loses at mid-corner.
Oh no, don't tell me. Don't tell me it's what I think is going to happen here. I mean, he's stuck. Oh, I think he's going to pull out in front of Scours here. Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Oh no. Oh, what? Yep, I would have to put the blame fully on the 23 Porsche there. That was just, that was just a bit of dopey driving.
And Scours cannot catch a break. Remember at Daytona about how many problems they had? They had that really huge technical issue. They flashed out, reappeared, having bounced off the inside wall, and then got slammed into clothesline one of the Fisher Motorsports GT Pros at over 150 miles an hour. So Scours crashed out at Daytona. They had a decent finish. They have the pace, but they may very well have just crashed out again from Sebring. It's not been a good season so far for the 048.
Yeah, it's not been the best of races for them. So yeah, it's quieting down at one point in this race, and then basically it's all started to mayhem started to erupt again. But at the moment, Fisher Motorsport with the number 4 car is currently 4th in GTP, and not too far behind them. They've got the 51 car of Martinez from World Sim Racing, just in the background there. But surely if you're the 23 Porsche, surely they would be using a relative box to check if any cars are coming. That was just not very good heads-up driving from them with regards to the rejoin.
Well, maybe they thought that the LMP2 car was going to cut back right, because they were pulled over almost all the way to the left side. They were almost, in their defense, playing devil's advocate, they were almost at the left side wall, so they may have thought they were just going to cut right. They were off the racing line when they made contact, but it was just a case of Scours just committed early into the corner to driving way wide around the left, and it was just the exact wrong place to go. It goes both ways. It's definitely on the Porsche at the end of the day for the rejoin, but it can. There's arguments to both sides at least.
But yeah, looking at the GSE Racing Esports car heading into 2017, still behind this Fisher Motorsport Porsche, and again just can't get by. And I think because they can't get by, I think this team here have pretty much decided to just maybe sit behind and do a bit of fuel saving, and it's not always a bad thing. I mean, if you can't get by, just sit behind, fuel save, and just see what happens in the pit stops and see how it works out. But yeah, it's been a quiet race for this team at the moment, and they've got a GTP coming up to lap them. But yeah, I think it's one of those things. If you can't get by, sit behind and just play the waiting game and see if the car in front of you makes a mistake.
Battles on as well for 8th in GTP as Pedro Espadina trying to get up to the back bumper of DS Racing Esports team, and then Alex Penn for Grizzly Motorsports. The one's on the hunt, having just come into pit road. So the battle for 8th will continue on as Espadina trying to keep Penn at bay. DS Racing Esports team and Grizzly Motorsports in a pretty sizable scrap right now. This is for 8th and 9th. Again, this is one of the last battles on the racetrack, save for that battle for 5th, where we know the Audi is saving fuel and is not going to be attempting to make any sort of overtake. Now, the big question is Grizzly Motorsports doing the same? Because again, I think this Porsche may have some of that pace to catch up to DS Racing, but do they actually want to go for the overtake, or do they want to opt to save a bit of extra fuel to go for these overcut strategies, make sure they are on constantly fresher tires that get a chunk of the rest of the pack? Of course, this GT Pro traffic won't help either.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. It's one of those things. If you can't get by, do you want to sit behind and fuel save, or do you want to get by as quickly as possible and maybe gain track position before the next round of pit stops? It's one of those things. It's a difficult thing to do, especially if you're stuck behind someone and you know you're faster. It can be frustrating sometimes when you're trying to get by someone. But sometimes, on the other hand, it's always better to sit behind and fuel save, because it means maybe at the pit stop you don't have to. You can maybe save maybe a couple of seconds in the pit stop and maybe jump someone that you're battling with.
Oh, we've got about 10 hours and 18 minutes to go, so we've got ourselves with a bit of free time here, and a long way yet. So let's take a rundown top to bottom of what your grid currently looks like. Oh, yeah, because, oh boy, we nearly had a wreck right there for 8th and 9th. But currently leading the way is going to be Team Hardcore. And just as we say that, they are into pit row. They'll be dropping back to the field. That will put your new race leaders to be Fisher Motorsports with Lone Sim Racing in 2nd. Stop and Go Racing for 3rd. HAC Racing is 4th. Made Sims Performance is in 5th. With Trading Paints Racing expected to move up to the 6th position. DS Racing currently runs in 8th of Grizzly Motorsports 9th. Combat Sim Performance, the last GTP on the lead lap, running in 10th, with Pedro Vargas down in 11th. In your GTP field. The last car running on the racetrack, and of course that number 50 car of Tewaldo crashed early on, and has so far been down and out of this race for a good long while. Ryan, you've got the LMP2s.
Yep, absolutely. As a LMP2 at the moment is currently being led by Tri-State Racing, and they're not too far behind them, about 6.3 seconds behind. You've got Gallon Racing, and then FRS Sim Sports round out the top 3. And then Rising Panda Racing in 4th. 5th place you've got GSE Esports Racing. And then 6th you've got Texas Speed Sim Racing. And then 5th Motorsport 7th. 8th place Tri-State Racing 3-1. And then 9th you've got Vice Motorsport LMP, and then VRG Sport in 10th. And then rounding out the field in 11th is the SCOWRS GT currently in 11th. And the last car that unfortunately that never made the grid due to not being allowed is the Majors Garage Fusion, the 777, and that's the field in LMP2.
GT Pro holds North Sim Racing currently in the lead by 8.5 seconds over Bruno Carrera for DS Racing Esports team. World of Sim Racing picks up 3rd and one of only 2 BMWs in the field. Fisher Motorsports, first of 2 GT Pro entries, runs in 4th with GC Racing Esports in 5th. Kinetic Racing is in 6th. RPM Racing is 7th. Texas Speed Sim Racing in 8th. Torque Free Racing is 9th. Fisher Motorsports is in 10th. Racercat Motorsports in pit road after a big crash rounds out the 11-car GT Pro field.
And then GTM, you've got Digital Chicane 93 leading the field at the moment, with Off in the S's Racing 2nd, and then Volta Motorsports in 3rd. And then 4th you've got Trading Paints Racing. And then 5th you've got Firestorm Motorsport, and then MMT Racing in 6th. And then 7th you've got Full Send Racing. Skeets and Moose Motorsports in 8th after being up in the top 3 until they had the unfortunate incident with the sister Digital Chicane's Ferrari. And then 9th you've got KC Racing with the sister Digital Chicane car, the 80 car in the pits in 10th. And then MSP 33 in the 11th. 12th is the MSP 34. And then 13th you've got Real Pixel Motorsport, and then Dangler Performance, and then Volta Motorsports Plus, and then Majors Garage Fusion. And then those 4 or 5 cars at the tail end of the field have either retired or had issues in the early stages of the race.
And of course, this broadcast to you this afternoon is brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. Only one safety car, 5 minutes into this race. We have a green flag racing ever since, with second round of pit stops coming up before too long. We're going to take a step back. You're watching the 12 Hours of Sebring on Green Flag TV. Well, you saw it on screen, the exchange in position for number 4 in your GT Pro field as Patrick Doer finally made the pass on Vincent Libier to make the run of the Fisher Motorsports machine. But back and show you how this pass was facilitated as Doer sized up the overtake here down to the tower turn, just dived hard on the brakes, went to the inside, and it was a very easy overtake, a very clean overtake, and put that Audi up to the number 4 spot. Just later that very same lap, the Fisher Motorsports car would be down into the pit road, and now Benjamin Fisher himself is in the car, making his way back out onto the racetrack.
Yep, I had a feeling it was just a matter of time before Dorr made that move because, yeah, I think he knew he probably had to, basically more pace and decided to get the move done before the next round of pit stops. And as you see right now, like you said, Roland, the man himself behind the team, Fisher Motorsport, Benjamin Fisher, has taken over the wheel and has jumped in for his first stint of the race.
Going to take a ride on board here with Vincent Lebier from Kinetic Racing once again as we work our way deeper and deeper into racing action here tonight. And again, you can see a bit more of that cloud cover started to fall over this racetrack. We mentioned at the top of the broadcast, right, that the winds were going to shift. Well, those winds have since shifted now. They are now blowing a bit more off towards the east and have increased in speed as well. As well as how we said at about 1 o'clock p.m., we were going to be seeing... that's when we were going to be seeing some chance of rain. It started at 1% and gradually looking to potentially increase. But right now, it is 12:45 in Sims. We're only about 30 minutes away from the first actual possibility of any chance of rain. With these clouds falling over the track, how likely do you think it is that we get rain, if not within the first half of the race, then at all?
I think the chances of rain are probably small. If we do get some rain, I can't see it. I can't see it being heavy rain. Maybe just some slight drops of rain, but nothing heavy. So it's one of those things. Although, what do you do if the rain does arrive? Even if it's not heavy rain, do you risk it and dive into the pits for dry tyres, or do you risk it and stay out in the dry tyres if it's just a slight drop of rain?
Well, that's why even when it is giving little drops of rain, you usually don't see drivers coming into the pits for tires immediately. Usually they stay out a little while because you never know, right? It could stop. We could see the rain come to a halt and the track dries up pretty quickly again, and you've just wasted not 1 but 2 pit stops because then you have to get back onto dry tires. It's only when the water actually starts to accumulate into puddles, that's when you really start to see drivers start to come down into pit road, is when it starts to actually collect on the racetrack. Until it starts to do that, I don't think we're going to be seeing anybody pitting. That's why even in NASCAR, right, whenever they have a rain caution and a caution for weather, they don't throw the red flag immediately, right? Oh my goodness, that's a bit of a shot as MSP gets into the back of GSC coming down through Le Mans curve. But again, NASCAR rain delays, they'll usually pace for at least a couple laps to see is the rain going to stop. If it does, we can go back racing pretty quickly. Otherwise, if it gets any worse, that's when you red flag the race and bring you down pit road. Red flags are a possibility. The chance of those are slim to none, but it's never an impossibility if the weather gets too adverse.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Like you say, you don't see many teams that, in real life anyway, dive into the pits straight away. They normally stay out for 2 or 3 laps just to kind of get an idea of how wet the track is and get a feel for it if it's worth diving into the pits and changing to wet tyres, or if it's worth staying out on the dries if it's just maybe a slight drip of rain. But I think wait and see what the rain's like if it does indeed arrive. But we were talking about it earlier. The chances of rain is only about probably a small percentage chance of rain.
At this point, it's all quite literally up in the air, so we'll see how this whole race will pan out. There's, again, a very long way still to go. Daniel Avery will take the Firestorm Motorsport GTM Mercedes into pit road. As, careful, watch that wall. We've already seen one driver clip that wall entering their pit box. We'd hate to see a second one do the same thing, even if it was just minor damage, if any damage at all. Fight for fourth.
Still look at the battle for... the battle between the Dorr and Herbier at the moment for 4th and 5th place. It was still going on at the moment. So yeah, Dorr, it looks like hasn't pulled away as much as I thought he would, and Herbier is doing a good job to keep up with him.
And I just noticed that I never unmuted myself from my hidden sneeze, so I do apologize for that one. But looking back up to the battle for third as well, and as well, FRS Sim Sports and Rising Panda Racing have been closing in. So Christian Kemprager trying to catch Kyle Harkima. This is down to Sunset Bend as well, and there's the sun poking through the clouds again, so it's very kind of ebb and flow, and they are right behind that battle we've been watching all this time as well. Go, and that will check up FRS big time. Rising Panda Sim Sports gets right up in the mix, and will they look into turn one? They will not. They'll tuck it back in line.
Indeed, so yeah, this battle's still going on in LP2, and they for third and fourth place. So LP2 is spread out slightly, but still plenty of battles going on. And again, I wonder if Harkima, well, probably butchered that name. I wonder if he might decide to let the car behind go in front of him, and they maybe try and use that slipstream to save some fuel, but. Yeah, some teams seem to be more content just to basically play a waiting game and fuel save. Other teams seem more eager to make moves and try and gain track position. But I guess it depends where you are on the track. Though, if you're kind of stuck in the mid pack, you're more than happy just to play a bit of fuel saving and maybe wait for another caution to happen to give you a chance to get yourself back into it.
There's only 3 battles on the racetrack that are within a second. Obviously, you got this one for third between FRS Sim Sports and Rising Panda Racing that we've been seeing kind of ebb and flow over the last little while. You've also got one a bit further back between Patrick Doer and Kinetic Racing for the battle for fourth, with the Audi that we've talked about, as well as this battle for second or third will get broken up a little bit by some GTP traffic. You've also got a battle not for in-class position, but for overall position, as, whoa, off the track is Benjamin Fisher. So Fisher losing the back end just a few seconds ago. Take a look.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I think. Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like Benjamin got in the throttle too early, or just if it's just the usual characteristic of the Porsche of just losing the rear end mid corner.
And then this was the other battle that I was talking about, where it's not for class position, but overall position. This is Josh Rodig fighting Nicholas Soul, so Vulture versus Fisher. This is for 38th overall. And Soul is a lap down from his class leader, it's worth noting, as is Josh Rodig. So they are both a lap down for their respective class leaders in GT's Pro and Am. Both in the catbird seat to get those laps back, should they be able to get a lucky safety car here.
Indeed, you can see the language of Fisher as well. He's eager to try and get by and get his move done. He doesn't want to lose too much time, as it looks like you've got some more takers though in the GT Pro.
Brad Crouch and Jean-Pascal Arnold will both go into the cars, so 2 different drivers for the 911 and the 21 car respectively. As they make their way back out onto the racetrack. This has been one of the most orderly races I think we have seen yet all season long. We don't often get to see these guys when they just get to settle into a rhythm. It's always just go, 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 and hard slugfests in every single race. It's nice to be able to relax. We get to take a breather. I'm fighting the cold, so trust me, I'm very glad for that right about now. But you can tell, these drivers are still having a good time with it. They're gradually working their way around. I know some drivers are probably hoping for a safety car that allows them to get back up and fight for some more positions, but you never know how a caution could go. It could go away, it could go opposite your way, as Comprager has gotten by Harkima as well. This is the pass that happened for 13th overall and 3rd in LMP2.
Indeed, so
lap traffic. Oh boy.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like lap traffic just held them up slightly, and a bit of a bottleneck into turn 3 as we see there, and yeah, that could have amazingly knowing that, that was a clean driving by all drivers involved, and there was no contact.
We officially tick over the 10 hours to go mark. The only race that will come close to this one is going to be Petit Le Mans, which is a 10-hour race at season's end. That'll be taking place in Braselton, Georgia, down at Road Atlanta. Before that, we'll have a couple of 6-hour endurance races as well, like at the further example, the Miami Sunrise Grand Prix, I think it is. 6 hours around the Homestead Miami Speedway's Roval layout, and then of course 6 hours at the Glen as well. That's a staple to the IMSA series, and a whole lot of sprint racing between now and then as well. So still lots of racing action yet to come, but we are 2 hours deep and a sixth of the way through your second longest race of the season here in this one. 24 hours, of course, from Daytona, and then 12 here today from Sebring. Half the distance, but no doubt still just as big of a challenge.
Yep, absolutely. It's always like Gowan racing into the pits as well, and from second place. So it looks like they're about to make a driver change as well, from the looks of it. But we'll wait and see if the car disappears and then reappears. That's a driver change. As I thought. So it looks like a driver change for fuel and new tyres. So Gowan jumping out, and looking to see who it'll be that takes over from him.
Well, it's another Gowan. Josh Gowan hops out. Nicholas Gowan hops in.
I was a bit.
That's why they call themselves Gowan Racing. It's a good old family affair over there.
Yeah, I was a bit confused by that when I seen one Gowan jump out and another jumping in. I thought it was I was a bit confused by that, so that's a bit bad of me as I look at where the World of Sim Racing BMW go wide there and they take it to the grass. So going a bit slow. So I wonder if that's very slow. I wonder if that's a hardware problem.
Well, it doesn't look like it. I mean, he takes a toe to pit road. Let's ride on board with Subiela here. No fuel, maybe? Ran out?
Yeah,
that's not a hardware failure. I mean, he's off the track. He can clearly see where he's going. The wheel's fine. He's not having a hardware issue, I don't think. That looks like he ran out of fuel to me.
I wonder when they've made a pit stop, before the pit stop, if they've not selected the fuel.
Ooh, that would do it.
That would be ooh.
That's Adamczyk that gets spun off and hard into the barriers, and that is going to send him out of the race. Look at that right rear, absolutely demolished. That broke the drive shaft for sure. And then seconds after that, John Jones for Firestorm going off at the hairpin. Well, that's a no harm, no foul type of incident right there.
Yeah, luckily they had that wide runoff area there in the grass as well to get away with it. But the thing with that grass as well is for anyone that's watching and it's maybe doesn't know, after some of the updates that iRacing have made, you can run wide onto the grass, but it's a bit. You could probably say it's sticky grass. It slows you right down.
It does, right? And I think the sticky grass has been a bit of a controversial subject on iRacing, right? Now, the sand being a bit more grippy, as in the fact that it slows your car down, not that you can race on it. That is, I think, a huge improvement, right? Because, I mean, the sand was like an ice sheet before. I don't think the grass should be as grippy as it is now. I've seen a few incidents where I've seen cars just dig in and flip over in the grass going only like 20 miles an hour because of how grippy it is now. And it can kind of ruin the immersion a little bit, but it's one of those things where you don't usually have problems with those in these cars. It's usually in more top-heavy stock cars that it's interesting, right? It's a unique conversation as to how far is too far in one direction or another.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things. It's more basically. Some people don't mind the grass as it is. Some people probably prefer the grass the way it was before it. But it's one of those things as well in iRacing or sim racing in general. You'll never please anyone. But as I look at the battle for 7th place between Grizzly Motorsports and Composite Performance, This composite performance obviously on a bit of a recovery drive after losing their rear wing earlier on with it looks like Parker's still at the wheel at the moment, so chasing down the Penn for who's behind the wheel for Grizzly Motorsports at the moment. But yeah, for me personally, I don't mind the grass as it is. It's one of those things. Especially I'm not really bored about it.
It's one of those things that bugs me a little bit more, but obviously it's one of those things where to each their own. There are sometimes bigger issues to worry about, obviously, than worrying about grass physics. Grizzly Motorsports, as you mentioned, still in that big battle for seventh, as Grizzly Motorsports trying to keep it in front of Composite. A lot of LMP2 traffic is into pit road as well. Want to point that out as well. They have gone through their third run of pit stops while we've been watching this battle take place, including your first and third place runners just coming into this time by. And oh, there's a hood left behind there. That's the Firestorm Motorsports engine hood that I think that got left behind there. So John Jones looking like has had another problem. And where is Jones right now? Trying to track down the Firestorm Motorsport driver, see where he's at. He is in the pits and with no front clip, and you saw it on the racetrack. He's about for seventh, passed it by, and they're about to exchange hands for seventh as well.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a position change heading into turn one. Can Parker get the move done? Yes, he can on the outside as well. So, yeah, fantastic move by him.
And now that battle's over with, let's take a look at what happened to Jones. He's all by himself, and I'm willing to bet he took too much curb here and got hooked by it. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Spun it around and hard into the tire barrier.
Yeah, that was just... It's an easy mistake to make in that corner. It probably doesn't look it, but if you take too much curb in that corner, especially the inside curb, it can unsettle the car. And as you saw there, unfortunately, it just basically spun him around into the wall, and but managed to get good. So it should be able to replace that front spotter, but it might take probably about 3 or 4 minutes to replace it. But back in the GT Pro as well, you've got this battle between RPM and Fisher Motorsport going on as well. It looks like the 44 with Benjamin Fisher is Benjamin's managed to get it together now and is setting a good pace and managing to slowly get back through the GT Pro field. The Pro field as a head up to the hairpin.
They're slowly trying to make up some more time here while this field is looking to make itself happen. We did get a pass for the third position in LMP2 as well, so that battle going to be up on your screens now, as there you saw that big lunge to the inside, and that is what allows for FR Simsports to get up into third. Andrew Park takes his composite performance machine into pit road. We are experiencing some audio difficulties here behind the scenes. We are going to take a quick step back, see if we can get these things sorted, and we should be back with racing action in just a little while. We'll catch you up on everything that you've missed. Hopefully this will not take more than a couple minutes. Stay with us. Right, we should be back in full action now from the Sebring International Raceway. Still have had no changes in this battle for position, so don't worry. While we were gone for those couple minutes, you have not missed a thing. We will look back to the battle for fourth in GTP, starting to pick up pace as Jason Burney struggling to keep Jordan Erickson behind in the battle for fourth.
Yes, still great racing going on as well, and plenty of racing going on throughout the field, and GTP's been pretty good to watch as well. And what's your impressions been so far of the race though? And there's been plenty of action going on, and but what's your impressions so far?
My impressions is that this has been one of the calmest races yet. I wouldn't tout this as being the race of the season so far, but it has definitely been a fun race to watch, right? I mean, right now, we're seeing the strategy game play out, not so much the actual racing game play out. We're seeing, it's all the mind games now, figuring out all of these gaps in the middle that have got to be sorted out to see who's going to end up where at the end of this race. And 10 hours to go. I mean, I know it looks like we've got a lot of sunlight still, but we're going to be racing in full cover of darkness when that checker flag falls. And I know you won't be here for all of it, Ryan, but all the same, it's going to be an interesting ride to see how this is going to pan out as, holy cow, Rising Panda racing with the ride through the grass.
Yeah, that was a bit sketchy. That was a bit of a sketchy moment as well, for sure. But I won't be around for the darkness hours, but that's the thing as well. When it comes to the darkness hours, especially toward maybe the final couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours now, and what do you do with that? Do you stick your quick drivers in, or do you try and maybe stick in your not so quick driver, or basically your safe pair of hands drivers, if you like? Do you put them in for some of that part of the race as well, or do you stick with the quick drivers for the remainder of the race?
Well, that's the big thing, right? Because at Daytona, you really wanted to have your quick drivers in the middle portion of the race, because most of the race, 13 out of the 24 hours, were run in the dark, right? I mean, most of the race was at night in the season opener. That's not the case. Only the last couple hours are going to be in the dark here at Sebring. The track's going to pick up in speed a lot late in the game, but it's not going to be one of those races where we see it go from day to night to day. It's going to get to night late in the race, and it's just going to stay there. So I say you have to make the most out of these daylight hours while you have them, because this is what you're going to be stuck with for most of the race, especially while it's dry.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I think for maybe the final 2 or 3 hours, when it gets to like darkness, maybe sunset, and then heading into the darkness, you stick your quick drivers in for the remainder of the race, and then basically give yourself the best possible opportunity of going for a top 3 result if you're still on the lead lap. But obviously there's a good possibility of more safety cars happening at some point during the race if we have any big incidents. We've only had one safety car in Corson as well. So far in this race, that was probably within the first 2 or 3 minutes, I believe. So, still plenty of time for stuff to happen.
Plenty of time for stuff to happen indeed, as we are continuing to steadily but surely march on through what has been a very intense race so far. And I believe we will be able to get in touch with one of the other drivers here from the Digital Chicane crew, of course. We talked to Ryan Kaprowski earlier on in the afternoon, and now we will get the chance to talk to Kaprowski's teammate. Matthew Orvech will join us up here in the broadcast booth. And well, Matthew, again, it's been a good race so far for Digital Chicane. Both of those cars still in very fine standing, running first still in the lead, and I believe the other one now a lap down after coming into the pit road.
It was an interesting last 30 minutes. I was in the car. There was 2 seconds between first and third place, so we were just, racing super hard, having the championship leaders behind us, just trying to race them hard but fair, and having our team car less than a second ahead of us, and unfortunately made some contact. I was clear, I cut over, and they got a slightly better run, closed up on us, got us spun out. Probably a racing incident. It was, unfortunate for us and, them. I know we got a minute of repairs, losing the front end, so we had that, and then I went back out, and then a couple laps later, my PC crashed, so we had to tow the car there and get somebody else in the car, and that's what's put us, over a lap and a half down. But, plenty of time with the full course yellows and, potential rain looming in, so I think we have a good chance to get back up there. But it was a rough 30 minutes for us.
It's kind of talking about the potential safety cars. It has been 2 hours, over 2 hours now since we got that first one, just a few minutes into the race. How high are the hopes that you're going to get one pretty soon here?
I'm sure we're going to get one over the next hour, 2 hours. I mean, the longest we went was at the 24 Hours of Daytona. There was, I think, a good 4 to 5 hours where we didn't have a full course yellow. So we're hoping it doesn't run past that 4 or 5 hour mark and we could get back on the lead lap.
And of course, you folks down there racing the cars have a lot more, just say, with the weather radar than we do up here in the booth. And how's the weather looking so far? Because don't think we haven't seen those clouds starting to roll over the racetrack.
Yeah, the radar's been up and down. About an hour and a half ago, it was saying the rain might start at 3:30, but it's looking like it might lightly rain anytime from 3 to 6. I don't know. The radar's dynamically changing, and it's giving us mixed signals. So we don't really know when it's going to come, and I'm sure when we see the clouds starting to roll in and the precipitation going up, we'll expect some rain and get ready.
Assuming then that this green flag run continues on for a while, unimpeded by weather or full course yellows or whatnot, what can we see for that number 80 car as it continues to trundle around the racetrack?
I think right now we're about 30 seconds off of unlapping ourselves, so we're kind of in a no man's land. So we're kind of just trying to keep the car on track, limit our incidents, just stay within that one lap down, and we're pretty certain there's going to be a safety car sometime in the next 3-4 hours. So really just hoping and praying for that to come around.
Well, we'll let you get back to work. Thank you for taking the time to join us up here in the booth, and best of luck out there throughout the rest of this race.
Thanks for having me.
Matthew Horvach from Digital Chicane and the number 80 machine. Remember, they had that big crash with Screechy Moose Motorsports earlier on. A very uncharacteristic incident with Screechy Moose Motorsports, I want to add. It's not often we see them have those sorts of really major incidents, but they haven't given up yet, right, Ryan? They are still keeping on, and they are looking to try and fight their way deeper throughout this race.
Yeah, that's a good point he made as well. There's still plenty of time to go, and there's a good possibility of a safety car as well. Obviously, we've only had one so far, but that was a short safety car period. But I think there's a good chance of a longer safety car period as well, depending on if there's any big incidents. As well, back up in GTP, we've got a battle for second going on between HSC Racing and Meyer Subspeed Racing, and Trading Paints Racing going on as well for second place. So all three cars close together, and you see there, interesting as well though, just watching that shot through Sunset Bend. Each car is taking a slightly different line. There's many different lines you can take in that corner. Some people like to take a wider entry to try and get a good run on the corner exit, but as you see there, it looks like Bernie, keeps getting a run, but keeps getting close, but he just can't try and get the move done.
He's got to be careful because he's got Jordan Eriksson not too far behind, and Eriksson, again, a driver that has not proven to like being denied before. He's in the lap the Scours SS Racing LMB2, who of course had that huge crash in Sunset Bend with one of the Porsches that spun around as well, back onto the racetrack. Scours now several laps down as well, and hoping also for a safety car or two to get themselves back up on at least closer to the lead lap. But the battle for second, third, and fourth continues on, and I think it's a good question as to how hard are these prototypes actually pushing, especially whenever you have bigger slews of lap traffic. I mean, sometimes you back off when you reach that lap traffic because you don't want to put yourself in a bad situation and wreck yourself with lap traffic. At the same time, You also want to push if you're a driver that's chasing because you want to find yourself making up some extra time. Chris Ichino, by the way, goes off the track a few moments ago.
Yep, so, that was it looks like, just missed his turning point there, and that's the thing with turn 1 as well. If you miss your turning point, you end up running wide, and as you saw there, he tried to get back in the power, and just ended up understeering wide onto the gravel, but thankfully managed to get going and not have any issues. But look at Bernie as well coming across the line. Currently third at the moment, and that Meyer Subspeed car, the car that won the Daytona 24, with Bernie being one of the drivers that was part of the winning lineup.
The MSP has shown that they've got a lot of good pace underneath that car. The Trading Paints car, by the way, has taken it into pit road. That is why this battle has turned into a 2-horse race. Another 2-horse race is, of course, Brad Crouch going up against Benjamin Fisher for 5th. Just down the road. These are 2 Porsches that got close and have not broken apart from each other, and they remain firmly tucked nose to tail as they fire through turn numbers 1 and 2. I'm on NASCAR mind apparently now. Through Sunset Bend, and Crouch continue to hang on for a top 5.
Yeah, Fisher's been doing a good job there, keeping with Crouch as well. Yeah, he's not been getting close to him, but he's doing well to keep Crouch in sight. And I think I wonder if Fisher in this 44 car, or maybe they're just talking about what do they do if they can't get by. Do they just stay behind and just save a little bit of fuel and just maybe wait for Crouch to make a mistake? But Fisher's not been getting close enough to make a move. But as I say that, he's getting a little bit closer this time around, heading down to the hairpin. But I think again, it wouldn't surprise me if he lifts and does a bit of fuel saving as he closes right up under braking.
Overall race leader Thomas Sorensen for Stop and Go Racing is into pit road for his 3rd pit stop of the night, and talk about unideal bridge placement there for that one. But Sorensen into the box, and he is going to go for a driver change. So Thomas Sorensen hops out, and Morton Kofoid jumps in. So Kofoid will pick up driver duties at the 278 Porsche 963 as he will look set to work his way back out onto the racetrack. Pedro Espadina also in behind for the DS Racing Sports Team Cadillac, as we also see another driver change. It's about that time where we could be seeing some drivers go for the swaps, and looking like Espadina will be staying in the car. So no driver change yet for DS Racing. They will remain firmly fixed with Espadina in the car. I mean, I can't blame him. Espadina's done a good job so far working that car with some good pace, so I can understand why they would absolutely want to keep him in that machine for now.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. But if a driver feels comfortable and he feels comfortable with doing a double stint, then I would say keep him in for another stint. But obviously, you've got to think of the drive time as well. Maybe that's one thing with some of the drivers or teams doing a double stint and then swapping. But maybe some drivers feel comfortable doing a triple stint or 3 stints, and they probably want to stay in and try and get basically stay on track as much as possible and try not lose too much time. I think it depends if it comes down to if you're comfortable doing 3 stints or not.
Have not talked about GTM all that much today. GTM is usually like the big class to watch for on-track battles, but not today. They have really kind of broken apart over the last little while, so they are going to continue to kind of slide a bit further back. Right now, Mikel Dezou trying to keep Adrian Subila behind. This is for 36th overall. That is the World of Sim Racing GT Pro BMW that the MMTQ Ferrari is currently battling with. So this is the on-track battle for 36th, 2nd, and 3rd place runners in GTP are both into pit road. That includes Jason Burney and Alex Penn, both into the box. And again, will we see any driver swaps over the course of the afternoon? Well, not so far for Burney. Looking like Burney will be staying in the car. How about for Alex Penn as you see him pull into his pit box just behind? Penn will be jumping out, and he will put Joshua Wolf into the car. What a name, Joshua Wolf.
Yeah, Joshua's a name I recognise as well. He races in he's raced in other series in the past, especially endurance series. Always been a capable driver and taking over that Grizzly Motorsports car and it looks like just watching Bernie's pit stop as well, and it looks like he's just waiting for the last bit of fuel to be topped off, and I think he'll be underway. But yep, yeah, as I say, that Bernie's underway again. He should come back out in around about P5.
Espadina came out right in front of Andrew Parker for composite performance. So the battle for what is now 8th place started to pick up as Parker is back onto the lead lap for composite performance after they crashed earlier on. They got that safety car earlier on. They have since unlapped themselves as Parker continues to apply the pressure to the back gearbox there of Espadina coming around through turn 4 and now through Big Bend. Espadina's holding his ground though, and Parker might have his work cut out for him here.
Espadina's doing a great job of keeping him behind, and Parker's just got held up slightly by the GT traffic as well. So not the best time on the lapping GT traffic for Parker, but nevertheless manages to get through. As we look back at the GT Pro battle for 5th and 6th place between Crouch and Fisher, and Fisher still not being able to get by. So, but I think maybe slightly frustrating, but not always a bad thing, using that slipstream to do a bit of fuel saving, as pretty much Crouch and Fisher are all by themselves at the moment, and the GT traffic or GT Pro Trap battles have pretty much broken up at the moment.
A lot of the battles have, well, we talked about this earlier, right? A lot of the battles are very much ebbing and flowing right now with how traffic is focusing out and how the pit stops are shaking out as well. One battle that's closing, LMP2. We have not talked about LMP2 in a while either. Kyle Harkima for FRS Sim Sports is starting to lose touch a bit. And Rising Panda Racing's Christian Compraker has started to reel him back in, so he could get a fight for the podium here in your LMP2 category before too long. And while this battle closes on in, want to once again thank everybody for tuning in to the VSCA Sports Car Championships 12 hours of Sebring here on Green Flag TV. It's a big weekend of racing here on the channel. Obviously, we have this really big 12-hour endurance race, but perhaps even bigger. Tomorrow on Sunday morning / afternoon, the Classic IndyCar Series will make their long-awaited return to broadcasting here as well for the Pavement Recycling Systems Classic, and that will be at Circuit of the Americas. That'll be, again, Sunday at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. They'll be broadcasted both on Green Flag TV and on ESTV, and redistributed to all of ESTV's partners the week after as well. So if you like open wheel racing, well, you're about to get your fill of it, because we have a long 60-lap race ahead of us come Sunday. So it's one race to the next, and of course, ASRL Next Gen Cup Series will be back on Sunday night as well. Matthew Rutin for HAC Racing is into the box, so your overall race leader is once more in for some extra service, kind of hiding behind the iRacing pace car there. And this battle for 7th has not closed in as much as I thought it might. I thought Parker might have a bit more speed underneath him in a composite performance GTP, but still close enough that he could pose a real threat if he really turns the wick up.
Yep, absolutely. As they come into turn 17, and Parker is still behind Espadina, and it looks like Parker taking a tighter exit to try and get a better run. So I wonder if he can try and get a move done heading into turn 1, but I don't think he can, because he's not close enough. But as we go by LMP2 traffic, it's one of those things that Parker keeps getting close, but he just cannot get the move done. But I think his best opportunity might be in the hairpin. But LMP2 traffic coming by GT Arm traffic, and it looks like FRS Sim Sports was the winner in that when it came to lapping GT traffic. They're heading onto the back straight, but again, Rising Panda Racing starting to close back up in the slipstream.
Well, they did get a little sideways coming out of Le Mans curve, which allowed for Rising Panda to close in by about 1/10.5 down the Ullman straight, but now you can tell that FRS is indeed trying to really open up that gap once again in the run down to the opening corner. And so far, Hakima is definitely one of the bigger drivers to beat, and holy cow, that's a wide line. That cost Rising Panda a boatload of time through turn number 1. We look back out to Matthew Rootson for HAC and then Jordan Erickson as well. So 4th and 5th. Still line astern as well with no changes on the horizon for position. Could get a battle for 5th in GT Pro, but that would assume that Benjamin Fisher wants to start the battle with Brack Crouch. But again, much that we've seen throughout a good chunk of this field, I haven't seen a lot of drivers being so eager to fight with one another. It has been as about as orderly of a race as you could expect.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, but I'm a bit surprised that some drivers and teams are not being eager to try and make moves all the time. So I think they realise that there's still a long way to go in this race, about just under 10 hours basically. As it looks like we've got a change of position though. They've trading paints racing up into P4.
Just as we were talking about how it was calming down, Ericsson finally had enough weight. He made the move down the inside of Rootson into turn 3 and got that overtake done absolutely flawlessly. So Trading Paints up to 4th, and just in time too, because they've caught a lot of lap traffic now, and now Trading Paints can use that traffic to cut their way through. And they'll duck around the VRG Sport LMP2. And looking like HAC Racing may very well get cut off here, and in fact he will, and that will give Ericsson much needed breathing room. As the Audi off the track, Jean-Pascal Arnold going off. I think that was at turn 1. He's all by himself, and he just went way too wide, too throttle happy on corner exit.
Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make, but thankfully he managed to get away with it, and no major dramas.
Yet. No major dramas yet. There is still always time down the road as, oh boy, speaking of drama, 3 wide. And right now, DS Racing Esports team really trying to get up to MSP, but Mayor Simsby Performance keeping DS Racing behind them, but only just as they went 3 wide with some LMP2 lap traffic down the Ullman Straight. So right now, I think we're starting to see some of the aggression picking up a bit more as, here we go again, a battle for LMP2. This is again for a podium. Whoa, look out as FRS Sim Sports cuts off the nose of Rising Panda Racing. Rising Panda had a look to the inside of Sunset Bend, and it almost fell apart as FRS cuts back to the left to get around the Fisher Motorsports GT Pro. But talk about a close encounter down into turn number 17 there. And then as well as that, Braden Whitaker and Zoo exchanging blows a couple of times in the battle for 7th in your GTM field. And this is the battle for GTM coming around through Sunset Bend and all the way down through turn 1 here, Ryan.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be 3 wide into Sunset Bend there, but thankfully all 3 of them managed to survive in one piece on the exit. And yeah, it looks like we've got a change of position coming up heading into turn 1, and yeah, still side by side heading into turn 1. And is there a change of position? Yes, there is. So yeah, all 2 cars up at the front, slowing each other up, and that allowed the Audi back up into to regain the position.
Oh, but just a second later, that same Audi then turned Whitaker hard into the wall.
So yeah, I was talking about there's not being any major dramas. I think I might have just jinxed that.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh dear. And Whitaker, by the way, still off the track, and look at that right rear again, really bent up on that car. That will take us up to the battle for the lead in GT Pro, as Alessio Tranquilli has started to lose a lot of time back to Thiago Diaz for the DS Racing Esports Porsche just behind. And all the while, the battle for third as well is still very much on in LMP2. Cuts from the left back to the right as Rising Panda to the inside at turn 3. And oh, they turn again as FRS is hooked by Rising Panda. And around they go. Goodness, every time you get a side-by-side battle, somebody makes contact and just throws the whole fight away.
Yep. Yeah. So much for it being quiet at the moment. It's all starting to spice up again, and I think Rising Panda, that incident with the LMP2 car and Rising Panda was just, I think it's just an unfortunate thing, just a racing incident. But I have to say though, in this battle in GT Pro for the lead is pretty much these two cars have been pretty much together since the start of the race, I believe.
Oh, they have. I mean, these cars have been right up each other for the longest time. And again, I thought for a moment we were about to see another LMP2 be wiped out. But again, we're not seeing a lot in the way of cars having some big problems here. So this is going to be interesting to see how this is all going to go as Matthew. What's happening to Matthew? Matthew Rutan is, whoa boy. Oh dear, Rutan is having some struggles right now in your GTP category. So I saw him drop through the order. I was wondering what the heck happened, but he's having some major technical problems right now. So we'll hope that he can get those fixed before too long. We've seen one driver be bit by those already this afternoon. It'd be a shame to see a second.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if that's connection issues, but it looks like we've got a change for the. I thought that was a change for the GT Pro lead. Is it? I think that is a change.
No, not quite. They thought about it, but they decided not to commit.
Okay, I take that back. I thought that was a change there, but still, yeah. But these two cars have been close together in GT Pro since the start of the race, and it was pretty much the same story at Daytona. In the closing stages, these two cars were battling for the win. Unfortunately, until both cars got caught up with each other.
Well, the 992 was in that mess. It was the 911 car that was in there as well. The 69 car, I don't even think North Sim Racing was really in the fight for the win at Daytona. But yeah, the 911 car, RPM Racing, is sitting way back in 5th, driven by Brad Crouch at the moment, and is 24 seconds behind the North Sim Racing crew as it stands. And off the grass is Joshua Wolf, the Grizzly Motorsports driver, is down and out as the fight for 6th starting to develop in your GTP field as well. So more drivers starting to have more and more of those mistakes, as these are a lot of the drivers make these mistakes, mind you, are drivers that clip of the grass there are drivers that we've already seen in for more than one stint, so fatigue already starting to set in early on.
Yeah, that's the thing. Excuse me. That's the thing as well. If some of these teams are maybe triple stinting their drivers, maybe towards the end of they're coming towards the end of the last stint or halfway through the last stint, the fatigue can kick in where your concentration starts to you just start to lose it a little bit, and you can end up making silly mistakes. And it could be a case here. Maybe fatigue starting to kick in.
Got about 9 hours and 20 minutes left as, whoa, now Pedro Vargas, the 11th place runner in GTP, down and into the grass as Parker closes at the back of Espadina here. As the battle for 6th looks like it's starting to intensify, and oh, that's a high speed off for the 42 car, and oh, that's a hard lick into the tires.
Yeah, that was, Yeah, I think he was maybe he was too busy focusing on the car in front of him, the car that he was coming up the lap, and just caused him to miss his braking point and carry too much speed. And yeah, that was a hard hit into the wall. It wouldn't surprise me if he's got a meatball flag from that.
Wouldn't surprise me either. He is still, I think, well, not anymore. He has taken that car to pit road, so Pedro Vargas will be down and back into the pits for yet more damage repairs. As we will focus back up on the battle for the GT Pro race lead. With Sim Racing and DS Racing Esports still run 1-2, still separated by 2/10 less. Gowan Racing will take it back to pit road, so Nicholas Gowan is into the pits from second in an LMP2 field, but we'll keep eyes on this battle for a class lead.
Yeah, this class battle for the lead in GT Pro is still going on at the moment, and yeah, I think this the GT cars or GT Pro cars can't be too far away from making a pit stop, I believe, or basically they've got their next pit stops not too far away anyway.
A side-by-side battle here in in GTP as well, as HAC Racing trying to keep MSP behind, and here comes Composite. Look at Parker trying to go for a sneak attack on Jason Burney. Side by side down the front straightaway. Oh, they're going to get into each other just a little bit. Down to turn number 1 and around the outside will go Parker. Goes off the track but keeps it going forward, and now Parker immediately looks to the inside to try to overtake Matthew Rutan but couldn't get it done. A big battle going on for 4th on down in GTP at the moment.
Yep, I think I wonder if Parker gets a run, if he'll try and make a move up the inside into the hairpin. He's close enough, but it's just a case of can he use that GT car to his advantage? He's trying to go for a move up the inside, but he just decides against it, and actually he decides to be sensible.
So the battle looks like it may be dying down for just a moment. We'll take a look at what happened to Iker Estefania. This is about a lap ago. Well, spins the back out around on the World of Sim Racing machine, just goes off into the grass and gets rolling from there. So a very lazy spin there for Estefania. Meanwhile, Matthew Rutan, can he hang on against a charged Andrew Parker? That composite performance car, we've seen it before, right? It has a lot of speed underneath it. It just needs to be in the right circumstances to be able to capitalize on the rest of the pack.
Yeah, it seems to. Yeah, this composite Cadillac seems to be very quick. It seems to be very stable, but it's just a case of trying to get close to make a move, and that the car of Ericsson as well. It seems to be really quick in a straight line, and I wonder if Parker and Composite are maybe carrying just a slightly more downforce on their setup, and it's maybe just what's maybe costing them in a straight line.
One can only wonder, right? I mean, these racers go through weeks and weeks of preparation to set up these cars for these races, and it's a case of you can't set it up for any one driver, right? Because you have to make sure that while yes, one person can drive it really well, you have to make sure it still isn't undrivable for another person. You have to make sure that it fits everyone's driving styles at least somewhat. So that's part of what makes endurance racing so interesting, is the fact that no car is ever perfect to any one driver. It is the best compromise in the middle. So there's always going to be somebody that has weaknesses with one setup or another.
Absolutely, and that's the thing as well. You might have some drivers in the team that are maybe not as quick, and they don't like to have an oversteery setup. They prefer a stable setup just because they feel more comfortable. But it's one of those things of these type of races. Sometimes you've got to make a compromise.
The battle for 6th in GTM, as two of the Ferraris will exchange hands. MMTQ will take the spot away from Belgian Motorsports. That was a pass that came down on the exit of turn 1. And then the rocket launch to 2. Oh, in fact, way out wide was Vulture, and I believe that is because they just came out of pit road. So Vulture fresh out of the pits as more LMP2 cars coming down into the lane. Vice Motorsports just pitted this time by. You're looking at the battle for third, Texas Speed Sim Racing and Gowan Racing. Right now, Texas Sim Speed has to pit in the next lap or two. Tri-State does not. They are already way out in front. And the Gowan Racing LMP2 behind does not have to pit either. So I'm expecting for Nicholas Gowan here to be very patient with Michael Fairchild here, because he knows that that LMP2 in front of him has to pit. There's no point in tearing up your car fighting him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's always better to be sensible and just be sensible and just probably just tucking behind and just try and survive the stint. There's also the battle for third place as well, between Texas Speed Sim Racing and Gowan Racing, and it's been a bit of a Gowan Racing. It's been a bit of a, I wouldn't say quiet race, but they're probably a little bit further back than you expect to be. But again, it's not always a bad thing, especially when there's a good possibility of more safety cars and full course cautions happening. So maybe being where they are at the moment and just playing the long game is a good thing.
Nine hours and 13.5 minutes sit on the clock as we are approaching the 1/4 distance of this race. This race has flown by, right? I mean, despite this being a really long endurance race, we are just ripping through racing action in this one. It is, it's been a good race. This has been a very fun race so far to call, and there's a lot more that is still yet to come as well. So Parker and Rutan still nose to tail, and then they've got MSP and then Pedro Espadina. It's just in the background as well, trying to make some extra time. How soon until we see these cars make their next runs into pit road? They last pitted about lap, well, some of these drivers have already come into pit. Espadina came in on lap 83. So there is some chance that we'll be seeing a lot of these drivers pitting pretty quickly here following your LMP2s.
Yeah, absolutely. As talking of LMP2s, we've got one headed into the pits right now, and it looks like a scheduled stop. So I think the LMP2 cars making their pit stops at this stage of the race, and pretty much coming up for their next set of pit stops. It looks like a driver change going on with for this vertical with Telemac jumping out, I believe.
And a change in position in GT Pro as John Pascal Arnold finally falls to Brad Crouch. So Crouch making that pass. This was down into Sunset Bend, sized up the overtake down the Ullman Straight, and lunged for it into the final corner. And there was nothing the Audi could do but let Crouch sweep through to pick up 25th overall and 4th in your GT Pro category.
Indeed. So maybe decided that it was maybe worth not putting up a fight, trying to keep that position, and as you see, still keeping up with Crouch. So maybe decided to just try and stay in that slipstream and save a little bit of fuel. Crouch I think this is Crouch's second stint, I believe, or third stint. So if it's been a triple stint by him, it's been an impressive stint.
Update on the weather, the track temperature has increased to 38 degrees Celsius, so it's a pretty hot track out there at the moment, 25 degrees Celsius in the air. So a very hot track surface compared to what it is on the racetrack, and you have to wonder if maybe the humidity in the air is playing a factor into how that is changing the track. And that is making this track, it slows it down, right? It makes it much more difficult to drive. For example, you'll look at Fisher Motorsports, Thomas Martin leading the way right now in the overall race lead. The fastest lap overall for this car was a 1:45.13. The last lap, a 1:47. This track has slowed dramatically from the start of this race.
Indeed, it's going to be looking at the battle for 6th place in GTM at the moment, and again, after some of the mayhem not too long ago, it's quieting down ever so slightly, and Now, said that, the more mayhem will probably erupt at some point, not in the not too distant future. So, yeah. Is it the Volkswagen Motorsports Ferrari behind the Volkswagen Motorsports Ferrari in the background? They're getting a bit sideways, catching a bit of the gravel.
Got to be careful. It doesn't take much before you end up with those little moments that can very much end your race in a heartbeat. So, as well, speaking of moments, Stop and Go Racing's Morten Kofoy goes off the racetrack at turn 3. Just clip the grass and entry into hot, overshoots, cuts the corner, and it'll be just a simple slowdown penalty. And other than that, no damage, no harm, no foul. So Kofoy keeps on keeping on, running second, 6 seconds behind Thomas Martin, who still leads the way for Fisher Motorsports.
Yep, and it's been a great run by this Fisher Motorsport car in GTP. They've pretty much been in the action from the start of the race, and they involved in plenty of battles. But they've got about a 5.2 second gap to the co-fed behind him. So it's been a good run for this team so far as they try to get by GT traffic and LMP2 traffic, and they're doing a good job at the moment.
So we will keep this race moving forward. There is a battle for the GT Pro Race Lead that is still yet to be decided. Alessio Tranquilli and Thiago Diaz have not gotten more than about a half a second away from each other all race long, and it does make you wonder how much fuel Thiago is saving in that car. A few battles continuing to shake up. This battle, in fact, just changed hands as Vulture Motorsports does get by MMGP Racing, so a change of positions for the two Ferraris. I have been corrected, by the way, by Mr. Josh himself. It is Gowen Racing, not Gowen. It is Gowin, as in two separate words. So Josh Gowen and Nicholas Gowen for Gowen Racing have been doing a tremendous job so far, keeping that car running in second right now. And we do have Josh Gowen standing by, and we'll give a chat here to Josh Gowen as he currently observes Nicholas Gowen running his way around the racetrack. And well, Josh, it's been a bit of a tame race so far for the number 18 car. How's it been running for you guys?
Yeah, I would say pretty tame, especially here for the last 2 stints. It was quite dicey at the beginning with everybody stacked up, but we've definitely spread out in this long green flag run. Nick's been holding probably 15 seconds or so. It seems like he's actually down to under 10 now from leader, so we're trying to wheel him in, make it interesting at the front, but ultimately we're just trying to stay smooth and get to that last hour.
Obviously, that car has been mighty clean so far this afternoon. Same can be said for a few of your competitors. How big are your hopes that you could potentially go for that hat trick that we talked about at Long Beach last month?
Well, I think we've done everything we need to do in this first 3 hours to put us in the fight. I think we've got a really strong driver lineup here. I think we're excited for the opportunity to start brawling in the rain. The weather forecast has been really variable. I think how teams react to the weather and the change in strategy and being on the right tire at the right time is going to play into that a lot. I like our odds, and I'm excited for the fight here at the in the rain, I think so.
It'll be interesting for sure if/when we get that rain. The clouds continue to loom over Sebring for now. It's been the strategy so far has seemed to work in your favor these first 3 hours. Do you have a game plan already in mind for the next 3?
Yeah, we're just gonna keep doing what we're doing. These races really just come down to 100,000. However many times you're passing a GT3 or getting passed by GTPs, you just have to keep making smart decisions. And so our strategy is just to keep making the right decisions and to just run the fuel tank down, react to the cautions, and keep the car pointed forward and get us to that last 60-minute fight where we'll look down at the tarmac, see where we're at, and really start to put the hammer down then. But until then, yeah, we're just coasting and trying to get there. I think we'll probably catch up to the 123 here, and hopefully by the end of the stint, I know Nick's kind of trying to push and catch up to him.
Right, well, we'll let you get back down to work. Congratulations on the second place so far, and we'll see if you can make it one better by the end of the night.
All right, thank you.
Josh Goen for Goen Racing joining us up here in the broadcast booth as we will look set to continue with racing action from the Sebring International Raceway. There were a few offs while we had that, and you may have noticed as well, we did finally get a change for the lead in your GT Pro category as well. So let's start first with the two drivers that went, with the one driver that went off. It was David Slider that went off the racetrack in the Mercedes. This is the Full Send Racing 94. Just a little off-track excursion, nothing doing. And then Thiago Diaz finally makes the pass on Tranquilli, and it happens after the 69 car goes deep, and the 992 says, thank you very much. I'll take that spot round the outside of Collier.
Yeah, that was a good move. He saw an opportunity and he went for the move and managed to take the lead and, excuse me, yeah, managed to pull away and build up about, as I say, that looks like the 69 cars in the pits.
North Sim Racing coming down into the pits this time by just shy of 9 hours to go. So that car will be finding itself pulling down into its pit box for its next round of service. Hopping up on the jacks, will we see a driver change? Tranquilly, to my knowledge, has only done one stint in that car so far, and it looks like they will be double stinting. The driver, the number 69. The Audi as well, Jean-Pascal Arnold is also in just behind, so the GT Pro Audi and the lone Audi in the field is going to be into pit road as well. And I thought I just heard somebody clatter on the wall, but I might have been mistaken on that one. World of Sim Racing and Fisher Motorsports still nose to tail in the battle for ninth at GT Pro. They've still got this battle in GTP as well that is yet to be decided.
Yeah, so, yeah, Roughton is still up in 4th place, and Bernie in 5th, and Espadina in 6th. So I have to say, Bernie's been doing a good job of keeping Espadina behind for as long as he has. And, yeah, this Meyer Simspeed car have been having a quiet race so far, running inside the top 5, and yeah, pretty much avoiding the mayhem from what I've seen. So yeah, just going about the business, and Barney, I would probably say out of the driver lineup, you'd probably have to say no. Or from what I saw at Daytona, he was saw at Daytona, and I think he raced at Long Beach. He was the safe pair of hands type of driver.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe assessment. Willing to get the elbows out when it's necessary, but more one to be, kind of tuck the middle a little bit more, keep it a bit more conservative. And I think that latter nature really plays into your hands really well for these longer endurance races. Of course, the last race we went to was the shortest race of the shortest points pay race of the season, only an hour and 40 minutes. That was last month. So all the races will not be as short as that one, and they won't be as long as this one either. So we're getting the longest races and the shortest race out of the year really early on. So it's a lot of different extremes that we keep flip-flopping to. So I think when we really get down to the months like in April and May, we'll really start to then see how these races are going to pan out between these various drivers.
Absolutely. It looks like Espadina's making a move up inside of Barney. Barney leaves the door open, he leaves just enough room, and Espadina does not get through, so Barney holds on to that position for the moment as they've got a GT Pro car in front of them, the Torquefoot Racing GT Pro car, and they're going to go by him, heading up to the twisted section before the back straight. And yeah, Barney doing a good job of keeping Espadina behind yet again.
They're catching one of the Vulture Motorsports Ferraris, though, and we've seen that when catching GT traffic, it can sometimes go a bit awry. They got some clean air in front of them, so they should be able to make some kind of momentum to get some gaps in. And, a big hit into the wall, it looks like, for Robert Kunkes from Team Hardcore, who has gone off the track, and he was stopped as well in that corner for a good while. It doesn't look like he's hit the wall, actually. Whoa, okay. Got in there big time with Kinetic Racing, and he was lucky not to go into the wall. What in the world happened there?
Yeah, that was looking at the replay, just looking to see what happened. What happened there? That was a bit of a weird one. As I look at the replay from above, it looks like he might try and go by the Connecticut. Oh, yeah, that was never going to work.
Yeah, that's just impatience. And that's what the VSCA administration was talking about earlier in the morning, I guess, when they were ending their drivers' meeting. They were saying no class has any more right than another. It's up to both to facilitate a clean pass, and I don't think the GTP did their due diligence there. So Jason Burney, Pedro Espadina, 5th and 6th on the racetrack. As this is now the only battle on track that is within a, well, I say that. Well, I guess it kind of is. I was about to say the only battle within a second, but as I say that, they start to catch up to Matthew Rutan up the road. But that is within 0.8 of a second. And again, more GT drivers into the pits. Kinetic Racing and Texas Sim Speed are both into pit road this time by Patrick Boylard. He's in pit road as well. World of Sim Racing just left pit road in their BMW machine. So more drivers are taking those runs into pit road, while this battle for 4th remains in lockstep coming around through turn 1.
Indeed, excuse me, is indeed, Burnley's still doing a good job of keeping up with routing as well. And Burnley's doing a good job of just keeping that gap. And so I think maybe the MSP have maybe got a plan in mind with Burnley do it in his stint, just to keep it on track and not do anything silly, and not worry too much about pace.
No, not worried too much about that, as he's going to keep things moving forward. As we will, right now, I think what Rutan has to do is just keep your head down, keep that focus. There's lap traffic up the road. You know you might have some moments, but it's better to have a small moment than a moment that could very well put you down and out of the race. And it's not easy when you look at your mirror and you see that MSP machine just breathing down your neck. And these are not cars where you actually have like a rear window camera, right? You actually have a physical mirror in the car that you look out the back of. And I think that puts it into a bit more perspective just how close these cars can get.
Yeah, I guess it's basically not like it used to be back in the old days with old prototypes, where you never had a digital rear view mirror. More, you had the left side mirror outside, and outside the right side mirror on the outside that you could only use. But nowadays, it's prototypes are so advanced now. You've got an actual rear view mirror inside the car that you can use, and it's pretty cool to watch, especially when it comes to watching real life onboards.
Gives a good appreciation as well as to how fast these cars actually go and what they have to deal with. I mean, the track looks really wide, but when you look at it from this angle, there's not a lot of room to work with on a track like this. We got a lot of slower traffic you're trying to fight around, so it does give you that extra appreciation as to how these battles can tend to ebb and flow as the hours play on. So 3.5 to 0.4 of a second is where this gap has been sitting for the last little while, and it has not been a gap that has come down at all. So I have to think at this point that Espadina saving that little bit of gas. Morten Kofoid, the Norwegian, is going to be into pit road, and the stop and go racing crew will look to make their 4th pit stop of the afternoon. This will be from the overall race lead. This will put Jordan Erickson for Trading Paints Racing onto the top step.
Yep, so Ericsson up into the lead at the moment, and ever since Ericsson's took over, his pace has been pretty good in his stint so far. So I think some GTP teams might be on the different strategies, or maybe slightly out of sync. Obviously, if you save enough fuel to do 1 or 2 more laps around Sebring, that can be a big advantage.
So a quarter of the way in, and still running strong with no noticeable changes so far throughout this field. So let's once more go through and pick out who's where and who's doing what as we take a rundown top to bottom throughout your field on another break here. Jordan Erickson leads the way for Trading Paints Racing, with Matthew Rutzen for HAC Racing running in the number 2 spot. Mayor Simpson Performance runs in 3rd. GS Racing Esports team is in 4th. Grizzly Motorsports is in 5th, with Stop and Go Racing in 6th. Bishop Motorsports is in 7th. Team Hardcore is 8th. Composite Performance is in 9th. World of Sim Racing is 10th. And GS Racing Esports rounds out an 11-car GTP field for now, with, again, Tualdo out of the race, 89 laps to go. Putting down to the LMP2 field to be Tri-State Racing, with Go-Win Racing in the number 2 spot. FRS Sim Sports is in 3rd, with Rise of Panda Racing in 4th. GC Racing Esports is 5th, with Texas Speed Sim Racing in 6th. The other Tri-State Racing car is in the number 7 spot, with Vice Motorsport in 8th. VRG Sport and Scours SS Racing is in 11th. Right now, GS Racing Esports team runs in the number 1 spot for GT Pro, with North Sim Racing down in 2nd. Kinetic Racing is in 3rd, with RPM Racing in 4th. Bishop Motorsports is 5th. GC Racing Esports is in 6th, and that will put Off of the SS Racing into 7th. Torpy Racing is in 7th, with the likes of Texas Speed Sim Racing in 8th. Bishop Motorsports and World of Sim Racing round out 9th and 10th, with Race for Cat Motorsport in 11th. And then, of course, your GTM field, Kyle Lowe currently leads the way, needing to pit one more time over the next little while. They currently are ahead of all the GT Pro runners in terms of overall position, running 22nd overall, but again, have yet to make their next pit stop. Off of the SS Racing runs in 2nd, with the likes of Screechy Boost Motorsports having made a nice recovery drive to 3rd after spinning in the first corner on the opening lap. Tyler Tucker for Trading Paints Racing runs in 4th. Josh Rodig for Vulture Motorsports is 5th, with Full Send Racing in 6th. MMTQ is 7th. Digital Chicane is in 8th. Mayor Simpson Performance currently in pit road, running in 9th. Their sister car runs in 10th. 11th place holds Real Pixel Motorsport. Dangler Performance is 12th. Firestorm, Vulture, Majors Garage, KC Racing, and will be rounding out the field for your GTM category. So that is it then. You've got all drivers still packed up, line astern. We're going to ride on board with Jason Burney for Mayor Simpson Performance as he tries to chase Matthew Rutzen for the race lead. What's going to end up being the race lead. You're watching the VSCA 12 Hours of Sebring on Green Flag TV. Racing action continues on from the 12 hours of Sebring. You're watching the battle for the LMP2 race lead, and how about that? Just as we come back, Nicholas going, making the look on Sam Vaughn for the race lead. Down into turn number 3 and going to the point, putting Vaughn down to second. Finally, Tri-State Racing is usurped.
Yeah, that was a fantastic move by Gowan, and yeah, up into the lead of LMP2, and again, this team's been having a quiet race, but when it matters, they've been up there. They've been right up there, and they managed to take the lead.
And we're looking back at the replay here of Race for Cat Motorsports as the 23 car had a very lazy spin down at the hairpin and got it off the racetrack quite nicely. And watch for the rejoin, just very tenderly trying to get that car back spun around. Matthew Rutten is into pit road, so the overall race leader is in. Battles continue for 4th in your GTP field, with Patrick Fogel still trying to chase down Selena Ward. They're now right by your LMP2 battle for the lead as well. And the LMP2 battle, just like at Daytona, right, it's picking up late in the race instead of rather early like most of these other battles are. As another car off the road, that's the 830 Cadillac of Team Hardcore.
Yeah, that looked very similar to the incident they had. I can't remember who it was. The incident with the Kinetic Racing, and I can't remember the other team, where they basically went through the same corridor side by side, and just again, it's just a case of the other car not being given enough room.
It's a case of those switchbacks, right? I mean, it's very easy to think you have a lot more room than you actually do. And even looking car a lot of the times, and it'll look like, you know, oh, I wasn't pinching you off. What are you talking about? I was fine. But then you look outside of the car and you realize, well, that's the thing, right? I mean, these cars are not big by any stretch of the means, right? I mean, you compare them to a road car, they're pretty small. But these cars are still big in their own right. Like, I mean, they're no small beasts.
Yeah, absolutely. You probably think they look small, but yeah, they're yeah. Especially when you look at real life pictures, they're massive cars. Absolutely. So yeah, sometimes visibility can be a bit of a bit limited. So seeing the other car, then maybe not seeing the car fully alongside you can be a bit of an issue.
Still racing on as apologies, I am in the middle of eating breakfast here as we speak. Nicholas Peterson takes the inside of HAC Racing. That was down for the number 6 spot. So Major Series Performance, this is right after their pit stops, finally makes the move and settles the battle between them. And then as that was going on, Patrick Fogel having this moment all by himself in the Comms Performance Machine. That's a very high-speed part of the circuit, too. And too wide of the curve, loose, and hard lick into the fence. And that left front, right front half shaft broke instantly.
Yeah, that was, it looks like Patrick maybe just caught, or Fogel, sorry, they just caught too much of that curve and just basically grabbed the car or unsettled the car, and unfortunately he spun it. Yeah, as you saw, he spun into the wall and lost that front splitter, or basically front end, basically. So yeah, so unfortunate. It's not been a good race for this team so far. It's been a bit kind of, how can you put it? Well, no, a bit up and down.
It's a really big shame, you know. I mean, this team has they have a lot of pace. They have a lot of talent underneath them. They just cannot put together a race that goes well for them all the way through. It's constant adversity that they're battling. And it does make you wonder if they will be able to contend for a championship later on in the season as things go along.
Yeah, and Composite are a good team. I mean, they race in various leagues, and they've done plenty of, or they've done several special events when it comes to endurance racing. But today it's just not been, it's just not gone the way that they wanted, and it looks like that incident was just a case of pushing too hard, and they just, unfortunately, Fogel made a mistake and hit the wall. But still, it's still a long way to go. But I think they'll probably lose a couple of laps with that incident.
And then of course you get now to the battle for a second with Kinetic Racing, RPM Racing, and North Sim Racing all in a battle pack. And in fact, you got Fisher Motorsport, one of the LMP2s, trying to fight his way through this battle pack. And that is for on-track position. So Travis Linscomb-Hatfield will work his way up to 23rd overall if he doesn't clean out RPM Racing first. And that will, again, close up this battle pack pretty quickly. And there goes RPM to the inside of Kinetic, trying to make a lunge. And Robert Lancaster spun off the track as he clears himself across Swaby.
Oh, that was so unfortunate, but
my God.
Oh, that rejoin was
something.
Probably a word that I shouldn't use on the broadcast.
I mean, the same situation, right? I mean, he just cleared himself across the nose, I think. We'll get a look on board with the Kinetic Racing car, and that's a toughie.
Actually, that rejoin wasn't as bad as I thought it would be from an angle. It's just the way the other angle made it look like it was a lot closer than expected.
He just cleared himself. This is exactly what happened at Daytona. He just cleared himself going for a position. And Dennis Denisio and Michael Cruz have both had a problem. So taking a look back out. Oh, no. Okay, well.
Yeah, this is the thing though, that some of these moves that are being done is just the car on the outside. The car on the outside can't move.
Pit road, maybe. Because they both immediately entered pit road. So I wonder if they were both.
Oh.
Well, that answers why we see the Ferrari into pit road, and I don't have words for that. Funnily enough, I don't think I need to say any words for that. To be brutally frank, I think what we just saw does all the talking for me. Let's want to get a look on board with that Fisher Motorsport car if we can a minute while we are. Look at that quick correction to avoid a second impact there.
That was good reactions for sure. But if I was in charge of race control and if I saw that rejoin, that would be a slam dunk penalty.
Yeah, that might be a severe one as well. If that gets protested, that could easily be a lap or more post race.
But yeah, I was going to go back to that incident with the kinetic Porsche and the other Porsche involved as well. Yeah, when the car on the outside can't do anything because basically they've got nowhere to go. So the car on the outside, you've got to leave some room. You can't just push them off and expect them to jump off track.
Absolutely right. I mean, and did the car did RPM Racing have the overlap? Probably. He probably had more than enough to call that his corner, but you still have to respect that there is another car still there, right? Again, it goes both ways. You see the training paints machine starting to funnel through. This is still the battle for second that we're watching here. Kinetic Racing, all things considered, came out of that pretty okay. They are still in the battle with North Sim Racing, and I don't think they're going to be breaking this battle up anytime soon. So this will be one of those fights that we'll be able to watch, for a good bit longer. As well as this, a GTM battle, what we haven't talked about in a little while. Digital Chicane on their recovery drive. This is the car that got tipped around early in the race, remember, about an hour and a half ago. Trying to battle that with MMTQ. They were the ones that came together with Screechy Moose.
Yep, and they're still going. But credit to them, they were still going up in 7th place in class, and they've slowly been getting back through the field. And the sister car as well, the 93, is still up there in the lead in the class. So at least the team's still doing well up there in the lead.
You got one car in the lead, and you got one car that is just running in 7th place and still is a lap down. And we were talking to Matthew Orvech earlier on. He was talking about how they were about 30 seconds away from unlapping themselves. So right now it was just head down, put the focus into the car, and try to capitalize on a safety car when/if we get one. Of course, it isn't if. We could go the rest of this race without one, but odds say it's a virtual impossibility. So I think we're going to be seeing this this number 80 car in it for the long haul here.
Yep, and they're still going as well. I mean, they could have, when they had that issue with Screech and Miss Motorsport, they could have thrown in the towel and called it a day, but yeah, they basically decided to keep going, and it was so unfortunate that one of the drivers had basically an issue with their PC crashing, but sometimes that's the way it goes. It's sort of similar to real life endurance races where you'll have technical issues like pedal failure or wheel failure or basically computer failure or hardware failure in general. It's just the nature of these races.
And we've even seen hardware failures sometimes mimic real-world failures. Like, for example, there was this one incident we had in an LTAC race on Friday night a little while ago where a racer that was running in VR at the Dover Motor Speedway lost his VR headset. Like, the VR completely crashed on him. No idea where he was. He went straight into turn 3 like a right front tire had gone down. And it looked exactly like a tire blowout. So it is sometimes incredible how even virtual failures can look so much like real-world race car hardware failures as well. It's almost uncanny how similarly they can sometimes be they can be mimicked from one to another.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just, again, it can be frustrating, but it's just one of those things. I mean, I've had it happen to me before, where actually doing a 12-hour race around here. I think it was last year or the year before. I can't remember exactly. Where I basically braked for, I think it was the hairpin I went to brake for, and basically my pedal, my spring for my brake pedal, they basically snapped, and basically I had no resistance or pressure. So as soon as my brake spring snapped, there was only one way I was going, and that was a head on into a wall. Which was it was frustrating, but just basically it's the way these races go, and I think it's just, again, anything can happen. You can have, it basically proves that anything, you can have failures that happen, and it's just the nature of these races.
Have you noticed something that's been happening over the last hour or so here, Ryan? Because I've sure noticed something, and it might become much more relevant here in just a little while. I can't see any blue sky anywhere. Do you?
I was about to ask that. Is it just me, or is the clouds or the sky got a lot
It's
darker?
gotten so dark that the track is in fact cooled by 2 degrees because there's no sun beating down on it anymore. So it's having an impact. And we were talking again. Both digital chicane drivers gave some insights to the weather radar system, and hopefully we will at some point be able to get some kind of a system that we can actually, flash up on the broadcast as well to show you a radar system. But right now we have to rely on driver information and what the iRacing radar tells us. And I know, Ryan, you have access to that radar as well. But it was showing that it was a very fluctuating series of where it was at in terms of how the weather was going to fall. It was ranging between rain possibly falling within about an hour and a half to 2.5 hours down the road. Do you have the information on where things are at right now?
I'm just checking right now, and it says the chance basically the chance of rain is still small. But as I say that, coming around this part of the track, it's got a little bit lighter again. So one part of the track is getting darker, but through the previous lap, or basically the start of this lap, heading through turn 1, it was getting a little bit darker or overcast. So this is interesting. I think this is something that the teams and the drivers will be keeping an eye on. And is seeing that shot, the track, the lighting on the track's got a lot lighter, so it's starting to just lighten up ever so slightly. But as you see up there, you can see still see a little bit of grey cloud.
Any time now is when that rain could come down. Current time in sim is 2:20. The percentage in terms of rain chance was showing at 1%, starting at 1:15. That was at the very start of this race, though. Obviously, that can change dramatically because that was about 3.5 hours ago. And it has changed dramatically, and that's what these races have said as well. It's a very dynamic system. It's not a guarantee. Just like the real-world weather, it ebbs, it flows, winds can shift. And you can see a lot of these flags flying in the wind, and that's what's pushing some of these clouds along. And that does have an impact as to what parts of the track might get rained on first. And I have never been more excited for a potential hazard in a race than this, just because of the nature of what a rain race can bring. And the fact that we don't have any other leagues currently that run on Green Flag TV that can support rain. VSCA is the only one because of the very limited car set that iRacing enabled to tempt this system with.
Yeah, that's fine as well. Oh, was it? They got a bit of a P2 traffic trying to get by the World Sim Race and the GT Pro car, but I was going to say, Nolan, if the rain does arrive, what part of the track do you want it to arrive on? That's something that was a question that was popping up in my mind. As it looks like one of the P2 cars just having to take evasive action there. But I think if it was me at the moment out on track, and there was a possibility of rain arriving, I would potentially want it to arrive on a slow corner rather than a high-speed corner, such as turn 17, for example, just because you don't know how the track's going to feel with regards to the grip in turn 17. You don't want to be on slick. You don't want to be on dry tyres, arrive in turn 17 and find it's completely wet, and then you go aquaplaning into the wall.
I think if you want any corner to have rain on it, you want it to be the slow corners. So a slow section of the racetrack is fine, because if you spin off there, you have a much better chance at stopping the car than if it's at a very high-speed section of the racetrack. We do have one of the drivers that has been rather familiar with the Green Flag TV booth as of late. Lucas Santos has hopped out of the race car. Taylor Parsons currently working his way around the racetrack. And Ryan, do you want to give a chat here to one of the drivers of the number 5 car?
Yeah, it would be my pleasure. I would be happy to have an interview with him. As Lucas Santos from Screets and Miss Motorsport joins us. And Lucas, it's been a bit of an up and down race for you guys at the moment. Obviously, you had that Forrester had that issue in turn 1 with being sideways, and then managed to get back up to P3 or P4, and then ended up getting caught up in another incident. But how's the race for you guys going at the moment? Is it going according to plan, or close enough according to plan?
Yeah, so the race right now, we're sticking to our stint sheet as of late, and we're just trying to anticipate some weather right now. We're looking all at our weather systems. I might even have a meteorology degree at this point, but we're looking at our data. We're looking at where our competition is, and we're just trying to react as well as how we've always been this season and as of last season, of just focusing on the last few hours and making sure our car is at the best for towards the end. So I think this race going right now is pretty good. We've got confidence in the car. We just need to bring her home to the end.
And yeah, what sort of preparation have you guys put in for this race? Obviously, with iRacing implementing this new weather system, has it changed the mindset or the way you go about setting up the car, or is it just do what you keep doing with regards to practice and setting the car up, and just see how the race pans out?
Yeah, so the weather system, it doesn't really change our mentality that much, other than like, oh, it's another factor that we are like unable to control. We just have to react to it. So it doesn't affect us that much. In terms of also the setup, we kind of keep the same. We might make a few tweaks every now and then, but in reality, we want to already have the setup prepared for, like, say, the best and worst scenarios. Like, if there were to be heavy rain, the car is going to feel the same and a little bit slidey as if it were to be in the dry and hot. Oh, we got a yellow, but yeah. It doesn't really affect us that much, to be honest, and I feel like we're still confident in it.
And as you say that now, we've got another course, and with the coursing now as well, what sort of, without giving too much away, what sort of plan have you got in mind with regards to driver stints? Are you trying to maybe get the maybe not the slower driver as such, but maybe get the safe pair of hands driver time out of the way as much as possible, or is it just a case of just basically stick to the original stint plan and just see how it goes?
Yeah, so like what you said, we're sticking to the stint sheet that we already have, but we already built it in a way that whatever scenario happens, the best driver for that scenario already is in the car. And if not, then we are able to switch drivers easily without it affecting the stint too much, or without it affecting our race and how we're handling it. So we're just sticking to how we normally have it. If we need to make adjustments, we're going to, of course, talk it with the team, make sure that it's a plan that we all want to set up, and make sure that we have that best driver for the best scenario that we have at hand.
Great stuff. Well, thanks for joining us, Lucas. And before we let you go, is there anyone that you want to give a shout out or a thank you to before you go?
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody on the Scoochie Moose Motorsports team, oh my gosh, it's been amazing working with them for the past 3 to 4 years. Everybody in the team is so passionate about, even though it is a video game, we're still passionate about the spirit of racing here and endurance racing. Want to say a huge shout out to Operation Motorsport, the main partner with our car for this number 5 Mercedes here. Motor Emotion, Torx, Auto and Diesel, Sports Car Travel, everybody that's on the car right now, msgear.ca, everybody who's on the car, who's supporting our efforts to go through this season and has that belief in us, to put their logos on our car, and show that performance truly. So thank you all.
Great stuff, and thanks for joining us, Lucas, and good luck to you and the rest of the team for the rest of the race, and hopefully we see you on the top step at the end of the race.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a good one.
As that was Lucas Santos joining us from Scoochie Moose Motorsport, and a good insight there, Nolan, to what sort of practice put in and what sort of things to do with the setup with regards to the race, and with the possible chance of rain. And I believe we've just been notified as well that the 33 MSP car has had to retire from the race.
Yes, we got that word in about 10 minutes ago from Kyle Burney, one of the drivers from this race, of course. It was a computer failure from one of the drivers that caused their problems. That is why we saw them pull off to the side. So it was a hardware failure, not out of fuel like we initially suspected. It was a hardware failure. And it's just a shame that it had to come to that. But you mentioned it as well, and it was also mentioned by Lucas. Caution for the second time tonight. Well, today, I guess. Tonight for you, today for me. Still very much the morning with a long way to go. But this is going to make it interesting, right? Our second yellow flag of the day, and now the whole field is jumbled up.
And this is the thing, though, and what do you do now? If, especially with regards to the stints, some of these teams might be halfway through a stint. Some other teams might be coming towards the end of a stint. If the pits are open, that is, do you dive into the pits and they basically take on new tyres and they take on fuel?
That is, as ever, an ever-pressing question that these drivers will have to answer over the next little while. But before we get to all that, there is, of course, the wave-by procedures to get everybody back in line and organized in this field. So as drivers pull over to the left and prepare for those wave-bys, we're going to pull aside and take a step back. We want to once again give a shout-out, of course, to Twin Bush, your expert for automotive workshop equipment located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Quality that convinces. You're watching the VSCA Sports Car Championships, 12 hours of Sebring on Green Flag TV, working caution number 2. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
And welcome back as we are still pacing under caution flag number 2 of the afternoon. 8 hours and 14 minutes to go. Morten Kofoid continues to lead the way. So far, no dramas have undergone us here when we came down to caution. We are still very much running on the racetrack with most cars still in the running order. We do have one driver able to come on over and give us a bit of a chit-chat as Chris Caddies from Tri-State Racing has taken some time out of his afternoon to come up here and give us a bit of a chat as we'll bring him up into the booth now. Well, Chris, for Tri-State Racing, it was looking like it's been a good run so far. You spent much of this race up in the front so far.
Yeah, it's been a really nice race for us so far. Thanks for having me on. The 123 car, qualified pole position. We're really happy to have Bart in the car this week, and it's a shame that his yellow flag laps aren't really helping us as far as utilizing his pace in the car, but we will soon enough. We're confident that we'll be able to get P1 here in a little bit here once this goes green. But yeah, no, we have 2 cars in the field. The 321 also, we're doing a good job with that car, just staying out of trouble really. Both cars have been on the podium so far this season, so things have gone well for us this year. We're fairly new team for iRacing, certainly. We've come from ACC, that's where most of our endurance racing background is, so it's been a transition year for us, but really pleased with how things have gone so far. So,
well, considering how different the 2 different games drive, you certainly have seemed to adapt very well with both of your cars to how things function over here on iRacing. Kind of walks through the strategies so far this race. I mean, how have these yellow flags helped or hindered, and do you reckon you could possibly make any advantage of seemingly looming weather?
Right, yeah, I mean, this is all the scenarios that we've possibly looked at are kind of baked into our strategy, and we all, of course, want to be flexible, because the nature of this, you really never know. You know, a 20% chance rain, it could be a torrential downpour at 20%. You really never know, but it's a little bit of a guessing game. Obviously, I wouldn't want to give away too much of our strategy, but we're pretty comfortable where we're at right now, and so far we've been pleased with the way the car feels in the rain as well. We feel like both cars are running similar setups, and we're comfortable in either condition. So, especially the variable conditions. One of the things that I think a lot of people have noticed is that it can take a little while for the track to dry once it does rain. So that's something that we will certainly keep in mind going ahead. But
you mentioned being a newer team onto iRacing as well, and seeing how well you've been able to adapt. You entered you entered the race today, 4th in the championship standing, 747 to go in Racing's 926. With the racing action that we have coming on up over the next few months, do you reckon we could see this 123 car in particular become a title contender?
I have no doubt that we're a title contender, and really in Long Beach, that was really kind of a heartbreaking race for this 123 car, because we were in the lead for about the first half of that race, and then we were trying to defend that lead, and then we got caught up in an accident that occurred right in front of us in turn 1 about halfway through, and that took us out of contention in the 123. The story for the 321 at Long Beach was a different kind of scenario, where we didn't really have the pace in the 321, but that was a very chaotic race for the LMP2 class especially. There was a lot of attrition, and so just by outlasting the competition there, we ended up scoring a podium on our 321 car, which was the first race for that car, so we're actually extremely pleased for that one. So both cars are full-time entries this season. First race of the year was just the 123, and that was actually our original plan, was just to run one car, but that race went especially well, finishing 3rd in that 123, and we had enough interest to expand the operation to 2 cars, So that's what we're going to be doing for the rest of the season. So of course, the 123 in a better position for the championship, just having done the one extra race. But we're certainly not counting the 321 out either.
Well, pit stops are currently underway under the safety cars, so we'll let you get back to work. Thank you for joining us up here tonight, Chris, and we'll wish you the best of luck going forward.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and just want a quick thank you to New Amsterdam for being on the car. Check them out, newamsterdam.com. Live events, MC, a lot of other stuff. So I appreciate it, guys.
Well, Chris Caddy is joining us up here from the Tri-State Racing Organization. Their car is currently running in 2nd and 7th in the LMP2 field, Ryan, and most of the field is in for pit stops. The top 3 in GTP are opting to stay out, while just about everybody else is in. I'm only counting, I could probably count on my fingers the number of cars that stayed out of the 48 or so we have left on the racetrack.
Yeah, not really surprised that most cars decided to dive into the pits under the car, under the safety car, because I think I guess most teams were coming towards the end of their stint, or were maybe halfway through their stint. So maybe it makes sense to come in and top up the fuel and to take all new tyres, and maybe as well maybe make a driver change as well, because under the safety car you won't lose too much time as well. So it does make sense, but I think other cars that have stayed out, maybe they're deciding to just maybe run the tank dry and just try and take that track position possible.
Weather updates, track is back up to 38 degrees Celsius. It did drop to 36. The clouds have continued to roll in, and I think we got a little bit of a clue as to how our expectations for rain have been developing. We talked about how iRacing anticipated a 1% chance of rain at about 1:15. That was an hour and a half ago. Chris was mentioning that number has, I think, jumped to 20% now. So 20% chance of rain. It's substantially higher than 1. And I think it's looking like we could very well get some rainfall before the conclusion of this race. Of course, when the session was going live, the original setting for just overall event was 52% chance of rain. So it was a bit of a coin toss as to whether or not we'd actually get any rain or not. But so far, it seems like the weather isn't boding well for the field.
Yep, and this is the thing as well with 20% chance of rain now. I think obviously just looking at the sky quickly as well, it's still kind of dark. So I think the chances of rain is just is increasing ever so slightly. So I think teams are maybe going to be. Some teams might be worried about that, and other teams that are maybe further back in the class might be hoping for rain just to try and kind of give them a chance to get back into it.
Well, we heard Tri-State Racing wasn't too happy about this safety car coming out because it means that they have one of their pace-setting drivers in the car, and he's not able to go out there and put down the super quick lap times that he's supposed to because they're behind the safety car. So it's like time's a wasting right now. He's really having to try to figure out a way to get himself up and around. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we could have a GT AM car leading us back to the green flag because it is the way the restart procedure works is it's not the GTP leader leads, it's the furthest up class leader, which right now is Ethan Swan in the number 93 digital chicane machine, and that is the car that currently heads the pacing line as well.
Yeah, that I was about to say. It looks like a GT car overall is going to lead us back to the green flag. So that'll be an interesting restart. Be interested to watch the GTP and LMP2 cars come through the GT field and they see how quickly they can get through. But obviously they don't want to take too many risks at the same time.
Now, granted as well, there's still a little bit before we go to green flag racing as well, because they still are doing some of the second round wave buys as well, which is what the excuse me, it's what this current delay is in getting this race back to green flag racing. It's just getting all of those wave buys figured out, getting all of the incidents figured out, and I know, Ryan, you're going to be hopping out here in a few minutes, and we're going to be bringing Lorenzo Bonder into the booth to to fill in for the next 2 hours. But I think overall, these first 4 hours have shown that this so far is going to be about one of the tamest races I think we'll be seeing all the season, unless that rain ends up hitting.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. I think if that rain does hit, I think it would not surprise me if most teams decide to maybe pit early and stick on wet tyres and maybe stick in their one of their quicker drivers in for the wet. Maybe a driver that likes wet racing in the wet. So, but yeah, I think when it gets to round about maybe the final 3 or 4 hours, that's when you'll probably see most teams start to get their elbows out and be a lot more feisty and a lot more aggressive. Because I think it's pretty much the same in the real life 12 hours of Le Mans. Sebring, sorry. Most drivers are starting to be a little bit more aggressive and getting their elbows out.
You see several of the cars taking those second round of wave buys that they are dictated to by race control. So that is the last step that we have yet to do. Just wait for them to catch up to the tail end of the field, and then we will be back in full to green flag racing. There goes Composite Performance. They're getting a lap back. That should, I think, put Composite not onto the lead lap. They are 3 laps down. My apologies. So they are still a ways back, but not impossible. There is still hope for Composite Performance yet to get themselves back into contention, but still with a lot of work to do. So as we continue to pace around, Ryan, I think it is almost time for us to say farewell, and I will be hoping to talk to you again soon.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and thank you for having me yet again. Nolan. I've enjoyed the race so far, and looking forward to watching the rest of the race from the sidelines. And it's over to Lorenzo Bonda to join you and have some fun for the next couple of hours.
So big thank you to Ryan Walker for filling in for the first 4 hours of what has been so far an entertaining 12-hour endurance race. And we'll bring Lorenzo Bonder up into the broadcast booth now. And Lorenzo, it's been an interesting first 4 hours of racing. One safety car about 8 minutes in. We hadn't even caught GT traffic yet before the first random yellow was deployed. It definitely threw a bit of a wrench into the works for a few team strategies. Since then, it's been about as tame of a race as you could be. I mean, I know it hasn't been the waterlogged downpour that the official races have seen, but the clouds are showing we might not be far away from that.
Absolutely. We're still looming over the race, and just because you actually open your mouth to talk about rain, we know rain is coming, right? You have to spew the things about rain, and that's where I think the race is gonna turn upside down on a few things. I really am curious how they're gonna tackle rain, like it's being tackled on the official series, and it's catching some drivers off guard. It's even with the preparation they probably have done extensively for this race or the officials, regardless, it's been a very big surprise for everyone.
And I think a lot of teams are waiting in anticipation. And from what we've heard, speaking to some of the digital chicane drivers and now the Tri-State Racing crew as well, a lot of them are keeping a very, very close eye on that radar because it's constantly in flux. The VSCA admins, they have not set out a whole big, long timeline of exactly what's going to happen when. They gave it basic parameters, put it on dynamic, and just let it run its thing. So nobody knows what this race is going to have in store for us. And even when we were talking to Orovech earlier on, he was mentioning about how the forecast was changing dramatically, even from, every 15 minutes or so. So it's so difficult to try to plan out a long-term strategy when it seems like even the simulator doesn't know what the long-term strategy is going to be.
Yeah, basically, what you're saying is kind of like two people got into a room, decided to play rock, paper, scissors, blind, and just decided to throw the first thing that comes into their mind. As we're gonna have safety car in this lap, so we're gonna have our green flag over here, Nolan. and makes the race more nerve-wracking for everybody. I like that. I like these mysterious things. Just throw off your random numbers. Like, yo, give me a number. No, 65. Okay, I don't know what that's gonna mean, but I'll throw it out there, and I don't know what's gonna happen after that. I like it.
You know, something else that's going to be keeping these GTP drivers on edge? The fact that it's a GT Am car. That's going to be leading them back to the green flag. It doesn't happen all that often. It only happened, I think, once at Daytona. So this will be curious to see how Ethan Swan is able to kind of weather all of that pressure. It's no doubt a huge amount of pressure with all of those GTPs and GT Pros breathing down his neck.
It's the same feeling of Dory and Nemo trying to run away from the shark.
That's a good analogy, actually. I like that. That's a good one.
I'm inspired after my crash
no.
on the official series. I've been inspired.
Oh dear.
I'm still running
still
though. I'm still running. I'm not complaining.
Hey.
Still in the running, even though I'm 9 laps down because we have rain.
Fair enough. Well, the green flag drops. We are back to racing, and immediately Swan pulls over to the right, lets the field take it. So the top two firing away. Into mad dash through turn number 1. The rest of the pack trying to size up the field behind. We spread things out all the way down through turn number 1. And looking like, for the most part, we've gotten through it clean.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're going to go into turn number 3, everybody just fiddles out quite nicely. The question is, when we get to the hairpin, all these different cars and different brands and everything else, how they're going to shuffle out in the truck, but everything looking so far so good, and that's why we want to see good racing and be racing amongst.
Battles on for second as Bart Matica trying to look down the inside of Nicholas Goen for the Goen Racing number 18 Tri-State Racing. They led a good chunk of this race early on. They, in fact, were in the lead for about 2 hours or so earlier on. This safety car did not help that fact at all, so they're just now trying to bounce back and see if they can get a good drive going off of this restart. So far, they're keeping good pace for that 18. Delara P217 tried to look for the inside of Tower Bend, just no room to make the pass.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the thing is for Lish right now, he's trying to break away the best he can, and because you have Goen and you have Maya not far behind. But the thing is, with the rain inbound, is going to come to, if at any point in this race. It comes down to driver skills, so trying to maintain the car in the track, still be fast, and be able to navigate through the traffic. As right now, Lesh is going to be overtaken by one of the Porsche GTPs. Meanwhile, at the back, Lamont the curve, we had Carrera having a little bit of an issue with the traffic itself. For the
just having a small little off, but has gotten himself more or less sorted. And then here's a big cluster of GT Pro traffic. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Throw a blanket over him. 0.7 of a second separate 4th through 7th, and right now the lone Audi heads the way for GSC Racing Esports. Fisher Motorsport, meanwhile, trying to get back up to GSC, while Torque Free Racing just overtook Texas Speed Sim Racing for the number 6 spot just behind.
Meanwhile, back to the point that we see the LMP2 diving down, nearly crashing into the BMW. I think that was from Texas Speed right there. That nearly got hit back all the way to Jacksonville or something like that. But fortunately for them, that Tri-State Racing just decided to keep everybody alive for the time being.
Managed to keep everybody still in racing contention, but that has really broken up that battle from 4th through 7th. It's now really just down to 4th and 5th now. Tom Winnie trying to keep Benjamin Fisher behind him, as Fisher going for the over-under, but can't really make that work through the hairpin, not when you're that far back. So he'll continue to chase after that Audi, but right now, the GSC Racing Esports Audi, driven by Tom Winnie right now, has put down astonishing pace. And I think this is about the quickest we've been seeing this Audi R8 all season long.
Absolutely. The Audi, I think this season has been one of the stronger cars, BOP less. So that's why it's kind of like overperforms, as we have the RPM 911 Porsche. It's put around outside of Tower Turn. Thing is, how do they come back into the track? Do they come cleanly? Yes.
Robert
they do.
Lancaster getting into the Texas Speed BMW and just loops the back end. Goes for a lazy slide up over the curb and keeps it out of the fence, and he'll get that car back underneath him. So the fight for second still on in LMP2. You got the fight for fourth on back in GT Pro that is still on. You've also got a scrap for second in GTM. 3 different cars tucked up line of stern. Screech Moose Motorsports, Vulture Motorsports, and Off in the SS Racing that are all in the fray as well. Of course, Screech and Moose with their problems earlier on still on a recovery drive, but it's been a good recovery drive so far. They're now up to the number 2 spot and now trying to chase down Ethan Swan for the race lead.
If you tell me that is a really good recovery drive, no, that's an amazing recovery drive as Off the S's have to check up a little bit. The Ferrari right in front of them from Vulture nearly caused a slight bump on the car, a potential crash around turn number 3. But the thing is, there's still some good racing around the track, and the thing is also, furthermore, they're being able to catch Swabby with all these things going on in the track.
What?
Sorry, Swan in the track rather than Swabby.
We've also got a titanic battle back here between Theo Taylor and Wolfgang Wildenauer, and we'll look back at this one because this was extremely tight all the way up through turn 1, 2, 3, and 4. They went side by side, and again, this is the lone Lamborghini in the field right alongside the Mercedes that had to make a pit road start in this one due to not meeting the minimum drive time from last race at Long Beach. And just able to hang that one around the outside of turn 4 was Dangler Performance. They hang on and will move their way up to 11th in your GTM field. Now trying to catch up. Sorry, that was for 10th in your GTM field. Trying to make more ground up the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they're going around, I think that looked like to be outside of Cunningham, going, I think, through turn 11 and 12 and 13 eventually, as the Lamborghini still going on in strong in the car that has gone around its beats and bruises, and we'd love to see it. Still a lone Lamborghini being featured in the court as RPM right behind, trying to make an overtake on Firestorm, couldn't make it stick.
Of course, Firestorm with their problems earlier on throughout this race, trying to still make good out of their own recovery drive, and they had the whole front clip tore off of that Mercedes about an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes ago. And again, have since gotten it repaired. They're back on the racetrack and in good form now. Some of the battles in GTP started to close in as Morton Kofoid, Selena Ward, and Nicholas Peterson are now packed up line of start, about half a second between each.
And it's funny to see that there is a dominance from the Cadillacs, right, and rather than the Porsches being overly dominant team around the track. It's just what the interesting aspect of all is they're all being on equally level playing field. So there isn't a guy, even though you can see Keane being the leader of this race, he's not being able to break away that much against Schmidt, Souza, Kufid, and Ward, and everybody else. He's just doing his best to try to stay as mildly, honest as he can be, try to do his best laps, but the thing is, the field is fighting back this well.
Ryan was pointing out earlier about how the Cadillac has a lot of straight line speed underneath it, and I think that is what's really helping the Cadillacs here with their runs down the Ullman straight and then the pit straight. It helps them build out such a large gap that the Porsches have not so far been able to surmount in the middle portions of the track where it's a lot more tight and twisty. We did see the Porsches out in full force, and they were one of the main runners at Long Beach, a track that doesn't have a lot in the way of top-end speed. It's all about cornering on the streets of California. So it's all about these various different tracks and how each one can have a big impact on your race. And that's part of what makes endurance racing so special, in the fact that you can get all these manufacturers and you can really compare to see which one's the best at any given track.
Absolutely. It's weird to see the Acura not being featured over here, and we know Tuald is already out of this race with the kind of like an early lead from this race so far. But the thing is, it would be interesting to see like a BMW feature, see how it would fare against other drivers around the track. As now FRS is going to get overtaken by GSC inside. Actually, GSC defended the position from FRS, and FRS not being able to do the overtake, even though put the car inside Cunningham and the exit would enable a better exit for FRS rather than GSC LMP.
This is the fight for 4th place in your LMP2 category. Timo Van Gemmer will enter pit road for MMTQ Racing, and there goes... holy cow, Seftel overtaking Telemark there for the position, and now back to the inside through Le Mans. GSC gets the spot right back. FRS trying to cut back at him as you fire down the Ullman Straight towards Sunset Bend. And we've seen a lot of incidents so far in Sunset Bend this afternoon. FRS pulling clear still. Now will GSC once again go for the over-under? They're going to try for it here, coming down the front straightaway. And they might have the draft here to make it work, but I don't know if they'll be able to make a good lunge around the outside into turn 1. How about the inside then?
You can make the lunge, but the thing is, making a stick on the inside is what the tricky portion. It is the tricky portion. You have to retain the speed for you to get a good exit, and just lunging down the inside, good for entry, but you completely kill the momentum mid-corner. And this is that turn 1 is one of the few corners in the track where you need a lot of momentum.
It's a very late apex corner, and I think it is because of how much the track narrows up on exit that you really need to pick your line carefully. There's not a lot of reference points you can use, and I do wonder with the line how it could change as the race goes along. I was tuning into the official iRacing split a little earlier in preparation for this race and taking a look at where some of the wet lines were, and I was, even on a wet track, I was amazed at how far away from the racing line you had to go because of how much standing water can accumulate with those slanted curves.
Yeah, so we're gonna see probably. I'm actually driving the LMP2 on the official series, so I can dive in a little bit. While we see pit stops happening, the leader coming in, Souza coming in as well. The horde of Porsches are gonna stay out while they funnel out through the GT3 traffic. Meanwhile, everybody just surviving the whole ordeal, and Kufed being able to break away. Meanwhile, all Lamborghini in the wall in turn number 1.
Wolfgang Wildenauer having a spin at the opening corner, and he was in that group with the Porsche horde, fight its way through and gets into it with Firestorm Motorsports. MSP had to go evasive. It did keep it out of the wall, just goes for a spin. It's a dangerous place, though, to be stopped, and he is going to... Well, luckily enough, he had a big gap to get that car righted again, but he will get himself back rolling now and has since fallen to 13th in your GTM category, but still on the racetrack and, crucially, no damage.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Have no damage to the car. Because even, I think, one of the interesting things I've been seeing, like watching the official series and everything, is how... fragile the cars are, right, in terms of behavior. If you have like a minor crash on the side or even a quarter panel, that would be enough for you to activate the meatball flag and come to the pit lane for mandatory repairs. So keeping this on the track and keep it as clean as possible you can during the long run is going to make these things efficiently the key to this race.
Damage can be such a detriment to any endurance race, and we've seen a lot of drivers already push it too aggressively and have terminal damage that knocks them out early. Bravo Snow Shatton was among one of those cars that we saw crash big time early on. Composite Performance has had quite a few incidents, and they now find themselves on the back foot trying to just drive back through the field after having to spend several laps getting damages repaired in pit road. Meanwhile, fight for third in your GT Pro category is on. GSC Racing Esports, Fisher Motorsports, and Torque Freak Racing. All within about a second of each other, although that is extending as TFR is slipping back. But Fisher Motorsports still looking to make some momentum up here on GSC, as they're not going to look for a move into the hairpin. Not close enough, and I think too much GTV traffic around to consider it.
Yeah, not being able to overtake at all. So there you go. There is a Porsche going around the outside. I think that is P3 that is just going around them. And everybody just following suit. Now I think is the point of the race where things are going to calm down because everybody just kind of like fiddled out in terms of your pockets of racing, and and we're still thinking about maybe fuel efficiency a little bit. Of course, the pit strategies might have thrown a bone in the mix. For everybody, we still have a potential yellow flag for the weather, because the weather is going to make things more different. It's going to lengthen up the stint for everybody. The how long you can actually do a stint in the LMP2?
I do not actually. I have not tried it. Enlighten me.
Nearly 50 minutes. That's 10 minutes more than you can normally do, which impressed me quite a lot. It's nearly the same length as the GTP on a dry run stint, if not even more. Not more.
Speaking of GTPs, Team Hardcore and DS Racing Esports nearly getting together as they were lapping one of the GTMs on the back straightaway in the battle for 6th as they lunged their way around Sunset Bend and try to make up some ground. And Kronecker trying to hang on against Souza, and to the inside, there goes the cutback. Team Hardcore still carrying the momentum. Going to use lap trap as a pick, and DS Racing is through to 6th.
Yeah, Hardcore just taking the L right there because of one Fisher Porsche that was standing in the way right there, and just taking the massive loss right there. Meanwhile, we're going to look at the replay. A incident with the 2 of the Mercedes around the track that looks like to be the number 5 around the inside. Is that a overtake that is actually done by the other? No, that is actually the dive down from Trading Paints. Trading Paints staying on the inside lane, nearly blocking off the Mercedes, and everything just decided to unravel from there. 1 for 2. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a little battle for 2nd through 4th in your GT Anfield. And while all this was going on, the 6th car, driven by Cameron Dance for Torque Creek Racing, blinked out, so there was a technical failure for Cameron Dance. So Neil Middleton has just jumped into the car to take his place, but they still have to wait for the towing process to be completed, which is a long time at a racetrack like this. So they're going to fall down a lap, looking like it will only be 1 lap. They'll get back out onto the racetrack, but this is a huge setback for the number 6 Porsche.
Yeah, unfortunate to see the TFR Porsche not having the best of days, but we know that the yellow flag can still, help them out a little bit as they come out of the pit lane on turn number 1. Just got to mind that exit, which I didn't knew until like earlier today. You can actually get a black flag for unsafe pit exit.
Many racers find that out the hard way.
Yeah, somehow, I was leaving my pit lane and like, oh, let me just mind my own business. Oh, there's a car. Let me just get to the inside. I go to the inside. As soon as I get to the inside, bam, I get a black flag.
So Rising Panda, Gowan Racing, and Tri-State Racing all still running 1, 2, and 3. And they have been getting ever closer, and you have to now wonder how long is it going to be before Tri-State Racing tries to make a look here. They led a good chunk of the first quarter of this race. They want to take those spots back and lead some more. The problem is they have to get around Nicholas Goen and Remy Loesch first.
What surprises me is how quickly they caught up to Loesch in the circumstance of all things, right? After the green flag, I think we barely had like 10 laps in, more or less, 10, 12 laps in, and the LMP2 lead is already, under the danger of being lost by Goen or Tri-State.
It has not been a very long time at all, and this is part of that extra chaos that a restart with a big jumbled field can bring. Such is the nature, though, of multi-class racing, and right now Loesch has got 2 very quick cars breathing down his neck, but a huge checkup there and a big move for Tri-State Racing, fires that around the outside of 3 wide to get around the digital chicane car, and he is going to put himself up into the second position in LMP2. That was a move.
There you go. On the replay, you can see I think the going car just gets checked up at the Ferrari. I think that's the lead GTM Ferrari that kind of like checks them up a little bit on the entry of the corner. And Tri-State, who has literally nothing to do with this, just not going to be an innocent bystander, just decides to, capitalize on the move, and the move is done.
It did cost him slightly in his run to get to Loesch. He lost a couple of tenths, but critically, he picked off the second-place runner of Goen. So now, Mattia can now run down Loesch up the road, half a second with nothing to stop him from taking back the LMP2 race lead, short of whatever pace Loesch has in that Dallara P217.
Question is, what kind of overtake you would have to do? What kind of, place you would have to commit for an overtake like that, right? We normally think turn number 1 would be the key. Turn Sunset Bend would be another key, but right now there is no run that Tri-State, Maria, or Goen are actually getting a good run from. Lush is doing a really good job keeping these two guys at bay for the time being.
And all of this as well while the fight for the second position in GTP is closing in as well. Nicholas Peterson running down Selena Ward, only 0.2 of a second separate. 2 Porsche 963s for second and third on the racetrack. And I just saw the windshield wipers activate on Peterson's car, but looking like that may have been just to flick some debris away because they quickly stopped again. I got excited for a quick second there as Peterson continues to chase down Ward.
It is unfortunate right now, even though you can see the clouds being slightly overcast, where you don't have a full commitment or a full presence of the rain just so far. But still, we know it's looming large, right? I think if we have to give it a way of certainty, how certain we would be that rain is coming? Like 70%?
I'm at a solid 60 right about now. I mean, we're almost halfway into this race. We still haven't seen anything. But that said, the first 3 hours had barely any clouds over the racetrack either. And I haven't been able to get a chance to peek at the iRacing radar ever since either, since we started this race. When I checked it just before we went live, it said only 1% for 1:15 p.m. in sim, but that was over 2 hours ago. And we heard the Tri-State Racing crew say that number had jumped to 20. So it is rising quite steadily, it would seem.
And the plot thickens.
But then you get the doubts, right? Because you will get moments like this where you actually have sun that breaks through like a gap in the clouds and shines down onto the racetrack, and you start to wonder, well, is it actually going to happen? Like, are we actually going to get rain? Are these percentages a red herring? And that's why so often people say you can race on paper all you like, but paper won't always be accurate.
No, not at all. It is that difficulty of trying to get things right, and sometimes let's just say you have precipitation at 20%. You might get some precipitation. Let me don't get me wrong, because the clouds might be on the track, but that doesn't mean that they're actually rain clouds. They're just clouds per se. What happens is it is just looms large, and it might run at one portion of the track. Let's just say hairpin is going to rain at the hairpin, but then the rest of the track stays dry, and their hairpin might be a little bit more wet than what normally is. So it confuses the driver of, should we start thinking about going for wet tires? What we're going to do next to ensure that the car stays running strong and doesn't get affected by any, unwanted surprises called the weather system.
Weather is a great equalizer, and we'll see how much this equalizes the field if the rain does end up coming. Rain de Boer has taken a tow to pit road, interestingly enough. So while the battle for the GTM lead is developing, Let's take a quick look here, and well, based off of what I'm seeing here, I am anticipating that that car had a technical failure, which is why we now see Rain DeBoer in the pits having to take a tow.
Meanwhile, back to the fight here for P2 in the overall class, overall and also GTP class. One thing we have to keep this in mind, Nolan. These two guys, while they're duking it out on the track, Kufit is not being able to break away. He's even worse. He's being caught up by both Ward and Peterson these last lap because of being hampered out by traffic itself. Especially now that Peterson gets around blocked of sorts around Tower Turn.
It's all that GTM traffic that always seems to split up the GTP battles, right? It's never GT Pro. GTM always tends to be the Achilles heel for these battles in the GTP category, but it's not going to keep Pedersen down for long as he gets a huge run coming through Le Mans, but I think he may have lifted a little bit there down the Ullman Straight, so possibly a fuel-saving strategy from the number 3 car sticking in the wake of the 19.
Interesting. Oh!
And that is one of the LMP2s. Travis Linscomb Hatfield for Fisher Motorsports has found the barriers, and that car is now missing the entire front clip. That was the 11th place runner in your LMP2 field, the last car running on the racetrack. They're lapping one of the GT Pros, and oh boy, just goes straight on. Not too hard into the wall.
Going.
Just not lack of situational awareness, I think, from the Porsche on that one.
Maybe. I don't know. This is a 50-50 because normally you don't go to that outside line. If you're at the LMP2, your normal line would stick to the inside line. I think the torque-free Porsche just got surprised with the fact that the Fisher LMP2 was that far off, and the Fisher Motorsport just unfortunately went into the wall for a small ride.
Yeah, you might be right in that one. So I think it can go both ways. I wouldn't expect for the LMP2 to have gotten left because of where that Porsche was situated, but it's a classic case of both cars can do better, and it's just it's an occupational hazard of multi-class endurance racing like this. So the battle for second will continue. That's second place overall. Fifth place in your LMP2 category has been closing. Texas Speed Sim Racing trying to reel in GAC Racing Esports up the road. So we could see a battle for the top 5 in your other prototype category here in a minute. And then, of course, your battle for the GTM race lead with the top 3 still separated by half a second each.
And I've been speaking. I committed the cardinal sin. And what surprises me is despite what happened in the yellow flag, and after the yellow flag, we're still having a lot of battles transpiring around the track. And, right, that's the good stuff. We're able to cover everything that is happening around the track, which is always for us is a good given.
I'm glad that the GTM battles have started to pick up a little bit more because we were focusing a lot on GT Pro in the first 4 hours of this race, and I felt a little bad I wasn't able to talk about GTM all that much more. But now GT Pro is split apart a bit, and GTM having a huge fight as they battle for second. Will dice through, closes up off of the SS Race to the back of the digital chicane Ferrari. While that's going on, the number 46 LMP2 that was leading the race, Rise Panda Racing, is down into pit road, so Tri-State Racing is back to the top. They have gone for a driver change as well. Pure Stockton is into the car for the number 46 Dallara, as this field works to the Ullman Straight. And
Oh, off the S's losing, getting P1 from Digital Chicane. Digital Chicane making a massive blunder around the entry to Le Mans corner. Now Omen straight side by side is going to be a full send into the inside, and Digital Chicane just like that. Going from P1 all the way down to P3. Still in the running, but the thing is, Nolan, that gotta hurt the mentality for the driver.
We've got some we've got some penalties that have been handed down post safety car from our race control Jordan Erickson as well. Cars 016 and 88 pitted before pit road was open, drive through. That would be the Vulture Motorsports Ferrari running 7th currently in GTM, and I believe that has already been taken. And the DS Racing Esports Team GTP Cadillac that has gotten a penalty as well. The 161 car has a drive-through for pitting after pit road was closed. That is a stop and hold for 60 seconds. So it's a really harsh penalty for pitting after pit road is closed. And then after all of that is said and done, Screechy Moose Motorsports, the drivers, the car that spun on lap 1, got involved in another wreck already earlier tonight with the Digital Chicane Ferrari, and is trying to go for 3 wins in a row, has a drive-through penalty for physical overlap on the restart before start-finish. So quite a few penalties being handed out from that last one.
Absolutely. How do you get a penalty for physical overlap?
You are not allowed to advance your position before the start-finish line. And I'll probably be corrected by one of the VSCA administrators on this, but I believe that is in your class. So you cannot be alongside another car in your class before the start-finish line. You have to maintain single file. And, whoa! Well, there goes the Tri-State Racing leader, the LMP2 class leader of Mattia, going off and into the grass.
That is not a mistake that you see often around tower turn.
Just dropped it on entry.
Came in way too hot. I think there was a small bump on the track that caught off guard Mattia right there, and unfortunately caused the spin for the 123 Tri-State LMP2. Unfortunate, but I think this is the first time in a while I've seen a car spun around tower turn on a behavior that is similar to what happened to Mattia.
Yeah, no kidding. So, well, the battle for the GTM race lead is still within 0.7 of a second. Critically, though, Michael Garone for RFDS's Racing has caught Neil Middleton for Torque Freak Racing, which is a GT Pro Porsche, and that has started to back him up into the Mercedes behind.
How does he get around that contact between both cars?
Whoa.
Nearly supposed to go around, and massive contact, and cars going around.
Crash, and that wipes out the GTM race leader off in the S's, down and out, and that I think may have just destroyed the right side of the car as they are not moving. They're trying to, but look out! Oh my gosh, that is not at all how you. They're trying to get the car rolling, I think, is what they're attempting, and it's not going to work. So they're going to take the tow back to the pits. And, well, we'll look back and try to find out what the heck just happened there. Oh, it was with the Cadillac coming through.
Yeah, but the Cadillac is an innocent bystander here. I think it is just lack of awareness from the Torque Freak Porsche and the off the SS Ferrari. Just decided to go side by side. If you catch the replay again, you can see there's contact, and the Caddy just, nothing to do with that, and just causing the contact of both. Incidentally, he caused the contact with both the Porsche and the Ferrari. But you're going to see the Torque Freak coming slowly around the corner. The Ferrari's going to have a little bit of momentum. Puts the car on the inside on the right hand king. But the thing is, there is no overlap for you to stay side by side. You're doing that kind of a little bit late-ish.
Yeah,
You see right here.
you're right. You're
Damn.
right.
Come on.
I can understand why Garone was so eager there to try and make that work, right? Because he's got a car breathing down his neck for second. The car in front of him wasn't battling for position. He wanted to go. I can 100% understand that as, oh, there's Firestorm Motorsports getting tipped around by one of the GTPs as well. But I understand wanting to go, but that was not the way to get it done. That was a messy situation all around.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, just a little bit. Well, we continue on through racing action tonight, and we'll see if we can get in touch with another one of the MSP drivers as racing action moves along. As Kyle Burney has found himself with some extra time between race controlling and actual driving in the car. Kyle, it's been a very good race so far, I think, for the MSP crew. I mean, you got the GTP machine that is up near the front. Kind of walk us through the race as a whole for you.
I think that's the only MSP team that is doing good right now, but they're doing really good. So it's been a tough race. We had to retire the 33. Both the 33 and 34 were caught up in an incident, I think like around 20 minutes in. But the 33, we had hardware and technical issues, nothing with the car, but it was just what we have, what we're running everything on that was bringing issues. So that was a retirement, but I think the 34, they're still there plugging away, and the 3 is doing a good job right now, which is really good. And just as I say that, they contacted with one of the Fisher cars. But overall, I think that we're looking good. So there's still a lot of race left. Hopefully the 3, which is where I primarily drive in, hopefully they're able to keep things going and keep it up.
Kind of walk us through what the mindset has been right now, because obviously we heard from Chris Cattis earlier about how the chance of rain was steadily on the rise. It was about 20%, I think it was, about half an hour ago. How's that been impacting the mood in the MSP camp so far?
It's just trying to keep an eye on it. So I mean, I remember from the start of it earlier, we were looking at around 1 or 2 o'clock. It went to then 3 o'clock, and now it's just slowly pushing back. And now I'm looking at it right now, and it's not getting up to above 10% until 5 p.m. in sim. So we have another hour and a half. So I mean, don't know when, don't know if. It's just right now. It's nothing. We're just keeping an eye on it, but it's just plug away and keep to our game plan of one stint after one stint, and just make sure we're somewhere close when we get down to the last couple of stints. That way we can see what we can fight for then.
And overall, we talked about obviously how the GTP car is still running well, but some work to be done for the number 34. What's the end goal? Where do you want to see this number 34 car by race's end?
I think right now, given where they're at, and it was the same kind of mindset we had with the 33, if we're able to get lucky with a few cautions, get a couple laps back, it'll be good. I think the biggest goal, realistically, as a team with the 34 right now is let's just focus on keeping it clean for the rest of the race. Wherever we finish is where we finish, but if we're able to have a clean rest of the race, then we're going to take that as a good result in our book, because ultimately, outside of what we just saw on screen and the incident in the start of the race, it's been a fairly clean race for the 34. So if we're able to just keep things going as they are with that and just have just those 2 incidents, overall it'll be a really good race. The result doesn't show it, but internally we can say it's a really good race.
Well, we'll let you get back to work. Thank you for taking time out of your very busy day to join us here today, and we'll hopefully be talking to you again before too long.
Yeah, thank you guys for everything.
Kyle Burney
from
the Mayor Simspeed Performance crew doing a good job. That car currently running in 8th in GTM for the moment. And, we saw them come together with one of the Fisher Motorsport cars right as we began to give a talk to them, just to kind of add insult to injury, and this is what happened to the Fisher Motorsports number 84 Porsche. This is coming into turn 1. Just that little bit of a touch, and that will send the 84 car for a long slide, keeps it out of the fence, and we're able to get back rolling. All the while, whoa, we got one of the, that's the Texas Sim Speed BMW that's off the road. So Tyler Thomas will pull his car to a stop. And what has happened to the number 32 Beamer as he just loses through tower turn, finds the wall, and is that right front busted to you, Lorenzo?
Yes.
What in the world happened
Yes.
to him?
Or maybe it is the first, just for the
Oh,
first
you're
time.
right. That could be as well. I don't know why you would tow, though, after just taking such a lazy spin like that.
Can we get a replay prior
how
to this?
prior do you want?
About 10
10
seconds before he goes.
Oh, well, we'll see what we can do. I can do 10 seconds. All right, let's see what we got. That is not.
That's
fine,
not the
again,
BMW.
so stand by. There we go. All right, so Daniel McConnell is in that car now. He's all fine leading up to it. That tire's not broken. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that one. Battle for 11th place overall, 2nd place in the LME2 field. This is Tri-State Racing trying to fend off Goen and not succeeding in doing so. So Goen Racing will take that spot away. They maintain the 2nd spot now in your LMP2 field, but that's a strange one to me, especially since they have Daniel McConnell in the car now, who is still sitting in the car and ready to go back out onto the racetrack once the towing is done, presumably.
Yeah, that is
I don't
absurdly.
think he pulled the old Alt F4, do you?
If he did, I would be very.
I mean, that's the only explanation I can think of. I don't know why else he would have towed unless there was some kind of really urgent matter that required his tending to right now that meant that he couldn't correct the car at all. I don't know, maybe we'll get some more insights on that down the line, but for now, a lot of the prototype battles look to be closing in, including the battle for the lead as your race leader caught in traffic, Kofoid with nowhere to go.
That is just as busy as the interstate in California, and I'm trying to remember what is the actual interstate that goes to Daytona and Sebring eventually. I think it's the I-95 or 95. I think I might be wrong.
It is
I-95
I-95, north and
I
south.
could be very wrong.
Yes, it is.
Really? Wow. Okay, I only said this because I remember driving to Daytona in 2019. I was like, okay, that might be it. But I'm very surprised right now. I'm actually
I had
gonna
to Google
keep
that
gloating.
like you. So that's how I verified that information.
Fair.
Well, that was a fun little tangent as the fight for 2nd and 3rd continues on. But yeah, I-95, north and south. So there you go. This 19 car losing touchdown to Kofoid up the road, so may have lost some of that pace trying to get through the traffic themselves. Patterson, though, has been doing a great job sticking to the back end of the Trading Paints racing crew.
So far, it is amazing to think that Kofoid actually just won 2 seconds with the midst of all these traffic gains and losses. While Selena Ward is going to come to the pit lane, do her service, and potentially I think she's going to hand the car to someone else. Question is who Selena's going to hand the car to.
So I have a question for you, Lorenzo, about these headlights. Does purple mean pit limiter engaged? Because every time I've seen one of these cars come into pit road, I've seen the lights turn purple, but then white when they're out of pit road.
Could be.
I thought it was a spec map thing at first, but apparently it's clearly not.
No. You're right. Now that you say this, this is the first time I'm actually thinking about it.
I mean, that'd be a really good way to track what car has got a pit limiter enabled. It's a cool little after effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch here, because the car's going to leave pit road. And so look, now the headlights are white again. They're not purple anymore. Yeah.
Okay,
We figured it out. I'm not going crazy. I was looking at that with Ryan earlier, and we were at first I thought you could just turn the headlights purple. Then I realized that didn't make sense. So we thought spec map issue. I've been thinking about it ever since we finally put a finger on it.
In a nutshell, what you're saying is I should trust you for all future judgments and things like that. regarding
Yes,
cars.
I'm about as reliable as the mechanic at my local Napa store, probably. Do with that information what you will.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what to make of it. Especially when your track
Listen,
record doesn't
We're not bringing
favor
it
it.
up again. We're not talking about the incident.
I'm just stating that it's 2024.
Good.
I'm dropping
I won't
it.
bring it up then. Tri-State Racing making the pass on going there into Sunset Bend. But while that was going on, that was for second place in the LMP2 category. The top three in GTP have all made their way into pit road as well. And all this with just over 7 hours left to go.
Yeah, and eventually the lead is going to go back to Keen on this one. Question is how much of a gap will Keen be the leader once he comes out of the, once the trio of Porsche's 963 comes out of the pit lane. You can see Keen into the lead, Campbell into P2, followed closely by Sorensen. I think just coming out of the pit lane is the 278 of Sorensen and Ward following suit, but next to Kyle Bernie as they
Bernie
fight
mentioned he
side by
was going to be a
side.
little bit busy hopping back into the race car, so Bernie often doing double duty either in race control or as driver. So Kyle Bernie back into the car for yet another stint as he hightails it through Big Red underneath the Mobile One signage and in towards the hairpin. It's been a good run, I think, for the MSP car. And that the number 3 has the potential to fight his way onto a podium. We just have to wait for that, I think, that right moment to be able to really make something happen. You've also got this battle for 7th in your GTP category as well that's starting to pick up. And, well, we continue to slowly but surely, march onwards into the race tonight, and we'll get a chat with another one of the drivers that was in the car earlier on and is now out and ready to give us a bit of a chit chat. We'll drag up Shreyas Venkataraju for the Vulture Motorsports crew, the 016 Ferrari, and more as we will bring Shreyas up into the booth. And I have to say, it's been a good race so far, Shreyas, for that Vulture Motorsports crew. You're running top 5 right now. How's it been looking?
Going well so far. We started pretty strong. We qualified P5, P6. I don't even remember. We got away clean in the beginning when there were a couple of incidents. Unfortunately, we had to pit when the yellow flag was thrown, so we had to take a drive-through penalty. So that put us down to P7 or something. Now we're back up in P5, thanks to some other incidents. Unfortunately for the others.
Overall. When you look at the strategy for this race, you mentioned, of course, having to pit and then get a penalty for pitting under the safety car. Is that going to impact any of the long-term strategy going forward?
Yeah, I think that's a big lesson learned for us because we ran ourselves dry without anticipating the yellow flag when it came out. So we have shuffled a few things around. I think the remainder of the race, we will be changing when we pit, how many laps we have in reserve and whatnot.
Looking to the end of this race, it's a very high position that you guys find yourselves in right now, even after a pit stop, still emerging. Only 6th place on the racetrack and more than on the lead lap, capable of running into the top 5. What's the end goal for you 7 hours from now?
Well, we're expecting rain in a couple hours, I think. Goal is to stay out, spend less time in the pits for the rest of the race. No incidents. I think it'll be a race to attrition once it starts getting wet. We're not looking to be the fastest car. I think just being the safest car will put us possibly even higher than where we are right now.
We'll let you get back to work. Thank you for joining us up here tonight, and we might be talking to you again at the end of this race then.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for all the great job.
Venkataraju joining us up here from Vulture Motorsports. Their car currently runs 6th on the racetrack. They have a sister car as well that currently runs down in 10th, a lap down. And you see them running nose to tail on the racetrack as well as it stands. So, so far, the racing has petered out for the most part of the field. It's picked up, though, for the overall lead as Tyler Campbell catches Daniel Keene.
Yeah, inside for Daniel Keene Campbell is gonna make the move. So Campbell Campbell is gonna be the lead for now in this race, and Keene gonna have to reset his status quo and go back into the fight against the number 1 car. Thing is, does that Cadillac, like I would want to say, have the pace and grit to follow the Porsche around the track?
And for really the first time all race long, besides being in a pit stop window, we see a Porsche on the top step of the podium here. So far, unless it was in a pit stop window, we've been seeing Cadillacs dominating this race so far. So this is the first time we've seen a Porsche heading the way. I am, like you, very curious to see if the Cadillac will have the pace to keep with it. You see how much that delta is closing down on the top left of your screen. I mean, closing in about almost 0.2 of a second on that straight alone. But again, look at how much Campbell opens up that gap, particularly on corner entry, able to be so much more confident on the brakes and on the throttle than the Caddy just behind.
Yeah, which is a little bit impressive. It's the mechanical grip and aerodynamic grip that's the Multimatic, the liveries, not Multimatic, but the Multimatic chassis going on through as he goes around the LMP2 field, just like no concerns whatsoever. Is now sandwiched between the 2 LMPs that want to be in the front. I think it looks like to be the Fisher Motorsport that had a few issues at back. Now back into the track, and Keene somehow, some way, still being able to retain a little bit of a gap to work with. Not by much, as the gap's widens up to a full 0.8 of a second between them as it goes up and down the roller coaster.
In pit road as well. World of Sim Racing, Fisher, Digital Chicane, FSR, they are all into the pits in both GT Pro and AM. Got a battle as well for 7th in your GTP field, as Rui Souza takes the DS Racing Esports team to the inside of Danny Fonte for World of Sim Racing as well. So 2 Cadillacs going to exchange blows on the racetrack as they'll slide further down. And Thomas Sorensen still holds the spot over Selena Ward, 0.4 of a second. While the rest of the pack is, for the most part, looking to be split up a little bit more as this race goes along. And I tell you what, I mean, you think back to Daytona, right, Lorenzo? And I know you were there for a good bit of the Daytona race as well. It was, I think, a lot more crazy than the race we saw tonight. What do you think it is about Sebring that's just allowed this race to tame itself a lot more than the races past?
Good question. No, you got me wondering over here. Oh, nearly, I think, did Bernie? think
Yeah,
Ward
I think just a little
grazed the
bit.
wall.
I'll try to get a look on board, and we'll see. Well, this is way back, so a little bit further back than intended. We'll jump it forward, though, and, well, I think we can probably guess it was close.
Yeah. It was like inches away, like NASCAR inches away from the wall. Actually, that is not the wall, that is the tire barrier, rather.
Well, to be fair, the tire barriers obviously do act like walls for all intents and purposes. One day we might get tire physics. I think that's not high on my priority list personally.
Are you saying that iRacing doesn't have tire physics,
wall
Mr.
physics.
Nolan Orimple? Good.
Tire wall physics. There's a very big difference.
I was gonna say, Mr. Nolan J. Rempel, that would surprise me a little bit, as now Sorensen kind of like goes around the Fisher Motorsport. LMP now has another GT LMP to battle himself outside of the Le Mans S's, and Ward just takes the L for the time being for that Porsche for training pains. But you were talking about the race being tame, right? Going back to the point. I think there's a reason why. I think there's two reasons. First, Sebring
now
is
that
more
was
of a...
definitely a hit to the wall. Who was that? That just hit the wall there.
Oh, you can... wondering that as well, because the car
It is.
looks like
That
it is
was
slightly bent.
Jared Claude, the Texas Speed Sim Racing machine, and I mean, when we try to get to the dash camera here, and we'll watch as he goes down the straight. Well, yeah, that car's crabbing a bit. I think you can tell.
No.
Yeah,
Is it?
not enough to like be of any concern. Just enough to not be the most pleasant.
Okay. I believe in you. But you were saying about the race being tame. What surprises me is, I think, how Sebring runs. I think Sebring is more of a racetrack that demands attention, things like that from the other drivers, rather than what he kind of does. Yeah, he touches the wall, and you can see the car's still relatively in one piece.
That was a lucky escape. Those prototypes, they're usually a lot more fragile than that.
Yeah, if it was me, oh, never mind. Oh, actually, there is some damage on the side pod.
Yeah.
That is going to take some speed out of the Texas car. You can even see the right-hand side is all in one piece, but there is some dents on the left-hand side. You can even see this left arch, a wheel arch, is slightly elevated. It's slightly minor elevated, but you're gonna see the right hand side slightly caved in, and the middle to the back there is a opening on the chassis that is gonna have to bring to the pit lane. I don't think this is a broken tilt link, in my opinion, but if it is, I'm feeling the pain for Claude right here. I'm sorry, but this is just how hard racing sometimes is, but the car doesn't look like it is 100% fully
No,
straight.
it looks like there's like the smallest little bit of crab there, but enough that if it's not from a front-on angle, you probably wouldn't notice it.
If you're not used with the car, you would never notice that. If you're used with the LMP, then you're gonna 100% notice there is something going on in the car.
We have got 1 hour left where we get to halfway, and once we reach that halfway point, we will be getting a little break in the action as we switch streams. YouTube does have a 12-hour stream archive limit, so we will be breaking this race into two parts. This hour is 1 to 6, and we'll be doing 7 to 12 on a separate stream. So we will post the links to those in the YouTube chats as well right before we make that switch, so you know exactly where to go. So that's where we'll be heading to in about 1 hour's time. As we keep on keeping on, and A lot of the GT Pro battles have broken apart, but you can see some are still remaining tight. And conveniently enough, it's always around the Audi. The Audi cannot stay out of combat tonight.
Oh, Lord, nearly getting to contact with that Audi. It's like the. It has. I know Audi's due to come to F1, and is it because like there might be outside forces targeting the Audi, saying no, now there's no more Audis in IMSA, you're not allowed to be happy anymore? I gotta bring my tinfoil hats for the conspiracy theories, man.
Corner now. Is that where we've devolved to?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's the next evolution of racing, if you want to call it like
Next
that.
thing you'll tell me Formula E cars don't use electricity.
What? Are you saying that the Formula E cars are now moved by Fred Flintstone and Barney
Season
Rubble
one may as well have
and their feet? Yeah, that's true. I'm not gonna deny that.
I know that I've just upset some Formula E fans. I want to preface them by saying I am a huge Formula E fan, and I know the cars are much faster now. I'm talking about comparing to Season 1.
They're like 5 kilometers
they're
faster.
Way
Nice.
faster than that. Like, I mean, yeah.
No, I know.
I
I'm
think
just
the
thinking
difference
shots.
nowadays between, dare I say it, in terms of like just, I'm not gonna go there. That's gonna be way too controversial. I was gonna try to compare one thing to another, and it was not gonna go the way I thought it was gonna go. I don't think so. I'm gonna shut that before I anger the motorsport world and get F1 Twitter on my back.
All right, Keen into the pit lane. So he was due to come to the servers anyway. But I'll go into the tangent of Formula E. I think Formula E has a really good future, right? Because we know electric is the way to go, right? There is no stopping. I know until 2030, there's an agreement here in Europe where basically all the current fleet is going to be basically electric cars.
Yeah.
Face it, people. It is going to happen. It is going to happen. For us petrol heads, that is basically the inevitable, right? Just like death. But what happens is my greatest gripe with Formula E right now is the fact they are doing this on city tracks. I get the purpose, but I don't like the fact they're doing it on city tracks where the cars can perform on. Oh, go ahead, go back to you. I'll throw this back to you.
Fisher Motorsports to the inside of GC Racing Esports. There was a big block down the straight there out of Big Bend to the hairpin. Arnold just hanging on against Van Mepelen. So the battle for fourth is picking up in earnest in GT Pro. Before we get another launch, I fully agree, and I do love Formula E. I think the racing is genuinely brilliant. There's a lot of overtakes, and it's one of the few series that actually makes Monaco fun to watch. But I agree.
Let me just make a quick correction. Is the only series that makes Monaco fun to watch.
The Porsche Super Cup still goes there, do they not? Do they not? Okay. Then you're right.
I don't
That's the
think
only
so
series.
anymore.
But yeah, I do wish they would go to some permanent racetracks, because there's quite a few racetracks that would be perfect for Formula E cars. And we're not talking, big tracks like Spa. Like, go to some of the smaller venues like Brands Hatch or something like that. They'd be perfect for cars like that. Didn't they actually go to the Circuit de la Valencia once? Was it like...
They tested it. No, they tested it at Ricardo Tormo.
No,
they
I
didn't do racing at Ricardo
I could have
Tormo.
swore they did at least one race there. It was like during pandemic years, like when it was a big thing still. I could have swore they did one race there, because I remember it was like a wet race. It was a rain race. Was it like season 6 or something like that?
All right.
It was only one, but I think they did do it there. And of course they race it. And then
it
they
was
race
in
at the Mexico
2021,
track as well.
2021.
So.
Yeah, because and they proved they can be very good tracks for racing. As Fisher Motorsports tries to dive down on the number 23 as well, being pursued by the World Sim Racing team. This is battle for position. The number 23 being Mark Thresha right there, being the slowest car, the last running car in the track itself. I think that's for race for Cat. That is kind of like blocking the path a little bit for all these cars to battle around the track. But it's like there is Mexico, there is Spain, there's Ricardo Tormo. I think Ricardo Tormo for these cars that are a good fit. I want to say maybe Algarve over here in Portugal might be a good choice, but it's a big track. I'll go with you in Canada. What is the name of the track? I love it. It's in my top 10. It's always not Trois Rivières. It's not even Mosport. No, it's not Chauvelin. Hold up. Let me bring up my notepad. I have a notepad that actually has a track itself. Mont-Tremblant.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. Mont-Tremblant.
I'm not familiar with it.
Mont-Tremblant. They ran F1 there in once or twice back in the 70s.
I'm looking this up now. Ooh.
Nowadays, the track is basically
I see. I'm looking at it right
track.
now. It's the one in the Laurentian Mountain, yes? That?
Yes. For me, that track is perfect for Formula E.
Fantastic.
But then again, it's more of a grassroots track than anything else. It doesn't have the F1 modern things like that. But then again,
yeah,
just an idea. Of course, there is even more tracks you can even pick, like New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Would be a bad idea. As Anthony Dring for Vice Motorsports has gone off the road. So an off for the number 91 car, and that was all while we had a battle on as well in GTM. So this is, just into the back of the MMTQ Ferrari, just locking the rears, spinning it out of the slow speed corner. And then you got Ryan Steinhoff and Paul Romaninski as well for Dangler Performance. And this is 2 cars, 0.2 of a second. Still trying to duke it out amongst themselves, and I think the MSP machine could be under a bit of fire here. Now, the Dangler Performance crew, again, to kind of reiterate, I mentioned earlier about how they were forced to start from pit road because they didn't meet the minimum drive requirements at Long Beach. Typically, that would mean a demotion to the reserve list. The reason why they did not get that demotion is because of a waiver, because they had crashed really heavily in the first few minutes of the race, and they had over an hour of repairs that they had to wait for, and they had gone to the racing stewards and they were like, we want to meet this requirement. We also don't want to impede other people's races when we're like, 60 laps down at that point. And they were given a waiver by racing stewards. It's like, yeah, start for the pits and you'll be fine. So they were willing to make that exception, which is why Dangler Performance finds themselves racing here today and now fighting their way into a top 10.
Plus, wasn't the Long Beach race like a 2 hour and 40 minute race? So basically, you're saying that, we're just going to be off for 2/3 of the race and we're going to come back. There is no problem, right? Imagine if they went to reserve. That would be a little bit unfair. So good to see the stewards know, the stewards and race control. It takes to the exception. This is an extraordinary case, and say, start from the pit lane is at least you can meet up the driver requirements. Things like that. It's a punishable offense, but it still keeps you guys.
It's a black and white rule, right? There's no room for there's no room to say, well, you didn't meet it, but you can get in still. They had to do something, and that was just like the least punishing something they could have done. And I think it's just the cherry on top of the cake that they then got a safety car less than 10 minutes into the race that helped them immediately catch up to the rest of the pack.
that's racing
Right.
karma. Some people could say racing karma. Oh, as the race for cats decides to nearly go 3-1 and nearly stopping the heart of the contender.
Yeah, this is. I'm not a fan. I'm going to be honest. I'm not a fan about how Mark Freisha here has been racing these guys. I mean, that race for Cat Porsche has been really aggressive with everybody around him. And I mean, at first I understood it. You know, you're trying to let through the LMP2 at the same time as trying to let through other GT Pro traffic that you're trying to kind of lap yourself with. But I mean, it's a bit much at this point when you're actively almost pushing a car that's a lap ahead of you through a much faster corner, and now battling him as well through the corner. Like right there, they make contact. That's going to cost him a spot.
Yeah, but I think that in that note, yeah, it's gonna cost him a spot. You're gonna see because the BMW is gonna have a little bit of a grip on the outside. Side by side will be both guys. As Fisher is gonna be on the inside, is gonna lose momentum. By losing that momentum, is gonna give way for the World of Sim Racing BMW to go through. If the Fisher tries that, dives down on the inside. There's no overlap. Tries it again, and it's not going to work as the BMW.
Well, Fisher Motorsports still has a drive around the outside, so we could see Nicholas Soul actually make this happen here. Cuts back to the other side of the racetrack and will back out for the hairpin. But yeah, I understand wanting to lap yourself, but I mean, I wouldn't be doing it when you're actively impeding a battle between two drivers fighting for position. Because that little contender in Sunset Bend, it did inherently cost Fisher Motorsports a spot because they had to lift out of the corner to avoid going into the wall because of it. I would be fuming right now if I was Soul.
I agree. Maybe if we can pick up the replay once this is all said and done, if Pereira is actually able to break away. I wouldn't blame way too much. Ratio on that specific incident. We're gonna look on the replay real quick here. You're gonna see that Fisher goes way too wide and is gonna meet up a car that is just on the inside. So basically, he's turning upon Freisha. Freisha's just right there. Nothing he can do. More than anything like that. So in this specific instance, you can say, "Oh, Freisha, it's okay. He did nothing wrong right there."
Yeah, it's one of those things though where it's self-preservation, right? Do you want to even put yourself in a situation where that is something that could happen, especially when you're already a lap down? My money would probably be on no, but that's ultimately because I'm a really, really conservative driver. I'm not one that goes on the offense all that much whenever I do jump into officials, which is granted barely ever nowadays. So it's all dependent on, you know, what the driver thinks about that moment, and it was a miscommunication is how that one went down. You just saw a pass as well for 7th in LMP2 as battles continue to pick up all over the racetrack.
Yeah, still some good stuff going around the track. As the one thing that is still boggling on my mind though is there any talks about double stinting tires over here? Because the weather is not as hot as my point of view.
Yeah, I'm not 100%
You can
on
do
that.
it.
I think for the most part we haven't really seen a lot of drivers going for the double stint on tires so far this race.
And I'm not saying that they can't. They can because it is 30 degrees Celsius, 32 degrees Celsius. It's 4 p.m. in sim time. So the likelihood of this getting, much warmer is unlikely, and the likelihood of this getting more humid is going to be more likely down to the end of the afternoon. As you can see now, Meyer once again trying to fend off from Dangler. And Vulture not far behind. You can even see at the back of the frame right there, that Ferrari coming closer and closer while being pushed by the other Ferrari.
They got the battle for 5th between Danny Fonte and Rui Souza for World of Sim Racing and DS Racing Esports team. As Fonte takes that one to the inside of the race for Cat Porsche. And here comes Souza right to the back bumper and will ease out. while this is closing in, you remember the Texas Speed Sim Racing BMW that we were talking about earlier on, Lorenzo? The one that had the very slow spin at a tower turn that we just couldn't figure out what was going on? Well, we figured out not only why he went for a slow spin, but it also explains the shaking of the tire we saw. Oh, well, World of Sim Racing gets taken out, and I think Souza dumped it as well. So 5th and 6th coming together at turn 3. How many times now have you seen that same incident? And he's going to knock his own rear wing off the car. That's a forced pit now.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happen. Replay.
Just trying to take too much momentum, I think. And I mean, that's a tough one.
Yeah, can we have a look again from
Souza's
Souza's
coming on
perspective? So there is some overlap. You're not properly with your tire in, but there is some space on the inside. You do retain that space, and you're kind of blocked off as Firestorm definitely not enjoying this race so far, and unfortunately now making it all worse for that.
And then Thomas D'Ambrosio, just seconds later, coming together with the Go and Racing LMP2, spinning around on a high-speed slide, and yikes, the Stop and Go Racing GTP having a hard stopper moment. That was Sorensen that narrowly missed this incident.
Yeah, you're gonna see right here as he's gonna have to stop and go.
Oh, that is
Did you like what I
did?
Did you like what I did there?
That
is that
not.
the
That is
leader,
Motorsports
by the way?
car.
Okay, but that was Campbell. The Campbell was
They had
running
just
up in
come
the
down pit
front.
road, I
So why?
No, sorry, Tyler Campbell.
I'm surprised.
Yes, they had just come into pit road, lap 156. And that's, yes, they pitted less than 10 laps.
Okay. Yeah, which surprised me a little bit as back to the track action as Sorensen now have to reset his momentum against Selena Ward as he's gonna overlap the LMP car on the inside. That looks like to be the Go-Win car on the inside, and now it is just two GTPs battling on the track as Mattia is gonna come for the pit stop for Tri-State Racing. So our LMP2
Back to what I was saying before all hell decided to break loose there. We figured out what happened to the Texas Speed Sim Racing, and we can thank Tyler Thomas 5 on our YouTube chat for this. He had a wheel disconnect. That's why he spun off the racetrack and why the wheel was making that weird jerky motion, and also why he was forced to take a tow to the pits. So that's what happened there. It was a hardware failure, so I will give you props, Lorenzo. You were correct in your initial assumption on that one. Yeah,
about
pretty
the
much.
forced feedback,
It was a
right?
quick connect issue that's going on there.
Oh, and normally we say don't trust commentators' opinion.
Well, we can also
time
not
trust
trust our
Lorenz's
opinions on the
opinion.
pit strategies because we have also been reminded by Firestorm Motorsport that, remember, with the new iRacing builds and everything like that, it now takes longer to fuel than to take tires. So that's why you haven't been seeing double stints. There's literally no point to take them. In general,
In this
at least.
build?
I think it's with the fuel limitations that VSCA puts on their cars. It takes longer to fuel than to take tires.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay,
so that-
okay, that
yeah.
makes sense. Because I was gonna say if you didn't have the fuel limitations, then you can 100% say.
Yep, safety car deployed.
Oh,
Third
safety car.
caution of the afternoon. 6 hours and 40 minutes on the clock, 40 minutes shy of halfway.
Whoever's in LMP2 right now
That would
must
be Pure Stockton for Rising Panda Racing. And Chris Caddies just came into pit road as well in the 321 Tri-State Racing Machine. That could either really hurt them or really hinder them. Here is Thomas Marcelino, the driver that I think should cycle out to be the new LMP2 class leader after this.
Yes. Insane how one-timed caution can make a whole grid like unravel or untwine.
It really
Just
is
like that.
insane. Well, I mean,
I
we
was
saw
trying
it
to
at
find an
Daytona,
analogy
right? I
I
mean,
couldn't
we had
find
a safety car come out, and we went green with less than 40 minutes to go on the clock, and it was a complete madhouse for the final 40 minutes of that race. That's been one thing that has been really interesting with these races, is the cautions have come out in very inopportune times for a good chunk of the field, almost every single time consistently. So it is interesting to see how this will pan out going forward.
Yeah, interesting one. Wondering
They're
what
randomly
causes
deployed,
yellow
remember.
flag
There's an
to be
algorithm
deployed,
that
though.
randomly throws them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no particular
Okay.
incident,
I
just
forget
at
about
random.
that.
That's why we got one 10 minutes into the race.
Oh, it's better than lap one, like I did on the like I did see
Oh,
on
no.
a previous race that I commentated on. I was like, wait. You might know what race I'm talking about. Like, I was looking at this race, this endurance race, lap one, yellow flag. I'm like, oh god, no, it's not gonna be one of those days. I'm not even commentating yet. Like, I'm just watching the race. I'm following the race. Okay, good. Green flag, lap 10, yellow flag. I'm like, oh god, no, please, no, not like this, not like this. And then we go back into racing. 20 something laps later, lap 32, another yellow flag. So imagine having yellow flags, like you're barely 1 hour in, roughly 1 hour into the race, and you already have 3 yellow flags.
Yeah, I don't want to think about that, I'm going to be honest. It does not sound fun, let's put it that way.
Yeah, 100%. It is. Like, let's just say for strategies, if my webcam was on, I could show like me flipping off my desk, because that's basically the whole feeling. Like your strategy A, B, C, D, F. Most likely is gonna be you're gonna be on strategy Alpha, Pi, Omega, or something like that, because all your initial calculations have gone down the wind.
So 6 hours, 36 minutes left. I know you're racing in the iRacing official 12-hour, right? You're where are you guys located right now in your split there?
Split 9, but
oh no,
there's a catch though, and it is split 9. No, it's split 9 from the 12 p.m. split. But the number of our split is not PG-13.
I know exactly.
And I'm
what you're
loving
talking
it.
about. Oh boy. What place are you running? First, what class are you running? What place are you running? Tell me the details. LMP2? Oh, you're
LMP2.
Based LMP2
right.
driver.
Yeah, it's basically. Yeah, I've always driven LMP2s, dude. I've been
I
born,
can't
bred,
blame
and
you.
raised in the
HPD
HPD.
was an absolutely phenomenal car to drive. I bought it just to compete in the iRacing Le Mans series, and they got rid of it in the next update, like 2 weeks later. I was so upset.
Like back when iRacing was the 24, not 24 hours.
Was it the iRacing Le Mans series?
What was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Le Mans Sprint.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
Le
1 hour
Mans Sprint.
races.
Le Mans Sprint. There you go. And I remember. By the way, ACO, if you're watching this broadcast, I probably think you aren't. But if you are, I'm so sorry. Don't sue us. Here's the thing. Last season of the Le Mans Sprint, I was actually 7th worldwide. Yeah, last season before the P217 that we are seeing on the track came out, I was ranked P7 worldwide, across all divisions. So, and I was Brazil's best ranked driver. But when they came in the new car, I could barely get around the grips with the new car. It took me a while to get around the P217, right? And when it did, I was like, okay, now I'm starting to understand this car a little bit more. Now I can do some more fun stuff. So comes this race, comes Sebring. My teammate goes around and says, "Oh, anybody interested?" No, one of my friendly teammates that I used to do sim racing like when I started doing proper sim racing like 2016. He's like, "Anybody interested in doing this?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'm down." I didn't even consult that with my team. For those who don't know, I do have a team that I manage. I do have a sim racing team that I manage.
See, I'm not the one that needs to touch grass here, clearly.
And I'm like,
I don't manage an esports team.
Why?
It's poking shots.
Oh,
it's poking shots.
It's not that I manage the I know. It's like I just manage the competition side.
Yeah.
Basically, there's people that handles the finance and things like that. I just handle the competition side. And I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna talk to them because they did something about it, who's gonna be driving, but they never organized. So this is more straightforward. We decided to set up 1 hour before the race started. That's the best preparation you can ever have. But I didn't start the car. My teammate did. So basically, our DAs basically do triples. We did triples. On my second stint, I was 5th place, and I mistimed on the hairpin. I mistimed my entry on a GT3 car. I saw there was a GT3 car in front of me. I was like, okay, this guy's going slow. I'm just going to take my time, lift off the gas, save a little bit of fuel, and I'm going to power out of the corner because I feel like the car is doing really good. I completely botched the entry, and I had to check up my car so I don't hit the guy in the back. As soon as I did that, I GTP checked my rear and destroyed my rear tail link. And I couldn't bring it back to the pits properly. I actually hit the car in the wall. Went from P5 to P9. Now we're P8 in split 9. And my teammate, for some god-given reason, on his second stint decided to go for drives while the track was still wet. Sim racing things, people.
I've seen in the real world, people have tried to go out onto the racetrack, a wet racetrack, on slick tires. It happened in a local club race that I was watching. It was during the open wheel. Qualifying session, and I saw one of the Formula Continentals starting to make his way onto the racetrack. And as he passed by the starter stand, I heard the starter come over the radio. Was like, "Does he know he's on slicks?" And the guy in pre-grid was like, "Yeah, he knows." And we all just kind of shrugged. There's no rule that said he had to be on wet tires. It wasn't raining, but the track was, still really wet. So he made it 3 corners, spun, smacked the wall, broke the suspension. Car was completely written off. It was like, what were you thinking was going to happen there?
People need to understand you're not actually
you're not that guy.
The cars are not like back in the 1990s. You're not him. The best way for us to put it, people, you're not him, okay? I'm not him. Nolan's
Oh, I
not
don't even
him,
pretend to
especially
be.
Nolan. Nolan's not him.
I am the first to admit I suck. My I rating proves this.
I'm trying to remember. Have you done
I've
the
never had the
commentators
time
race,
because
though?
every single year when it's hosted, it is in the middle of my real world commentator work at the racetrack, so I can't attend.
F. So for those who tuned into the broadcast while we were talking about the Seattle flag, we're having the Seattle flag. Yes, we do have a commentators race where we get all these, all these brands or all these, what do you want to call it? Companies that
companies,
does
channels,
broadcasting,
organizations,
sim racing,
whatever.
right? Yeah, channels, organizations, whatever. And we decide who's the best commentators team, basically, right? And I did partake in the last 2 years, and I'm actually in my broadcasting group, my other broadcasting group that I'm originally from. I do co-partner over here, not only over here on Glowing Flag as well. I consider myself as the finest driver over there because I'm the highest ranked. And I'm never shy to gloat, as we see massive pit stops for everybody.
I'm
and we're
hardly
gonna do
surprised
season
that
one.
we're seeing all of these pit stops, right? I mean, this was to be expected when you get to the end of a caution flag. You already had people that were pitting before the yellow flag even came out. So to see everyone here coming into pit road is it's no surprise. We knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter of when were they going to actually make that run into the pits. Quite a few LMP2s have stayed on the racetrack. They most of them pitted actually before this caution came out.
Did Stockton actually
he did,
pit
yes.
before the yellow flag came out?
He pitted
I
only
think
like
he
a
did,
couple
didn't
laps before it came out, in fact.
Oh, okay. So Marcelino is not going to be the net race. It's not going to be the race leader for the LMP2 class. Interesting. Even though you bring the top three together again, you can see Stockton, Marcelino, and Maltsev not far behind. And Caddy Cadiz is going to be the first place driver in the midst of all this field. Question is, where is Cadiz? I think Cadiz just came out of the hairpin right there in the back of the frame. And so far, no rain.
Yet. No rain yet.
Yet. But what is going to be interesting is, like, do you know the GTP cars are actually slower than the LMP2s in the rain, right?
Sorry, the GTP cars are slower than LMP2s in the rain. I did not know that.
Yes. You'd be very shocked to know that GTP cars are slower, I would say.
Yeah, you're in a 12-hour race, so you would know better than you would know a lot better than I am. I was about to say, yeah, I'm gonna call cap on that, but you literally have receipts to back up your statements.
No, but this shocked me to the very bone. I was like, oh, they're not gonna be that fast in comparison to the GTPs. When race started, GTPs were doing like 212s sometimes, 212s, 2.8s, 2.6s. Meanwhile, GTP, the LMP2s were doing. Just let me find where the leader was. 204s, 205s, 207s. Basically, they were either a second faster per lap or up to 5 seconds faster per lap. 5-6 seconds faster per lap than the GTPs were.
Max Lean in the YouTube chat wants to fight you on this. Yes,
on this
says
statement?
GTPs are not slower in the rain, but they are tremendously harder to drive. He witnessed the race with Williams Esports with GTPs and LMP2s. The GTPs were 3 to 4 seconds faster, so in the right hands. So it might just be your split.
You might be.
It
might
just be your split.
You might be
That's
right.
struggling.
No, but in general, I think lower splits would have this issue, but it's not by much. I think this is the funny stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if I said they would be slower, right? And I think my split they are slower, but they're not by a whole lot, right? I think it is just more driver based, anything based. Of course, my SOF for the GTPs is not the highest. I think it's around 3K. And the same thing goes for the GTP for the LMP2s. LMP2s, you had like a guy like Mati Karasoya starting the race for the lead LMP2. Mati Karasoya is a former world-class World Championship driver.
We have found common ground.
The
For
guy
the average
can
Joe, the
actually
gap
drive.
would be very small. Max does agree with you on that one. So, so there is
Yeah.
agreement. So the pros are
Yeah.
the aliens. That's very much established.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, I think on a general sense, the gap cushion is not that big. I think on Sebring, I figure on a top level, the GTPs would be faster by just a whole second, and it's a very narrow gap because the LMP2s can actually grip around the track. They do. The traction control is not as wonky as the GTP cars are. What makes GTP difficult is the traction control, right? On the rain. But what is interesting for me is how little it is. On other tracks, though, the GTPs can actually be slower than the LMP2 class where I think I'm trying to remember which week it was. I think that might have been week 1 in the season. This is week 2, where the GTP cars were actually slower than the LMP2 cars were on the track.
Well,
On top
the caution continues on. It's been about 15 minutes since we put ourselves under the safety car period. So, you know what, before we get back to Green Flag Racing, I think this is as good a time as ever to run through the grid once again and take a look on who's where and once again break down your field for the VSCA Sports Car Championship. 12 hours of Sebring nearing the halfway point. Currently, Thomas Swords of Stop and Go Racing heads the way in your GTP category. Trading Paints is Gordon Erickson sits in second with Mayor Simsby Performance in third. Fisher Motorsports sits in the number 4 position with World of Sim Racing in 5th. Team Hardcore is 6th. HJC Racing is 7th. Grizzly Motorsports, DS Racing Esports team are the only cars remaining on the lead lap as of right now, with Patrick Fogel to round out the top 10. And he and DS Racing Esports team's number 42 entry are the last cars running in your GTP field then here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, LMP2 is where I think it's going to be more interesting. As you can see, the 3 cars battling for the lead is Rising Panda Racing, driven by Pierre Stockton, Thomas Marcelino in the Tri-State Racing, and Eugene Maltsev and Goen are the 3 first cars in this field. You have Chris Cadiz that we just interviewed a few moments ago for Tri-State Vice Motorsports in 4th. Then you have the Tri-State car in 3rd place that is driven for Cadiz. Then Harmony, Harkema, Benfield are your other guys running nearly on the same lap as the lead. And you still have Mason Claude and Adam Chick in your 11 cars that are still running in the
GT Pro,
LMP2
it is DS
class.
Racing Esports team and Tiago Diaz that currently leads the way, and they'll be the ones leading us to the green flag. Just behind them is John Pascal Arnold for GSC Racing Esports, the Audi on a charge and with the potential here to try to gun it for a win. Jay Van Appel, the Canadian, runs in Fisher Motorsports in the number 44 entry, while Marco Pereira is in 4th. Fisher Motorsports' other GT Pro entry is the 84 car. Texas Beat Sim Racing is in 6th with North Sim Racing in 7th. Torque Free Racing sits laps down in 8th with Kinetic Racing in 9th. RPM Racing and Race for Cat 10th and 11th.
In our final class here in the GTM category, you have basically Koi Hasaleo in first place, followed by Lucas Santos and Screechy Moose in second place. Trading Paints Racing in third, in that Ferrari driven by Julia Cervone. Quinn Mitchell in first place for Ditto Chicane, not far behind. In fifth, you're going to have Michael Krupowski for I think for what it looks like the other Digital Chicane Ferrari. Then you have one of the doubles of the Vulture Motorsports by Shreyas Venkataraju, right there, driven by the 016. Michael Dezou in 7th place. Paul Murniski in Proton Boogie Sim Sports is going to be in 8th place. Then you have Ryan Steinhoff in 9th. And running on the top 10 is both good in Mindanao for Rio Pixel. Then you have Vulture not far behind you, driven by Gary Brown, and I think you have a few cars that's still driving around the track, but a few laps down, driven by Mark Stevens here for Fusion. Firestorm is still in the track despite the issues they had at Sunset Bend for the number 29 car, still driven by Daniel Avery, and I think Michael Garone might be the last running car in this GTM field for the former leader of the race in the 1Ss. And I think we have Cruz also driving as well, despite being 8 laps down.
So out of the 50 cars that started this race, you still have got 48 of them on the racetrack, which is an absolutely fantastic number. And we are about to go back to Green Flag Racing, as well as the iRacing pace car will pull down into pit road, this time by. And we'll see how this race will get set to pan on out as the field. Oh, they're not. They're going to extend this one more. I thought it was weird the pace car never pulled off, and they're going to put this out one more lap, potentially, I think, to let drivers catch up to the tail end of the pacing line, because not everybody was caught up, and this is to make sure the drivers can't get up there and jump the start.
Which is always good to prevent some of those penalties we've seen for the physical overlap, right?
And by the way, the confirmation on that ruling from Jordan Erickson, thank you to him, was, of course, the overlap is both in your class and for position. So I think that means if you're in an LMP2, you can go around a GT car, but if you're in a GT Pro, you can't pass another GT Pro until the start-finish line. Doesn't matter if they're on your lap or not.
Okay.
I
I
do think that's fair. I don't think it's fair for, if a GTP is caught at the very back of the field to make them wait until they get all the way around to the start-finish line before they're allowed to overtake the GT cars. That's a bit much.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. I mean, you want to have a clean start. That's one of the main purposes of it. Right?
Having the clean start is 100% the priority, and we've had very clean starts so far. Daytona and Long Beach, they each had their individual struggles. That has not been a problem so far tonight. So, so far, this field, I think, it's looking set to make for some great racing action. And we heard as well that, we were expecting the rain about, this is factored in the time since that interview, about maybe an hour and 15 minutes from now, so you might not be here, but it does sound like the field is still pretty certain we're going to get rain at some point tonight.
Yeah, no, from what it looks like, rain is coming. The question is, when is it going to come and how hard is it going to come? Because depending on how hard the rain is, some people are still going to remain on the dries, right? And this is going to make the racing a little bit open for everybody, or some other people taking the wets just because of the natural progression of the track, just due to the wetness of it, and staying as long as they can on that wet might actually do the difference right here. So it's going to be an thing to pay attention to whenever a race comes into the track and hits all these corners on the.
We're going to work through
track.
Gendabian and into Le Mans Curve. Back to the Ullman Straight as we are just about ready to get this race back underway. I'm happy that you were able to at least stick around long enough that we could get another restart in here, Lorenzo. It's always the best part about road course races when you get a full course yellow is watching the long train of cars fire off again.
Yeah, it's always good. We know safety cars can be a thing that is not common to see official series. That's why it's good to have these private leagues and things like that running that and doing the organized fashion. So let's go around. Sunset Bend is gonna have one of the or Benny the pace car, and we're gonna have restart over here one more time, third one in the day.
Pace car's off. We'll try it again. Green flag is out. We are racing once again from Sebring. And already the LMP2 is looking to get to the inside. Tri-State Racing going for the lead, trying to get around Rising Panda through the opening corner. Not going to get there, and it is Piers Stockton to hang on through turns 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, and going a little not taking the loss at all. Meanwhile, Arno fighting for position right there. Thiago Diaz gonna lose the spot in the lead, so GSC moving into the front of the pack in GT Pro, and also in the GTP. You can even see Trading Pace running away from Kyle Burney. Burney doing his best to maintain the gap to Ericsson right there. So good battles around the track as everybody trying to get away.
That was a big battle for the GT Pro lead as well as the Audi puts himself up onto the point. Take a look at how this one happened. Just made that look as the Porsche took too much curb. And trouble now for Jean-Pascal Ardent along with Moore. A few cars look like have had some incidents at the head of the field, and a big crash. The Fisher Motorsports GTP is in the wall. The Team Hardcore GTP is around. The GSC, the Audi's out of it. What the heck happened to the GT Pro leader?
Well.
Holy cow.
I'm fronting my
Oh, no. Violent hit there.
Oh my goodness. That Audi just was sent back to
and
South Carolina.
Ooh, look at the airtime that car got. But what happened to the Fisher Motorsports car? There was a Fisher Motorsports car in there somewhere that got turned around. Christophe Demay? No, Patrick Rawl. It was Patrick Rawl, sorry, that got collected. This is the same corner. Oh, no, this is after. This is a completely separate incident. Basically, the crash in the background. He's just lost that all by himself and spun it into the grass. Oh, my gosh. I don't think any of us did. That was insane.
By the way, my only question, if the guys from GSC can reply to me on chat, is were they trying to do the best people they're on impression on the track? Because if they did, they missed one. They missed the corner by 3 corners.
Just a bit.
I'm sorry, this is a bad joke, but I had to do it.
Whoa.
Oh my! Oh, what a sin! The LMP2 just came a little bit hot.
Just a little. Just a little. Holy cow. This is absolutely maddening right now. So Julia Curvone at the moment for Trading Paints Racing is trying to keep in front of Ryan Kaprowski for the digital chicane crew. And then, of course, you got Quinn Mitchell fresh into the car just behind. Mitchell on his first stint in that number 80 car. And critically, the 80 car is now back onto the lead lap. Remember, they had that crash earlier, then the computer failure. They needed to get a caution to get back onto the lead lap. That safety car was what would get them onto the lead lap. They are now in full force and ready to go at it as the Lamborghini has had another off-track excursion.
Yeah, all on his own on tower turn, and somehow managed to make the 2-point turn work.
Just dropped it on the little bump there, right on the apex. All the while, 2nd through 5th, line astern, Screeching Moose Motorsports, Trading Paints, then both digital chicane cars, all in the fray. There's a look as a huge lunge for Kaprowski to the inside of Cravone, and that will allow for Kaprowski to pick off the number 119 for 3rd.
Yeah, so Krapowski just managed to make that overtake work on the Trading Paints Ferrari. And now, can he open the door for his teammate to do the overtake, though, as well? As you can see, Cervoni not far. Oh, actually, Cervoni on a world of trouble with Mitchell not far behind.
And not far behind as they will continue to scrap it out amongst themselves. And all of this carnage, remember, within just the first few minutes of a restart, and still not even halfway through, but not far away from it. 6 minutes. Well, sorry, 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes until the halfway point. 6 hours still left to go on top of that in this race. As first, second, third, and fourth, even fifth now, all getting in there, line astern. So this is a huge battle now. You got the top 5 separated by only 2.5 seconds in GTM.
Absolutely. And this is good racing between everybody. And now, this is what I like about restarts. Fiddle out everybody in the track and just makes racing a whole lot better on the restarts and clean for everybody as well.
So we've got less than 8 minutes to go. That's about, what, 3 laps or so to halfway. You've also got Thomas Marcelino and Eugene Maltsev that are closing in as well. And this is the battle for second and third in your LMP2 category, but they do have now, that's not the Trading Paints machine. That is the, that's the Grizzly Motorsports GTP that is breaking up this battle for second. The other tri-state car, the 321, we haven't talked about much today, and a big battle with GSC Racing Esports into Gambadian, which is always a huge gamble. But how about that? I mean, Luca Harmony made that work, and Caddies decided it was not worth fighting it out in the 321 this early on.
Meanwhile, back to the track action on the LMP2 class. Rather now, battle is this whole 5-way battle for the lead over here. All cars close to one another, being full send, being the lead over the bunch. You can see that Mercedes 1994 in front of the Fisher Motorsport Porsche. Losing a little bit of traction in the Ferrari coming out of the corner, just have the straight line speed looking really good with that V6 engine. Right in the draft here, Nolan's going to be nearly side by side, or does he lift coming into Sunset? And Santos is going to take his time and lift off. Actually, that is not Santos on full send. Full send is the leading AMG. You can see in front of this back Twitter's just being the sandwich, the GT Pro sandwich of the GTM sandwich, the meat of everything. and just makes racing a whole lot more interesting. How closely these guys are following one another is just great. As now open door on the inside, Digital Chicane makes the move, kneeling for twice. A little bit of an incident far down behind. This Cervoni has a contact with Mitchell, and somehow Mitchell survives the whole ordeal. Yeah, as we're going through the halfway mark of this race, everything is still undecided, and we're still getting a lot of stuff to be unfiddle in the track. What is the interesting thing is the fact that there's still an open race in everybody's category. The only thing is Stockton ran away for the time being on Marcelino. Everybody else in the LMP2 class.
So the racing action will look set to continue on. We've got, what, 4 minutes before halfway? So, well, I tell you what, we got battles galore starting to pick up on the racetrack. We'll wait until they get around to start-finish line just to make sure we're not going to get sort of upset in this battle. We are going to have to make that jump over, though, to part 2 of our coverage here very, very shortly. It will not be far at all. And it won't be for long. We will be down for less than a lap before we get things back and running. We just have to swap over some stream keys, and we are going to be in full working order once again. But for now, the battle for 3rd place continues on with Anthony Dring and Eugene Maltsev, and all of this trying to make something happen for the spots further up the grid. So we are going to ride on board with Eugene Maltsev as he tries to chase after Anthony Dring. And we'll swap over to part 2 of our coverage. The links should be up in the live chats now. And we will then bring it Austin Edstrom into the booth. And Lorenzo, thank you for joining us for hours 4 to 6.
Thank you so much. It's going to be an interesting one. Looking forward to the rest of the race.